back and forth, but I don't think there would be too much argument for Usyk winning. I certainly had Usyk winning last time out, so I don't think there would be much argument for that. But I think that this could be a very different fight. I think that Tyson Fury had a look at the fight. He's watched the fight. He said about 100 odd times, and he said that he knows what he needs to do. Obviously, big talking point is the weight that he's come in at. Now, it's hard to get a read of the weight because he was wearing like a big heavy jacket and everything, so you probably do have to take a good few pounds off for that. But he's come in at 281 pounds. 281 pounds. Usyk came in as 226. There is about 55 pounds difference between them, which is absolutely huge. That is absolutely huge. There's a big difference between these two when it comes to the size and it comes to the weight. Obviously, we know that means that Fury can tire a little more than Usyk does in the back end of the fight. I think Fury's still got a very good gas tank considering his size, but he does tire. And, you know, this means that there are going to be problems if it goes long. I think if it goes long, I'm not expecting Fury to look good in the later rounds. I think those will be Usyk rounds. That means that Fury has really got to treat this in many ways like a 10-round fight, and he's got to get as much out of those first 10 rounds as he possibly can, and just make sure that rounds 11 and 12, he doesn't leave himself too depleted. So he's going to have to make sure that he's got as much kind of in the gas tank as possible. Obviously, the card looks pretty good tonight. We've got a lot of young, upcoming British fighters, a lot of heavyweights, British heavyweights, Itauma and Johnny Fisher, and there's quite a few good names on this card. But, you know, it's the main event that's going to carry this. And that main event, not expected to start until like 11 tonight. So, you know, we've got a good 6 hours to go until we actually get to that. But the undercard looks all right, and there'll be plenty to actually talk about and get our teeth into. I've got all the notes from their first fight. Obviously, there's not loads that is going to change. Their first fight wasn't that long ago. But I think the approach by both fighters is going to be very interesting. Obviously, Fury is coming in quite heavy. He's talking about moving forward a lot more. He's talking about being a lot more aggressive. We saw in that first fight when he got pinned back in the corner, pinned against the ropes. That wasn't good for Fury. Like, he needs room to operate. He had a lot more success when he was in the center ground, rather than being up against the ropes or in the corner. So Fury is definitely going to need room to operate. He's definitely going to need room to get his shots off. He needs to make sure he's not getting backed up. He needs to make sure that he's not allowing Usyk to take this fight where Usyk wants to take this fight. And that is up against the ropes, up against the corner. There's so much to get our teeth into. I can tell you the odds, because I think that's probably what most people will want to be aware of. So for those of you that don't know how this works, because I do think there'll be a lot of casual fans, boxing fans that join us, the bigger the minus number, the more of a favourite you are. And we've got fights on this card that are like minus 2,000, which is huge, right? Or minus 5,000, which is huge. I can tell you that Usyk is the favourite, but he's only minus 190, which is not much. It makes him the favourite, but not a massive favourite. He's not minus 1,000 or minus 800. He's minus 190. Fury is plus 150, so he is the underdog. He is plus 150. But again, these are not huge. I think these odds are about right, actually. I think Usyk being a slight favourite is correct. A lot of people want to know who you're picking. I'm going with Usyk. I've got him as a slight favourite. I mean, they've already fought once and Usyk won. And I don't think anyone would really argue that Usyk won. And actually, he had Fury in a lot more trouble. So, listen, Fury can change his approach, but there's nothing to say that that's going to work. There's nothing to say that that is going to result in him winning this fight. So, yeah, I've got Fury winning. I've got Usyk winning, sorry. I would love for Fury to do it, because obviously I'm sat here in the UK, I'm sat here in Britain. I would love for him to get the job done. I am a big Usyk fan, though. I think Usyk's very likeable. So if Usyk wins, I won't be too disheartened, to be honest, because I really like Usyk. I think Usyk might be my favourite non-British fighter, actually. He's so likeable, even though he just keeps beating all of our fighters. He's just, he comes across as a really nice guy. And obviously we all know what's happening in Ukraine and everything. So I really like him. So minus 190 for Usyk, plus 150 for Fury. For this to go over 10.5 rounds is minus 200. So it kind of implies they're expecting this to go the distance, the bookies. For it to be under 10.5 rounds is plus 240. Usyk to win by knockout is plus 250. Again, minus is if you're, if it's likely. So plus 250, Usyk knockout. Plus 170, Usyk decision. Fury knockout is plus 300. And Fury decision is plus 340. So the bookies don't quite know which one of those 4 options it's going to be, but they are favouring Usyk decision. Which, of course, is what we got in the first fight. So, more of the same, really. So, yeah, I mean, look, I don't know where we could start, where you want to get your teeth into. I suppose it'd be quite good to just jump in and have a word with the chat, see where the questions are, see where the thoughts are. You can obviously get your votes in the poll and, get your thoughts across that way. We're still a long, long way from the start of the main event, but the undercard looks pretty good. So... yeah, in the chat, which way do you think it's going to be going tonight? Have you seen anything that makes you think that it's going to be Fury or Usyk? Is there anything in particular that you're hanging your hat on? Because for me, I look at that first fight and I see how it went, and I know that Fury can make changes, but I'm just not convinced that those changes will result in victory. I think that those changes will give Usyk new problems, but I am confident that Usyk is skilled enough to be able to work out those problems. I just think with Usyk, so many people feel like they know how to beat him, but here we are with him still unbeaten. Do you know what I mean? Like, everyone was saying what Joshua needed to do in that rematch, and Joshua went in very confident, thinking that he knew the game plan for the rematch, and he still ended up losing. And I feel like I'm watching history repeat. I'm watching Tyson Fury saying, like, okay, I lost that first one. I shouldn't have clowned around so much. I shouldn't have got caught in the 9th. If I don't clown around, if I don't get caught, I should, I would have won on the scorecards. But who's to say that if he hadn't have done that, that Usyk wouldn't have found another moment? Who's to say that Usyk wouldn't have caused a problem in the 11th? Usyk didn't really need to go looking for anything because he already knew he had the 9th. So in Usyk's mind, did he think, I've done enough to just edge this? And if he didn't think that, would he have made something else happen instead? He just is so good at solving problems. He's so good at winning fights. He's so good at doing what needs to be done. And I'm just not convinced that any changes that Fury makes is going to result in a win for Fury. A lot of people have said, what if he cracks him hard? What if he hits him hard? What if he, lands and actually gets, a big shot off? But he did. He was landing some really good uppercuts. There's some real nice body shots in there. Usyk took shots. He was in there for 12 rounds. So anyone that thinks that Usyk didn't take any shots from Fury, I mean, the stats show that's incorrect. The stats show that Fury landed 70 power punches on Usyk, and he ate them all, and he got through. So okay, yeah, sure, there can be some even better shots from Fury, but he's got a chin on him, Usyk. It's not like the big, strong Fury is going to wallop Usyk and Usyk's going to crumble. So, I don't know. I don't know if Fury fans, if we're just not clutching at straws, thinking, okay, he's going to be more focused, he's had a better training camp, and we think that's going to make the difference. And honestly, I just don't know if that's not a bit of straw clutching. So, I really want Fury to do it. but it is so hard to pick against Usyk. So hard. It's picking against Usyk is a bit like, I'll believe it when I see it. Do you know what I mean? Like, it feels like this is a real puzzle, and I'm just not convinced anyone knows the solution. And I don't know that I'm really going to believe it until I see someone actually working it out, until I see someone actually doing it. So I feel like the play is Usyk. I feel like the pick is Usyk. It doesn't stop me rooting for Fury, and it doesn't mean that Fury can't win. But it might have to be one of those, I'll believe it when I see it, because he really is that good. John said, Usyk is the betting favourite in New Zealand on our TAB betting agency. Well, thank you, John. That's interesting. Galaxy said, what time is the Usyk-Fury fight? Well, the Usyk-Fury fight is a long way off, my friends. We've got about 5 hours, 45. I mean, we're used to starting early. In all fairness, whenever we do our UFC streams, we normally start a good 6 hours before the main event. You know, we normally start at 11 o'clock at night UK time. Main event's normally at 5 in the morning, 5:30. So this is nothing out the ordinary for us to start hours and hours and hours before. Plus, genuinely, the undercard does look really interesting. We've got Moses Itauma, who's only 19. He's meant to be one of the fastest rising prospects in the heavyweight division. We're going to be seeing him in action on the undercard. Johnny Fisher, who is 25, but he's 12-0 with 11 knockouts. Again, real fast rising star in the heavyweight division. Bohachuk is going to be on. He is 24-2, and he's got 23 knockouts. And he is a very exciting fighter. That's in the super welterweight division, so he's on the card. Isaac Lowe, who is in Fury's camp. Seen him a lot in previous Fury fights. He's on the card. Daniel Lapin, light heavyweight fighter, 10-0, great prospect. He's on the card as well. So it's a card that's actually got some interesting fights underneath it. We'll obviously be keeping an eye on those, but I don't want to go too heavy onto those. We'll just have a look, keep an eye on the action, but everyone's going to want to talk about that main event. And there's so much to break down with that main event, where the fight can be won, where the fight can be lost, what went wrong last time, changes that need to be made this time. It is a lot to digest, to be honest. And I got to tell you, I mean, I've actually got the weigh-in. I've got it in front of me. I've got how much they weighed in for their last fight. Fury weighed in at 262. He weighed in at 262. He has just weighed in at 281 yesterday. He is coming in so much heavier than he was last time. And that gives you such an indicator as to what he's going to do in this fight. He's big. He's going to come forwards. He's going to be aggressive. Move forward. He's going to put his weight on him. He's going to put the pressure on him. Really, really interesting game plan. Something that we didn't really see of him last time. Last time he was a bit more on the back foot, trying to throw in counters, as it was actually Usyk that was coming forwards, and he was trying to throw in these counter shots. But the problem was, on the back foot, he was getting backed into corners, and he was getting backed against the ropes, and then he was getting caught. And I think moving forward is going to be very interesting, because you are obviously inviting a lot of danger, but I think Fury knows the vast majority of Usyk's punches he can handle. He's just got to watch anything major. There was that massive, I think it was a left hand that caught him in the 9th. And that was really what rocked him. That's when he's bouncing up against the ropes. Really, outside of that, the vast majority of shots that he took, he just ate and didn't seem to be any problem. And actually, this is where the trolling came in. We saw Fury doing a lot of, like, showboating and trolling. And that's because he just felt like, I've got this guy. I'm so comfortable. Like, I've tasted his power. There's nothing there that I need to worry about. I feel like I'm in control of the fight. And rounds 4 to 8, Fury was so good in that first fight. He was so good. I mean, at the end of the 6th, he was winning on the judges' scorecards. He was winning. So it really was like everything was going his way. But then, of course, round 9 happens. and everything changes. You know, he gets caught with that left. The flipping alert goes off in his head. He's bouncing off all the ropes. He's all at sea. He's saved by the bell. I mean, they are counting. He does stay up thanks to the ropes, but it's a standing count. And, yeah, you know, he does well to not go down, and he does well to see out that round. A lot of people wondering if that round still had another minute in it. You know, would it be a case that he didn't survive that round? Because it would have been very interesting to have seen Usyk trying to follow up with, you know, what he did in that round. So, yeah, lots to kind of get our teeth into. Noah said, who do we think is going to win? Well, I'm leaning Usyk. Usyk won the first fight. This is a rematch which, you know, Fury says he's better prepared for. Of course, there was a lot. We do have to say there was a lot that kind of resulted in Fury struggling in the training camp last time. He had a big cut, didn't he? Which actually postponed the fight. And that cut was a problem during his camp as well. You know, he couldn't really spar because he couldn't afford for that cut to open up. Well, that cut is well healed now. And he's had a full-on proper 12-week training camp. So sparring is something that he's been able to do again, which is obviously great and is going to be beneficial. And I think that is something that I think their team felt was missing last time. But not only has he had a better camp this time, but obviously the tragic news that he and Paris lost a child. She, I believe, was pregnant, and I believe it was lost during pregnancy. So that all occurred last time as well, which of course is going to have a mental impact. I think Fury's very good when he's focused, when he's dialed in, when it's time to fight. I know he's had his mental health issues, but I think when he's in a camp and he's in like beast mode, you know, he doesn't speak to Paris apparently, right? When he's in his camp, I think he locks himself away, and I don't know. I mean, I feel like that's going to have an effect. How much of an effect? Only Fury would ever know that, but it's something monumental that happened last time. And, you know, to our knowledge, there's nothing like that this time. And he's had a proper camp this time. And he's already been in there. And he felt comfortable. And he was winning. And now he has seen how that can all go wrong. I think we're seeing an angry Fury. I think we're seeing a Fury that wants his win back at that, you know, that defeat that he suffered. I think that has really hurt him. I think that's really stung. And I think that him not having the belts... This is, don't get this wrong. He's here for money. He's a prize fighter, but this is definitely one that he wants to win. Just like all his fights, but this one especially. Because I think for the longest time, people said that Usyk was the guy that, you know, he needed to face. And he always dismissed him as a middleweight. And then they actually faced each other and he ended up losing in a fight where he was winning. At the halfway point, Tyson Fury was winning. And that has got to sting, hasn't it? There will be a degree of it was thrown away. I don't think he should view it that way, personally. I don't think he did throw it away. I think that Usyk's just that good, whereby, okay, Fury was winning, but I think Usyk was always going to come back. I think he was always going to find a way back into the fight. And I think even if Fury is winning in this fight, I think Usyk will always find a way back in. We know that his gas tank is so good that rounds 11 and 12, maybe even 10, 11, 12, are probably going to be Usyk rounds. Certainly, if you look at the weight, that's a lot of weight to carry for Fury. So, yeah, so much to get our teeth into. So, Harkarat, shout out to you, my friends. Days, in boxing, what's the biggest fight to make, in your opinion? Genuinely, I would struggle to name a fight bigger than the one we've got to now, this one. Historically, the heavyweight division is the one that brings in the casual fans. It's the one that brings in the most attention. I mean, I think each division has got fantastic fights in there. I think a lot of people would like to see the Canelo-Bivol rematch. I think that would be a monster fight because obviously Canelo suffering a loss was massive news. But of course, you know, he moved up in weight and, you know, that was a tough challenge for him. And I don't think Bivol was really a name that people really recognized. And so, you know, it was a fight that people didn't really pay a great deal of attention to. I think its buy rate, if I remember correctly, was like just over 500,000. And I don't think that it really did the numbers that they were anticipating. But Bivol is not a name, is he? You know, he's not really a household name. So I think a lot of people looked at that and thought, yeah, Canelo's going to win this. And he didn't. And so that now gives you a lot that you can dig into, because the rematch, people I think would want to know, can Canelo get that win back? And Canelo's got to be, boxing-wise, the biggest star they've got from a pay-per-view point of view. But honestly, I mean, the heavyweight division brings a lot of casual viewers. Canelo against Bivol, 500,000 pay-per-view buys. Usyk Fury, 1.5 million pay-per-view buys. So the rematch here today, I've got to think it's going to do about the same. I don't know if it'll do a bit more. It might even do a bit more. Hard to know what would it be in like the 21st of December, how that's going to interrupt things. Are people seeing family? Are people even around to watch this event? Not sure. But I expected to do around that 1.5 million pay-per-view buys. I think there's something about the heavyweight division. I think it conjures up Muhammad Ali and George Foreman and Mike Tyson. I think it conjures up those names. And to be honest, Tyson Fury is such a big global star. You know, I think everyone has an opinion on him, whether you like him or you don't like him. And I think the fact he suffered his first loss and it was so close, I don't even know that Fury against Joshua is bigger, because I think in the UK it probably would be, because I think they're both household names here in the UK. So you put them both in, you're going to get a lot of casual viewers tuning into that. But globally, I don't know that that is bigger than Usyk Fury. So Tank Davis is a massive star. I think if you can find some good matchups for Tank Davis, you could get some big numbers. Whenever we've done like Tank Davis watch-alongs, there's always loads of people that stop by. So from an American point of view, from a US point of view, Gervonta Davis, Tank Davis, I think is someone to really look at. Devin Haney, fantastic boxer. Same with Crawford. Fantastic boxers. But whenever we've done watch-alongs for them, the numbers are good, but nothing bonkers, nothing crazy, nothing like Tank Davis levels. So I feel like, from an American point of view, Tank Davis, I would say, is probably America's biggest star. In regards to globally, it would be Canelo. In regards to the UK, it's probably Fury. And in regards to the biggest fight that can be made, I genuinely think it might be what we're about to see. It's a big deal. Defcon, shout out to you. Said it's been 5 months that I was away. What have I missed? Said Defcon Prime. Let's say everything. You've missed everything. You've missed a really good year in WWE. Boxing-wise, good year. It's been some really fun fights this year. But honestly, I think this fight tonight is the cherry on top. It's such an important fight, because if Fury wins, then he is obviously back in the conversation as to who the best heavyweight is. If Usyk wins tonight, the conversation's done. I think the conversation felt like it was done last time, but we're just getting that little after effect now. I feel like their first fight was the earthquake. This is the aftershock, right? And so if Fury can do it tonight, the conversation as to who the best heavyweight is open, and will stay open until they face for a third time. If Usyk wins tonight, there is no conversation. He's beaten everyone. He's beaten Joshua. He's beaten Dubois. He's beaten Fury. You can maybe try and start making an argument for someone like maybe Dubois and say, oh, he's better now. Or you can make an argument for Parker. I think Dubois, Parker are facing soon. So, you can make, but really, Usyk's beaten everyone of note. He's beaten all the top names. So, for me, this would be it. It's over. Conversation over. If he goes and faces Dubois again, it's a rematch. If he faces Joshua for a third time, he's already beat him twice. If he faced Fury for a third time, he will have beaten him twice. Parker, I just don't see being at that level. So, yeah, I mean, this is it, really, for Usyk. This will cement him. This is it. There's nothing else. There's no one that can challenge him or step in the ring after this that is going to be, oh, if he just wins that, then that's it. To me, who are you going to get? Who could it be? I mean, Dubois could call him out, but he's already beaten him. Parker could challenge him, but Parker is not quite at this level yet. Hrgovic, I mean, I don't know. Jiang, I mean, but none of them are at this level. Wilder has suffered setbacks. He suffered losses. So this is it. This is it. If Usyk wins tonight, it's done. Conversation over. He is the best heavyweight of this generation. Arguably the best fighter of this generation, because he will have unified the cruiserweight division. He will have unified the heavyweight division. He will still be undefeated. And everyone can make arguments about, no, it's Canelo, no, it's Crawford. Can make all these arguments. But, yeah, I think that Usyk has got to be in that pound-for-pound list. So, absolutely monster fight tonight. So looking forward to it. And you missed that bad fight. I don't watch it until WWE comes to Netflix, and it will freeze when Cena wins, says Noah. Missed that bad fight. What was that? The Mike Tyson one against Jake Paul. Oh, mate, that sucked. That was so bad. That really sucked. Yeah, if you did miss that, you are so fortunate. It was absolutely atrocious. That fight was absolutely atrocious. That has got to be... I don't know if it's the worst fight I ever saw, but it is absolutely in the conversation for the worst fight I ever saw. And the only other thing that would rival it would be another Jake Paul fight, to be honest. Yeah, that was really bad. I think for the builds, the magnitude, the amount of people that were tuned in and the excitement for it, I think it was the worst fight that I've ever seen. Because it wasn't just a little thing, was it, that no one had heard of? Like, this thing, 60-odd million tuned in around the world. And I think I heard it reached 100 million with replays and people watching, like, days later and whatever. So, oh, God, it was atrocious. It's one of the worst fights. I'm sure you can find worse, but for the amount of hype and the amount of people that watched it, ugh, horrible. Colin, 1985, Gareth, really appreciate the support, my friends. Days, how are you today? Have a great stream. Well, Colin, 1985, Gareth, really appreciate it, buds. Really appreciate the support. And I hope you're excited. This is our last big stream, really. We do have some other streams to round off the year, but they're, you know, pretty small, to be honest. Tape show things for WWE. Well, nothing next Saturday. Next Saturday, actually, I've got my family round for Christmas, so next Saturday is not a day that I will be here. And then, of course, after that, we're into 2025, so not long until we say goodbye to 2024. This is the last big event of the year, and it's great to have so many people joining us, stopping by, saying hello. I hope everyone is having a good time, a good Christmas. Same to you, Colin, 1985, Gareth. I hope you have a really good Christmas, buds. And yeah, I mean, what a year it's been. It's just been a really fun year. There's been some really great fights and like big wrestling stuff as well. We're primarily a wrestling channel, pro wrestling channel. So we normally do like WWE, and there's been some really big stuff that's gone down this year. But in the boxing world as well, you know, we're talking about, you know, we just spoke about Jake Paul, Mike Tyson, but that did get bonkers views. You know, it has to be the most viewed boxing fight ever, even though it was one of the absolute worst. But just some really good stuff this year, really fun stuff. And hopefully next year we can get more of the same. Mr. Dow Jr. said, if you want to know, Fury Usyk 2 starts at 6 p.m. Eastern. That will be 3 p.m. Pacific and 11 p.m. UK time. It's on DAZN. It's also on TNT Sports over here in the UK. So it's on DAZN, but we've got it on TNT Sports as well. Ring walks are expected to be about 10:50. That's 2:50 Pacific time. So that's interesting. I mean, obviously, we don't quite know if it's going to go exactly that way. I think it stands a good chance because they're pretty good when it comes to being punctual. So right now, we've just got some of the really low undercard fights. I think it's Lapin that's in there at the moment. Who's this upcoming Ukrainian fighter, 10-0 in the light heavyweight division. 86% of people expect him to get the win here against Colin. So, just got that playing on in the background at the moment. But, yeah, it'll soon go. Plenty for us to get our teeth into. Seeb said, once AJ and Usyk call it a day, are you worried for the heavyweight division? Because there's no one. I don't care what anyone says. Dubois is a bum. I'm not worried about the heavyweight division. No, I think that it's actually in really good health at the moment. I think Joseph Parker is... I don't know how long he'll be around for. But he's a former world champion, Joseph Parker, and he's on a really good run right now. So Joseph Parker is in an interesting place. Dubois is a kid, and he's getting better. So Dubois, really, that win over AJ was a big win for him. And, you know, that could be like a real turning point for him. He went in there against Usyk. He did well. He obviously got beaten, but... we're, you know, a little bit removed from that now. If he was to face him in, say, a year's time, that could be very interesting. Obviously, Usyk's getting older. Dubois getting bigger and stronger, more experience. So I actually think, you know, Dubois is, what, 25, 26? If you think that, I mean, like, Fury is, what, 36, 37? Usyk, about the same. So if you think that Dubois still got another 10, 12 years... that's pretty good, to be honest. So, obviously, there is so much excitement around Itauma. Moses Itauma is 19. So, Moses Itauma, 19, 10-0, 8 knockouts at the age of 19. We're talking about a generational talent. We're talking about the next great heavyweight. We're talking about someone that is expected to come in and really... do something in the sport. So I think Moses Itauma is someone that we can get excited about. I think he's someone that could really take this division and, you know, do some stuff with it. So no, I'm not worried. Johnny Fisher, I think, is quite interesting. Colin, I think, is interesting. So there's a lot of names that are kind of around. Just want to make myself a bit taller. There we go. There's a lot of names that are around that haven't really had those kind of breakout moments yet, you know? But I think they will get them as it gets a lot less crowded. And really, it's going to be down to them to, you know, take advantage of press conferences. They'll get big platforms. Like Saudi is not going to go away with its support of boxing. So once we lose Usyk, lose Fury, there will be a void. But there are fighters coming through that can step into that. You know, someone starts stringing some wins together. You know, Moses Itauma starts, you know, grabbing some attention. Johnny Fisher starts grabbing some attention. There's a few, actually. I think, you know, Hrgovic is a very interesting fighter. Whether he could put a bit of a run together, I think he's a bit of a problem. I think Wilder's pretty much done. It's a real shame. I'm not aware of any great American heavyweight. I'm trying to think of some that are, like, coming through. I think if there was like a really good American heavyweight, that would really help the division. If there was a big heavyweight like American that was up there, like we've just had Wilder, you know. But yeah, no, it will be a setback. There's no denying that. It will be a setback to lose these greats. But I do feel like there are some fighters that can slip into there and grow into there. AJ and Wilder can't box. In this era, they were top heavyweights for a decade. It is the worst batch of heavyweights. Usyk is the best, and he's a cruiserweight, said Steven. He is. I mean, but can Fury use that size tonight? That's the big question, isn't it? Can he impose himself? Will it make a difference? He's got a 7-inch reach advantage. He is 6 inches taller than Usyk. He's coming in at 55 pounds heavier than Usyk. These are all great attributes to have. And, you know, he's a great boxer as well. I mean, Fury is a great boxer. He studies boxing. He slip and slides. He's got good head movement. Like, yeah, he can throw. He can find angles. He can work the body. He can go upstairs. Decent combos. Great resilience. Brilliant chin. He loves boxing. He studies boxing. He watches boxing. Like, I sort of feel like he is probably as good a chance as we've got at the heavyweight division to actually defeat Usyk. If it ain't going to be Fury, I don't know who else it could be. And honestly, I mean, I've got Usyk winning tonight, but I think he has a chance. I think that he's got a chance. I think Fury can get it done. I just don't know that he will, to be honest. Because we're having to put faith in Fury changing his approach and that being what works. Now, he can change his approach, but there's no guarantee it works. Because Usyk, it can make changes as well. And I don't know. It's hard to put your faith in that, well, yeah, he's going to do it different this time. And that's going to work. Which is why I've got Usyk winning. Look at the names that were reeling out. Nowhere compared to the lightweight division, said Asib. Yeah, but the names that I've just mentioned have only ever had like 10, 12 fights, and they've been against lower level competition. But these are the fighters that are coming through. So, you know, when it comes to the lightweight division, yeah, that's stacked. And yeah, there's some great names in there. But I mean, we're trying to compare, you know, the question was, are we worried about the heavyweight division? And the answer is no, because I know there's some great names that are coming through. To then compare to the lightweight division, which has got to be one of the best divisions. No, I mean, there's going to be a big setback when you lose an Usyk and you lose a Fury. Like, there will be a big setback. But the idea that the division is going to be dead, or the idea that there's no great fighters that are coming through, that's just not true. There are great fighters. I think the division will be in fine health. Whether it's going to have quite the same level of star power as when Fury was around, well, that's going to be hard, because Fury is such a big personality, and love him or hate him, everyone's got an opinion on him. So it's going to be very difficult for these fighters coming through to kind of fill that void. But yeah, I mean, I think there's still some great fighters coming through, and I think the heavyweight division is still going to be a very competitive, very interesting division, even when those fighters go. Bacoli's got power. I didn't realise, though, he's 32 already, says Mike. Bacoli, yeah. I choose Lapin at -1,000, said A. Jobson. He has a brackish crescent kick. Lapin shall caress the humiliating defeat, said A. Jobson. Well, I think that Lapin is in the lead here. He's really working his jab at the moment, but he did come into this fight as a firm favourite. 86% of people had him winning. -1,000 favourite. Taking on Dylan Colin, who's 14-0 with only 3 knockouts. So Dylan Colin is not bringing any kind of knockout threat here. He's not bringing any kind of power. He is undefeated, though. Tricky little fighter. But this is levels to this, and Lapin is miles ahead. So, yeah, I agree. Lapin should win this quite comfortably. I believe Lapin, the first fighter signed to Usyk's promotional company. So actually he is in the Usyk family. 27 years old. And he's won his last 4 by stoppage. 3 knockouts, 1 corner stoppage. Southpaw, good punching power, undefeated, counter puncher, very accurate, very sharp. He's got a good height advantage as well here. And honestly, he just looks very clean, very tidy, firing out that jab. Pretty straightforward stuff. This is coming towards the end of round 5. Just keeping an eye on things at the moment. But Lapin, very comfortable. Santi said Usyk is 6'3", 225. I think that's probably the ideal size for heavyweight, historically speaking, says Santi. Dort Knight, shout out to you. Said Fury is an all-time great. So that shows how great Usyk is, that he can step up. Usyk is the smartest guy around, and we should applaud that. People forget that Klitschko was champion for like 100 years. Yeah, I think that Fury is an all-time great. I think that he is someone that's cemented his legacy by not only beating Klitschko, but then obviously going through the mental health troubles, and I think that made him very relatable for people. Obviously, there's a lot of people that suffer with mental health, and I know he did a bit of a tour where he actually spoke about that and had like thousands and thousands of people coming to see him speak and like do his meet and greet after and give advice and everything. So, I mean, even for just those things, I think he was very relatable. I think that was a good win over Klitschko. And obviously he then walked away. So for him to have his troubles, think about committing suicide, but bounce back from that. And then it was also beautifully summed up in that fight with Wilder, where he's winning, just like how he was winning and he was a world champion. And then he gets a big setback and he gets put down by Wilder with a shot that would put, you know, every other heavyweight away. And then everyone knows that moment where he gets up. Obviously hotly debated. I've seen people saying that he didn't beat the count and all this kind of stuff. But I think that moment is such an iconic moment in the history of boxing now. I think that is his defining moment, actually, is when he gets up. If we were to talk about the top 10 defining Fury moments, I think number 1 would have to be the moment he got up from Wilder at the end of that first fight in the last round. And I think it just really summed up kind of everyone's relationship with him. Like, he was doing so well. He had a massive setback, but he managed to get back up again. And I think that was a real turning point for him, because then, of course, he goes on to win against Wilder the next 2 fights. Some of the best fights as well. And he got clipped by Wilder and, you know, he took those shots. He got put down, but he got back up again, and he was able to withstand that power. A lot of people, I mean, Wilder just knocking people out with those shots, Fury able to get back up. So I think we've seen skills on display by Fury. We've seen the resilience. He's had good wins, which, all right, maybe those Wilder wins don't age as well now, but his Klitschko win is good. Granted, some people would say it was against an aging Klitschko, but I don't know. I mean, you can only beat what's around. He's withstood the punching power of Wilder. That has to be applauded. The win over Klitschko when other people couldn't get a win has to be applauded. Coming back from his mental health problems has to be applauded. And then, of course, you know, there's a lot of fights like Dillian White, you know, pretty standard affair. Chisora, pretty standard affair. And then he, you know, stepped in and had a horror show against Ngannou. Absolute nightmare. And just got the victory. A lot of people thinking it should have been Ngannou that got his hand raised, but I think that woke him up. And I really thought he put in a good performance first time against Usyk. Even Fury says that was about as good as he could be, really. I mean, and he was winning. I actually saw a breakdown of the fight in the build to this. And they actually show you the judges' scorecards round by round. And at the end of round 9, he is winning the fight on the official judges' scorecards. He is ahead. He is winning. And so, you know, the turning point, of course, is that 9th round. I think at the end of the 7th, he was winning as well. But by the end of the 9th round, with that knockdown and everyone scoring it 10-8, I think that's when he starts to fall behind. And then, you know, the next rounds are a bit muddy. Some he wins, some he loses. And the end is that 2 judges score it Usyk. 1 judge scored it Fury, though. But I think a lot of us were kind of like, oh, I don't agree with that Fury won that fight. I think split decision was actually a little kind to Fury in the end. But it is also true. Take that knockdown out, and Fury wins the fight on the judges' scorecards. It was a really good performance by him, and he was catching Usyk. Some really good body shots. Uppercut was, you know, really working for him, and he knows that. I think you're going to see a lot of uppercuts. Coming out of Tyson Fury in this fight. His jab needs to work better. He's got to land his shots more. His accuracy was down a little bit. Volume is always going to be down against Usyk. That's fine. It's okay for Usyk to be landing a bit more, but I don't think like you can expect that. But when you land, can you cause trouble? Can you really rock Usyk? Because he's going to need to do that. He's going to ideally need to be putting Usyk down, which is going to be so hard. But, you know, he could really do with a 10-8 round in there, really, Fury. If Fury could bank a 10-8 rounds, and ideally early, that's going to give him a nice cushion where, you know, he can then dictate the rest of the fight. But, you know, it's easier said than done, isn't it? I mean, it's going to be so difficult. It's going to be so hard. I think that Jake Paul is going to fight Felix. Trinidad said Mr. Ethan Southampton till I die. Or Dick Van Dyke. Or David Attenborough next year. And it's going to be more scripted than WWE. Apparently he's got a new opponent lined up. I'm not sure who that's going to be though. But apparently there is a new opponent. So I don't know that he's made an announcement yet. He did say that one was incoming, so let's just have a search for Jake Paul and see what we're dealing with. Jake Paul, no, nothing yet. Oh, January, sorry. So this was a couple of days ago. He said big announcement in January, boxing. So looks like he has got another boxing opponent lined up, and it looks like it's going to be announced in January. Obviously, the news came out as well about Logan Paul and Conor. That was pretty crazy. So, I don't know where we're going with that or what's happening with that, but it looks like that's a fight that is in the works. So, that'll be pretty bonkers. Biggest household name that could go one-on-one in the UK is Wallace against Gromit, said Weird Flex Wrestling. Well, they returned to TV, but not in a boxing fight. So yeah, they are back on TV this Christmas, which will be all right. I don't mind a bit of Wallace and Gromit from time to time. I was just thinking about them doing a little boxing thing. I was like, that would be pretty fun, actually. Lots of Street Fighter uppercuts, said Miss Clown. Hello, Miss Clown. Yeah, he had so much joy with that. He's got to get his jab working better. Usyk was able to slip that jab and get on the inside and do the work that needed to be done. And, you know, if you've got that reach advantage, you need to use it. And Fury was kind of like keeping him at bay. But the problem was, in order to maintain that distance, he was backing up. So he was throwing his jab out there and he was backing up. But you can only back up so much. Unless you go round in circles, of course. So he needs to be a bit cleverer with his footwork and a bit cleverer with his movement because he was too lateral. And so he was just moving back on a straight line. And so he would go back to the ropes or he'd go back to the corner. And there's nowhere to go then. And he is not good enough to keep Usyk at bay. He's not good enough to keep Usyk back. Usyk is too elusive. He's too slippy. He can get past the jab, get on the outside, get on the inside, do a bit of work. And, you know, it's not that it's hurting Fury, but I listened to Teddy Atlas, and Teddy Atlas made a really good point. It's not that Fury was, like, hurting in those first rounds, but water was being put in the basement. And so what that means is that, you know, the damage was being done. It just wasn't being felt yet, but it was gonna get felt and it was going to become a problem. But those first few rounds, Usyk's just putting in these shots and, you know, Fury might be like, is that all you've got? No problem. but that has softened the body. And it has softened Fury. And that means that the work that comes 5-6 rounds later is going to be felt more. So even though like those first few rounds it doesn't look in too much trouble, they're quite close. And actually Fury then goes on to have a real good spell between 4 and 8. A lot of work is still being done by Usyk that pays off later in the fight. And I think this is why he can't be taking as much damage, really. He's going to get hit. And, you know, he's going to have to dig deep, and he's going to need all of his resilience. Because I do think this fight's going to go long. Fury only said one word at the weigh-in yesterday. And he didn't even say it down a microphone. They didn't get a chance to speak to him before he went. But one word was said to one of the interviewers, and that was war. That was the only words that Fury spoke yesterday, was the word war. And that is, I think, what he's looking to bring. I don't think he's looking to stay in here for a long time. He said that he's looking for a knockout. He said to Usyk's face, you're effed. You know, you're effed, you're butchered. You're going to be a butchered rabbit. He is very focused, very confident. I think there is a game plan. I think that game plan is move forwards and throw. And I think they're really looking at causing big problems, major problems, as bigger problems as they can cause by moving forward. And you know what? If Fury gets hit, he gets hit. He's going to get hit. If you're moving forward, you're closing the distance. Because if you're moving forward, you're not in control of the distance. Because, of course, Usyk can stand still. And if Fury's moving forward, that distance is getting smaller. And so you're sort of sacrificing the range and the distance and all of that so that you can just close that distance, get in close, do the work you need to do. The problem with that is that Fury is going to take a lot of punishment that is going to be a problem later in the fight. He, I think, is going to gamble on taking shots early so that he can put Usyk away, right? But the problem is, if he doesn't do it, he's going to be in big trouble at the end of the fight. Big trouble. Because these shots accumulate. And we all saw how rocked he was in the 9th. What if he takes even bigger shots and more shots earlier? You know, we could absolutely see the 9th again, but only this time it might come in the 7th. It's going to be a gamble to do this. But if this is what he thinks is the path to victory, if he thinks this is the right way forwards to take the fight to Usyk, to like not leave him alone and actually, you know, go to the body, go upstairs, that uppercut was working. He needed to throw it more. If he's just gonna, do you know what I mean? Beast modes. Maybe treat it like a flipping 8-round fight. I've got 8 rounds to put him away. If I don't, I'm cooked. I'm dead. I'm done. It's over. And so I've got 8 rounds to give everything and just get him out of there. He said knockout. You're done. Serious injury. You'll be waking up in a hospital. And I know this is all talk. But then he weighed in at 262 pounds last time. This time he's weighed in at 281. Like, I get that it's all talk, but when he actually weighs in, like nearly 20 pounds heavier, you go, okay. So it is actually more than just talk, because he has come in heavier because he wants to be, you know, you don't come in heavier if you're planning on going long. You don't come in heavier because you don't want to carry that weight for 12 rounds. You come in heavier to be a wrecking machine. You come in heavier to take people's souls. And that is what Fury is looking to do. He's looking to come in. He's looking to move forwards. He's looking to be a wrecking ball. And he's going to try and put Usyk away. And I don't know that that works. I don't know that that works. I don't know that that's the right game plan. It's the one they've gone with. It's the one they've got confidence with. But I don't know that it works. And I'm very interested to see if it works. I am so excited for this fight. Like, this really is one of the biggest fights of the year. This is one of the most exciting events of the year. I really cannot wait for this fight. I so want to know how this is going to play out. Because Usyk is such an interesting puzzle. He's such an interesting problem that people seem to believe they have the answer for, but no one has figured it out. And if Usyk thinks this is the right approach, then, well, let's see if it is the right approach. But I'm so interested to know the answer of whether it is or it isn't. My gut is telling me it isn't. My gut is telling me that what's actually going to happen is he will land on Usyk, and Usyk will get rocked. He was, you know, there's times where he's feeling it in the first fight, so I've got to think that he's going to be feeling it again here. Like, I think both men know they're going to have to go through a bit of a fire at times, but can I actually see him finding the shot that puts Usyk away? I don't know that I can. I don't know that I can. I don't know that I can see him finding that shot that puts Usyk away. I think that Fury is going to come forward. He's going to get caught. He's going to throw shots. He's going to hurt Usyk. I think he's going to get tired. He's going to get desperate. He's going to get frustrated as we start getting to round 7, 8. And honestly, by the time we get to those rounds, maybe round 9 certainly, if he's forced it and he's tried harder and he's moved forward and he's 20 pounds heavier, 55 pounds heavier than Usyk, who's going to look better in those later rounds? I mean, yeah, okay, it's going to depend on the damage that Usyk has taken, how much he can respond, but this is where the fight is so interesting. Frank Warren said this fight ends. Frank Warren's like, I have no doubt this fight ends. This won't go the distance. Not like the last one. Frank Warren is very confident that Fury finds that finish. So, okay, I'm listening. I'm listening to that. But I just think that Usyk is good enough to survive. He took some big shots last time. I think he'll take some big shots this time. And I can't overlook that conditioning of his. I just think that in rounds 9, 10, 11, 12, they're Usyk rounds for me. They're going to be Usyk rounds. So Fury better be well ahead after 9. He better be like rounds ahead after 9. He is going to need to look good from the very first bell. He is going to need to... Because if this goes decision, I can't see it being Fury. If this goes decision, I can't see it being Fury. Even though Fury was very, very close last time and one judge did give it him, I think we can all agree that judge was probably off. I think a lot of us had Usyk, if not all of us had Usyk, winning that last fight by decision. I think there was surprise when it was split. So I'm struggling with that. Usyk wins rounds. I think Fury wins moments. But does he find a big enough moment? Edward, hello, said Days. I've got Usyk winning by stoppage. Round 9 or 10. I think Fury will be better, but I think that Usyk will be better as well. But I do want Fury, but I just can't see it. What's your prediction? Same. I think a lot of us are in the same boat, actually. I think a lot of us are thinking the same sort of thing that I think a lot of us would like to see Fury do it. I think Fury is someone that has given a lot to British sports and certainly British boxing. And I think it would be great to see him get those titles back. I mean, it would be great to get those titles back because, of course, that would set a third fight with Usyk, which would be fantastic. Obviously, if Joshua can win his next fight and Fury can win his next fight, then you've got to think that they're on a collision course. I mean, they've been circling around each other so much. The British people still want to see it, but for it to be something that grabs the world's attention, you need both fighters winning, right? So, I mean, listen, Dubois against Fury would be a fun fight to make. Parker against Fury, if Parker beats Dubois, would be a fun fight to make. There are fights for Fury. I mean, listen, there's fights for Fury even if he loses, but obviously the interest is bigger if he wins. So Fury doesn't have to retire. I mean, Usyk for me is the flag bearer, the gold standard, the top of the tree. So he doesn't have to retire if he loses. It's no problem. But he's no longer the greatest heavyweight of this generation. And that will hurt Fury. But I think Fury is very motivated by money, and he said that there's more money to be made here, so that's why I don't think he walks away if he loses. And I don't think that Usyk walks away either, to be honest, because Usyk is talking about going back to heavyweight, cruiserweight. He's talking about going back to cruiserweight and actually fighting at cruiserweight. So I don't think he is thinking of walking away. He could walk away from the heavyweight division if he wins tonight. I don't see a need for him to stick around, to be honest. I think it's point proven. I said that earlier. I don't think there's any heavyweight out there that... I don't think anyone would say he dodged anyone. I don't think anyone would say, oh, if only he'd fought Dubois again. Or oh, if only he'd fought Parker. Or I don't know who you're going to come up with. I don't think there is anyone. I don't think you can make an argument that he's dodged anyone. So for me, I think, yeah, if it's absolutely fine for him to pick up this victory, and then, you know, if he walks away, he walks away and goes to cruiserweight. He's already said he quite fancies reunifying that, being undisputed of that again. I don't know why, to be honest. I don't know why he wants to do that at this age. I don't know if it's just a test that he's got, or he just thinks he can do it, and I don't know. I mean, you've already done it. You've done it, and you've done heavyweight. Going back, I don't know that it adds much to your legacy. But then, you know, you ask the question, well, what would, to be honest? If you've cleaned out the heavyweight division, you'd already cleaned out the cruiserweight division. Like, what do you do after that? Retire? I don't know. Going back and reunifying cruiserweight is what he said he wants to do, so... But let's have a look, shall we, and see what you lot are saying. So we've had 635 votes. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We've got over 300 people joining us, which is good, considering we're still like 5 hours away from the start of our main event. So, yeah, if you are joining us and you've not left a like, leave a like. Really appreciated. I think for a stream that hopefully is going to do some okay numbers, we will be looking for this to get to 1,000 to end the year off with 1,000 likes. In regards to our poll, again, keep voting. We're coming up actually to 650 votes, which is good. And I can tell you the breakdown. So Fury by stoppage, 33%. Usyk by stoppage, 27%. Usyk by decision, 21%. Fury by decision, 19%. So Fury by stoppage, 34% is the one that you lot have gone with. But you do like Usyk by stoppage as well. That's only 7% behind. So seems like Fury is definitely the pick at the moment, but it is actually quite close. It is actually quite close. Right. Hello. Love the stream, said Eleanor. Eleanor, shout out to you, my friends. I've got Usyk by stoppage in the later rounds. One thing of this fight is that it's not going to go to decision. Yeah, Eleanor, that is what a lot of people are saying. You are bang on. Frank Warren has predicted that. Usyk himself has predicted that. I think they asked... Sorry, Fury has predicted that. Usyk, I think they asked. And I don't think I saw him specify. I think he's just so good. He's just going to react. I think he is ready for a Fury that stays on the back foot. And I think he's ready for a Fury that comes forwards. I think he's prepared for both. I think that he will do what he needs to do, and I'm sure he's been sparring and getting ready for both of those options. So for him, I don't think it matters, really. He's ready to fight wherever the fight goes. So, but I don't think he can quite call it till he knows what Fury's going to do. This does feel like a fight where Fury is going to really dictate how this plays out. I don't think Usyk's going to dictate. I don't think he's big enough to dictate. I think it's down to what Fury wants to do. If Fury wants to be on the back foot, that's going to take the fight a certain way. If he's going to be on the front foot, that's going to take the fight a certain way. Back foot means it's a lot more likely we get to decision, just like the first fight. Front foot means more likely we get a stoppage because he's coming forwards. He's not in retreat. He's looking to you know, we might see Usyk a little bit more in retreat, but Usyk actually wants to get in close. Usyk does his best work when he's in the pocket. I mean, he's not got a reach advantage, Usyk. He's got a massive disadvantage. Doesn't work for him to stay out of striking range. The only thing it does is it just means that he avoids like that nasty uppercut from Fury, but he's going to have to put himself in those positions to land, to be honest. He's the smaller guy, the much smaller guy. You know, it is very much risk-reward for Usyk, and this is why his skills are so impressive, because in order to land and get the volume and get the shots off, he has to put himself in harm's way. And he gets caught. He will get caught. He got caught last time. He'll get caught this time. But he showed that he's got a chin, that he's good enough to withstand it. So again, what can Fury do this time that's going to be any different to last time? The only thing is, he did catch Usyk in the 5th, I think it was. Body shots and uppercuts. And a lot of people were saying that he didn't go for the kill in the 6th. And I think part of that might have been because he felt that he was ahead. He felt confident that he was winning the fight. He didn't want to force anything. And I think that was why he didn't go for the kill. This time, I think he will, because the great advantage for Fury this time is they fought before. He was winning before, and now he knows that it can all change. That win, that victory can very quickly be snatched away. And I think that was a big lesson learnt for Tyson Fury, because he was showboating. You know, he was in the corner, like, doing all this stuff. And he spoke after. He was saying, like, the reason why I was doing that is because I felt like I was well ahead. I tasted his power. It was no problem. I was just so comfortable. Just did not feel like a problem whatsoever. So in his mindset in that moment, he's got this fight won. And then you get to the end and he's lost. And so this is why we're seeing a much more focused Fury this time. This is not a laughing and a joking Fury. And I don't expect to see any showboating this time. I think this is a Fury that's just going to be looking for the kill. Just going to be looking for the finish, which is why I agree with Eleanor. I don't think we see this go the distance, or at least I don't think they're planning on this going the distance. But you never know. Best laid plans can always go astray, and we could still end up reaching the distance if neither guy can find that big shot that puts the other away. Edward said, Days, with Usyk saying that he's going back down to cruiserweight, in my opinion, that's got to mean the likes of AJ and Fury could fight for the world titles, WBC or something. AJ could win a belt, and so does Fury, says Edward. Well, maybe, but obviously we've got Daniel Dubois that's really come through. Daniel Dubois, I don't think, was seen as much of a problem a year or two ago. He was seen as like a rising star, but he got that big win over Anthony Joshua. He got that big win over Joshua, and the problem is Dubois is only going to keep getting better as well, whereas Joshua is, in my mind, on a decline. You know, Joshua losing to Dubois is a big red flag, isn't it? That's not a defeat that I think we anticipated for Joshua. I think we all thought Joshua would get that win. I think in a lot of people's minds, Joshua was probably number 3 in the heavyweight division, with Fury at 2 and Usyk at 1. So Joshua losing to Dubois was definitely not in the scripts. And I don't know. I don't know where that leaves Joshua. We haven't heard about who his next fight's going to be. We have heard that it won't be a warm-up fight. They're not going to give him, like, some Baby Miller or something like this, you know? Big Baby Miller. They're not going to give him any kind of tune-up fight. He's done all of those. So now, you know, like Pulev and whatever. Now it's going to be, you know, big names, big fights. It's now or never for Joshua. But the problem is, it could absolutely be never. That loss against Dubois was a big loss. That was a real eye opener, and maybe it's done. Your time at the top, at the very, very top, is limited. And that's actually, I think, something a lot of heavyweights have been waiting for with Usyk. You keep hearing them talk about how, you know, at what point does it catch up with Usyk? Because, you know, your speed and your movement, they will decline, and they will be amongst the first to decline. And that is what he relies on. And it does feel like we can't be too far away from, you know, that decline. It might already be declining. The Usyk we see tonight might not have that little extra step that the Usyk from 5 years ago had, you know? So, yeah, with Joshua, I don't know. To be honest, though, the problem that they're going to have if Usyk wins tonight, the problem that the heavyweight's going to have is that they'll always be seen as being in Usyk's shadow whilst Usyk's around. They'll always be seen as not really being the heavyweight champion. Like, yeah, all right, they got the belt, but they're not better than Usyk. And that's, you know, going to be an asterisk and a bit of a black cloud that hangs over if Usyk wins. I actually think it would be better for boxing if Usyk lost tonight. It would be better for Usyk if Usyk wins, of course. If Usyk wins, it cements him as the best, but then we lose him and he goes to cruiserweight, and whoever gets the belts after will not be seen as being as good as him. So, yeah, for me, it's going to be much more beneficial if we actually get Fury winning, and then that'll set up the third fight, and it, you know, keeps things going. And even if Fury wins and then loses the third, at least there would be a seed of doubt that Usyk was at least beatable at heavyweight, you know? At least then it's not an absolute foregone conclusion. No, he would have won. He never lost. No, he did lose to Fury that second time. And so, you know, could Itauma have beaten him? Could Dubois have beaten him when he was 30? You know, it would put that seed of doubt in there. I do feel like it would be better for boxing if Fury was to win, but again, I don't know. It's so hard to make an argument for it. You've just got to really have faith that the changes that he's going to make are the changes that finally solve this puzzle. But this is a puzzle that no one has been able to solve. After the main event starts, it'll be after 10, said Joe, yeah. So we do have a bit of time still to go, but time is going by quickly. We've been streaming for an hour and 15 already. We've been talking about Fury and Usyk for an hour and 15 minutes. Obviously, we've just been keeping an eye on the action. Lapin getting the victory in the last fight. Now we are underway with our next fight. They're doing really well, actually, of getting through these undercard fights and not having them stick around too much. So this is McGrail against Edwards that we've got right now. We've already had the Lapin fight. We've had the Novytskyi fight as well. So we've still got Isaac Lowe against Lee McGregor, Johnny Fisher against Dave Allen, Moses Itauma against Demsey McKean, Bohachuk against Davis, and then, of course, our main event of Usyk Fury. So we've still got a few fights left to go, but it's fine. There's still plenty for us to get our teeth into. A. Jobson said, I could almost guarantee that Fury will gas tonight, said A. Jobson. Could be Jiang next for AJ, said low hanging fruit. Well, Jiang's obviously a very interesting fighter because didn't he lose to Dubois? I think Dubois beat Jiang, didn't he? And that, I thought, was a real setback for Jiang. But then, did Jiang beat Wilder? I'm trying to remember the matchups that we've had with Jiang this year. Jiang is a really interesting fighter. He's not quite that top level. Yeah. So, he lost to Hrgovic in 2022 by unanimous decision. That was, I believe, his first loss, and that was a real setback because then it showed that level under Joshua Fury Usyk. We're trying to figure out who is coming through, and these were the two, really. It was either Hrgovic or Jiang. It was one of them. You know, Wilder was in that pot as well at the time, but it was either Hrgovic or Jiang. And so Jiang losing to Hrgovic was a real setback, right? But then he beats Joe Joyce twice, which were really great wins for him, and actually just exposed Joe Joyce. Joe Joyce, I don't know that he's fought after that, actually, Joe Joyce. So Joe Joyce's last fights, has he fought after the Jiang ones? Oh yeah, he's got that loss. I forgot about that. He's got that loss to Chisora. Oh yeah, I think he's done, isn't he? I think Joyce is done. I think it's done for him. He's 39 now. I think he had a little run. He had that great win over Daniel Dubois in 2020. Then he beat Carlos Takam. He had that great win. I think that win over Parker really took it out of him. It was an 11th round stoppage by Joe Joyce. But honestly, he got battered. I mean, his chin, I think, probably broke in that fight. That was the fight that probably broke him. Even though he won, I think it took so much out of him. And then he's gone on to lose twice to Jiang, and he's gone on to lose to Chisora. So, anyway, back to Jiang. He lost to Hrgovic, but then 2 good wins over Joe Joyce. Then he lost to Joseph Parker. It was Parker that he lost to. A win over Deontay Wilder in 2024 is, I don't know what that means. I think it means something, but I don't think it means anywhere near as much as when Fury got the wins over him. So, yes, it could be Jiang next for AJ, but I don't know that is... It's the level below in it. For me, Fury should beat Jiang. And Usyk should beat Jiang. I feel like he is that level below. But then, is Joshua now that level below? You know, Joshua just lost to Dubois. So maybe that is the fight to make. Maybe that is the level that Joshua is at. And maybe the winner of that fight then gets themselves, you know, a title opportunity back in the conversation. But I think the point remains that whoever wins this fight, I mean, certainly if it's Usyk, I think there is no doubt in my mind that he's the guy. I cannot make an argument for any heavyweight that he will have dodged. I can't say, well, yeah, but he's still got to face Joshua, you know? Or, yeah, but he's still got to face... I mean, Jiang has got a loss. In the last 2 years, he's lost to Hrgovic, he's lost to Parker. I can't make an argument for Jiang being, like, you know, someone that Usyk has to face. He's already beaten Joshua. Wilder, I just don't think is the fighter that he was. Joe Joyce is wrecked, broken. He's already faced Dubois and beaten him. Hrgovic, was it Hrgovic that Dubois beat them? It was either Jiang or it was Hrgovic, and so I'm guessing it was Hrgovic. Hrgovic looked like someone that I really thought was going to come through and was really going to be a problem in the heavyweight division. But yeah, that he seems to have got a bit busted. So yeah, that was his only loss though. But he's got some good wins. He's got a win over Jiang. He's got a win over Demsey McKean. And then he goes up against Daniel Dubois and ends up losing TKO round 8. First loss. So Hrgovic was someone that was coming through, but massive setback losing to Daniel Dubois. But Daniel Dubois beating Hrgovic, beating Anthony Joshua. Daniel Dubois, in my mind, is starting to establish himself as being the best of that next level underneath. I mean, Daniel Dubois against Jiang would be a very interesting fight. That would be a very interesting fight. Because Daniel has beaten, you know, Daniel's got 2 losses. His first one was against Joe Joyce, which I think he wins now. I think both of their careers have gone in completely different directions. Daniel's just got better. Joe Joyce has just got worse. Joyce has just lost, you know, earlier this year to Derek Chisora. So I think Daniel Dubois gets a win over Joe Joyce if they face in 2025. I don't think we need to worry about that. And so the only other loss on his record is Usyk. That's it. You know, he's got wins over Trevor Bryan. He's got a win over Big Baby Miller. He's got a win over Hrgovic. He's got a win over Anthony Joshua. Like, this CV is starting to look pretty good. So, I don't know what's next for Dubois. I think that would be very interesting. It could be Jiang. I don't know that he needs Jiang. I don't know if it'd be Fury. I don't know if it would be Usyk. I don't know. But there's no one Usyk is dodging. And Joshua, yeah, Jiang would make sense. But for me, Jiang is definitely that next level down in the heavyweight division. Really, really interesting stuff, though. I love the heavyweight division. I think there's some really good fighters that are in this division. Some very interesting matchups. Lots to be excited about. And, yeah, we're going to get an absolute banging fight tonight. Wrestle with Andy, hello. Said, what's your dream influencer fight? I would love to see Francis against Jake. What, Francis Ngannou against Jake Paul? Yeah, I'd love to see that. I don't really have a dream influencer fight, I don't think. I mean, I don't mind with Misfits, because I think Misfits is its own world, and I think that they're just doing what they're doing, and I think that they take it serious, and the quality has improved. And I know that a lot of people want to hate on influencer boxing, and I totally understand it. Totally get why. But a lot of people say it's a disgrace to boxing, and I find myself disagreeing, because I think these kids do take it serious. Certainly, like the top end of the card. I think there's clearly people that get in there that just want the exposure. And I do think that there's people that get in and, you know, they don't know how to box. It doesn't look like they've put much training in. And so I agree. Those ones are bad looks for boxing, right? But I don't know that it's a bad look for boxing. I think it's more of a bad look for those people. I don't look at those fights and go, oh, God, this is a bad look for boxing. I got to tell you, I look at Jake against Mike Tyson as being a bad look for boxing. I've got more issue with Jake Paul against Mike Tyson than I do Salt Pappy against Slim, you know? I think that what Jake did with Tyson is way more damaging, immeasurably more damaging than what you get out of Misfits. Because with Misfits, you got two non-boxers that, you know, we know are non-boxers stepping in there and having a fight. And, you know, if the fight sucks, well, you knew what you were getting, yeah? You knew that you was getting two people that don't know how to box stepping into a boxing ring. So for me, I look at that and I'm like, well, yeah, I mean, I know what I'm getting with this. And I think that actually some of the top-end fighters, they're okay. I don't think they'd do a great shake in proper boxing, but they can throw. They got good movement. They got some decent volume, some good power in there as well. And Slim and Salt Poppy, you know, there's some decent fighters, right? Anthony Taylor, I think, you know, good. Dean the Great, good fighter, yeah. So there are some decent fighters. But yeah, for me, what flipping Jake did with Mike Tyson was absolutely appalling, because a lot of people tuned in with love and affection for Mike. And sometimes people need saving from themselves. I know the argument could be, well, he's a grown man, he can make his own decisions. But if you're going to offer someone that much money, they're going to, you know, there's a good chance they're going to take it. And sometimes these people need saving from themselves. That fight was good for Jake from a financial point of view, but it hurt his reputation, because really you're taking someone that we love and you are showing really how old and kind of broken they are now. You're showing that really the Mike Tyson we loved in the 80s is long gone. He doesn't exist anymore. He's not around anymore. There's a man walking around called Mike Tyson that has all those memories, but that savage, that fighter, yeah, I don't even know if we got much of a glimpse. You know, we might have seen a second or so in the first round. Like the first round, I think you can make an argument we might have just seen a flicker. But outside of that, it was atrocious. And honestly, I just think it was such a bad look. It was such a bad fight. I could totally understand someone that has never watched boxing hearing the name Mike Tyson, one of the all-time greats, tuning in on Netflix. The hype was through the roof. And then watching that. And I could totally understand if they then say, boxing isn't for me. This actually, I've given it a go. I watched it and I was bored. And actually it then turns them off boxing, right? I don't think you get that with influencer boxing. With influencer boxing, you get kids tuning in that are excited and are buying into, oh my God, who's going to win on this? And if they watch a bit of a boring fight, chances are the very next fight will be okay. Like, they're watching the whole card. They don't just watch the main event. They watch the whole cards. Misfits does a good job of actually building up the whole cards. I think with big fights like this, I'm not too worried about this undercards. I don't need to be. People are tuning in for the main event. People, listen, if you're a hardcore boxing fan, you're going to be a bit more interested. But the casuals that are tuning in, they're interested in that main event and not much else. And the exact same with with Jake Paul and Mike Tyson. People tuned in for that main event. Now, certainly they had a great co-main event with Katie Taylor against Amanda Serrano. But if you're a casual fan, someone that's heard of Mike Tyson, I don't know that you've heard of Katie Taylor. I don't know that you've heard of Amanda Serrano. Big if you're into your boxing, and an amazing fight. And their first fight was one that we did a watch along for. So definitely appealed to me. And I was absolutely loving it. But yeah, when it comes to those events, people tune in for the main events. And, you know, they got 60 million people tuning in because of the name Mike Tyson. And that, I think, did more damage than Misfits boxing events and that kind of influencer boxing scene. So, yeah, I don't know that I have a dream influencer kind of fight, to be honest. It's something that I watch, and it's something that I know that our community enjoys. But for me, yeah, it's its own space, really. It's its own kind of world, and I don't think really it should be mixing over, because I think then you start to, that's when it can hurt boxing. Jake Paul is, in my mind, a proper boxer who I think would do well in boxing. I don't know where he would get. I don't know what level he would reach. I certainly don't think he would be a world champion, but I think he would do well. You know, we've seen him up against journeyman and he picks up wins, yeah? So if he went up against, you know, slightly better fighters than that, I think he would get wins. And I don't know where his level would be. Is it top 200? Is it top 100? I don't know, right? But because we never see him fight proper fighters. But I think there is a boxer there. You've got a kid that has dedicated himself to boxing. And I really appreciate that. I think the work he has put in is something that we should applaud, because he looks great. He's in a fantastic shape. Granted, it helps if you've got the money he's got. He's got a nutritionist. He's got the best camp. I get it. But you've still got to do that work. You've still got to put that work in. And he's definitely done that. He loves boxing. He's dedicated himself to boxing. I think he's massively improved. And I think there is a boxer there. But I don't know where that level is. For me, him going up against these names that are below him, to me, this is a big problem. It's a big problem. Because he's going up against names, and hopefully the world has now caught on. You know, if he's going to face a Darren Till, if he's going to face a MMA fighter, hopefully the world has caught on now, and hopefully the world is aware that he is a proper boxer trained in that one discipline, not the multiple disciplines like jiu-jitsu, judo, boxing, you know, wrestling. Like, you have to train in all of that if you're an MMA fighter. He just focuses on one thing, drills hard on that one thing, and then beats people that have to be skilled in lots of things and wins. So for me, put him in there with boxers, better boxers, get that level going up. And that is what Jake should be doing. And that's what people want to see. And that's what people would applaud. The only thing is, because the boxers he'll face don't have name power or star power, he wouldn't get great views. But this is where Jake has to make a decision. Do you want to be a boxer, and do you want to go for a world title? And do you want to do that? If so, that's the path you should be taking. Or do you want just money? Like, sometimes the two things don't go hand in hand. Sometimes you can't have everything. If you want to be a world champion, you're going to have to face boxers that are proper boxers that don't have much of a name, but they are the tests that you should be testing yourself against. And if you want to go down that path, then that's the path you're going to have to take, right? And it might not bring you your fortune, but there is more to life than a fortune. And you've made a fortune anyway. So wouldn't you rather test yourself and see what level you're at? So you can go down that path, right? This is why it annoys me when he talks about being a world champion. Because there's a path he should be taking in my mind that he refuses to take because it doesn't bring him the money that he wants. So then the other path is, do you faff around with names that's going to bring you money but ain't going to improve your skills? What the flip did he learn from facing Mike Tyson? That he can beat a 60-year-old man. You know? I mean, he's already fought in front of a massive crowd. I mean, granted, 60-odd million watching at home is, you know, a number bigger than he's ever fought in front of. But do you even feel that? Do you even know that when you're in the ring? That there's 60 million people watching? Like, I don't think he learnt a great deal or got a great deal from that. I don't think he got a great deal out of the Diaz fight. I don't think he got a great deal out of a lot of his recent fights, actually. I think that, you know, you can't have both. You've got to pick a lane. And this is why when he keeps talking about becoming a world champion, it's so frustrating because you're not doing what you need to do to get to that. And we can see this. And this is why people get frustrated, because it's quite clear that he's just going up against fighters with name value to just make as much money as he possibly can. And we keep falling for it. You know, I keep watching his fights, but I keep watching his fights because the interest is there. You know, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I don't know what the future holds. After it'd be very interesting to see who he names in January, actually, because I think there's a big backlash to that Mike Tyson fight. I think there's a lot of people that are done with Jake Paul fights. I think that really was a moment where he sort of jumped the shark. He's gonna need, I don't know what he's going to announce. Either he announces a boxer and he now properly goes down the road he should go down. People won't tune into it, but there is more to life than fortunes, right? Testing yourself, seeing what your limits are. That might not bring you money, but it could bring fulfillment, and it can, you know, challenge you, and, you know, maybe he goes down that road. If he does that, you can't really be down on that, right? If he names someone we've never heard of, but it's going to be a test for him because they're ranked 110th in the world, okay, I can understand that. And actually, that would, for me, be a good way to bounce back from what was an absolute putrid fight with Mike Tyson. The alternative is that he names another name like flipping Conor McGregor or someone like this. But I really hope the world has learnt now. I really hope the world has learnt that, you know, if they're not a boxer, Jake Paul probably wins. I mean, obviously I can't say every time because it depends on who it is, but if he's going to name another MMA fighter, Jake Paul wins. And I hope people know that. I mean, it's going to have to be a retired boxer, but it's going to have to be a retired boxer that's only just retired. Amir Khan might be interesting, but Amir Khan was at a lighter weight, has been retired for a couple of years now. His recent performances were nowhere near as good as he used to be. So even Amir Khan would be a bit like, I don't know. He's a proper boxer, though. When did Amir Khan last fight? I mean, Amir Khan, from a weight point of view, would be a bit of an issue. But that's a name that I've heard being bandied around. He actually hasn't fought for 2 years, Amir Khan. And when he last fought, he lost. So he lost to Kell Brook, February 2022. So if Amir Khan was the name, it would probably be 3 years since Amir Khan last fought. And when he did last fight, he lost his last fight. Granted, it was to Kell Brook, which is not a bad loss, but and he's got losses to Canelo. He's got a loss to Terence Crawford. Again, not bad losses. Crawford loss was in 2019. Canelo loss was in 2016. He had a couple of losses before that, but yeah, I don't know. Amir Khan would be interesting. How old is he? It'd be better. He's 38, but he won't have fought for 3 years. And, you know, he fought at lightweight, welterweight, middleweight, you know? I mean, this is someone that I don't really think should be stepping in with, like, Jake Paul that's just fought at heavyweight. But I don't know, would that be a bit more interesting? I don't know. How would people feel for Jake Paul against Amir Khan? Would that be something that would be interesting? He won silver at lightweight in 2004, but he did compete up to like middleweight. So yeah, it's going to be names like that in it. Days, what's your thoughts on Sheik having an AI judge for tonight? I don't know how I feel about it. It seems like boxing is becoming more and more like fantasy boxing, and it's not the same. Well, apparently I heard that the AI judge is not going to count to the scorecards, so I don't think we need to worry about that. So I'm actually for it, because I think there may be, hopefully, going about it the right way. So there is, I heard an AI judge tonight. I don't know how true that is, but I've seen that doing the rounds as well. But I also heard it will not count towards the scoring. But I'm actually for it, because I think what you do is you run 100 fights with an AI judge, and then you look to see what the output is. You look to see the accuracy, and you make your little tweaks, whatever. But what if that AI judge is, you know, I mean, I think if you've got some, you know, like face detection technology, right, that can detect people's faces, there must be some technology that can detect when a punch lands, right, rather than someone sitting there and pressing a button. There must be some technology that can tell if a punch has landed. Put cameras all the way around the ring, right, all the way around, and have the technology trained so that when a punch lands, it can tell if it connected, it can tell if it was significant, it can tell if it was a jab or an uppercut, you know, or a hook shot. There must be a way in this modern world where we can get technology to that point. That data can then be fed into a software system that then can accurately score the round. You know, looking at the numbers that come in, this person landed that many shots, they landed this many shots. If there's a knockdown, the referee can press a button to say it's a knockdown. That gets registered. All these numbers come through, and this data comes through, and you know, maybe even there could be like a human that puts in like damage that was sustained that round, unless facial detection can pick up on damage as well. Maybe we get to the point where facial recognition can actually tell a face and body deteriorating over the rounds, right? Maybe we get to that point where we don't even need that. The cameras can do that as well. And I think it would be very interesting to see if we have that technology, and if it works, and what scores it comes out with. Because what if that you do it 100 times, and 100 times it's bang on. 100 times you go, okay, yeah, I can see those numbers. They are in line with what my eyes did and what we scored, and that is correct. And actually, you know, then we've got a system that is more accurate than the human judges. And if that can be proven, I don't see why that is not an exciting future for boxing, actually. I'm fine with relying on technology. I listen, there's human error. I mean, the current system of, you know, the last fight, for example. Last fight was a split decision between Fury and Usyk. One judge scored the fight as Fury being the winner, and two went with Usyk being the winner. And I think even their scorecards were different, right? So, and I'm sure you've seen fights before where the three different scores. Someone goes for fighter A, someone goes for fighter B, but it was close. But then the other person has fighter B, but it was a wide distance. The current system doesn't work. How can you have three judges scoring the fight three different ways?
3 humans sat there scoring the fight 3 completely different ways. That can't be right. That can't be right. Surely we have a system and we have rules and we can all say who won the fight, you know? For example, in a football match, if it's 2-0, it's 2-0. Right? If a team wins 2-0, they've won the game, haven't they? 3-0, whatever, at the end of the game. That's it. There's not really much discussion. There might be the odd little moment that gets picked over, like was he offside or whatever. But at the end of the day, we can all see the score. We can all know who won. With boxing, when it gets to the judges, we get to the point where we can have 3 different outcomes. Imagine if a football match ended and we had to figure out who had won and we didn't use goals. We just tried to figure out if we had goals, who would have scored. And you had judges going, well, I think Liverpool would have got 3. But then the other teams, like, or the other person's like, I think Man United would have actually won by 2. Oh, no, I think it would have been Liverpool, but I think it would have been by what? Like, that's what boxing is. It's people guessing as to who they think has won the fight, who would have gone on to have won the fight, who did win the action that we saw. And for me, like, if you've got fights on a regular basis where you're getting 3 different outcomes, surely that needs to be addressed. Surely that needs to be fixed. And if AI can do that accurately, actually look at the data and like look at damage, look at, you know, who was dictating the pace. Might be difficult with, like, judging who's on the front foot and whatever, but again, you know, there's ways that can be figured out. We've all seen heat maps and things like that in football games. So again, I think there's a lot of technology used in sport. There's a lot of, like, VAR and camera work. There's you know, you can take stuff from American football. You can take stuff from football in Europe, soccer. You can take stuff from other sports, other combat sports. I feel like if we was to bring a lot of that technology together, I think you could end up with something that would be more accurate than human judges. But I don't know. Some people might say, oh, it's just pie in the sky. It will never work. Till you try it, you don't really know, to be honest. So I would be down for it. I mean, I think let's try it. I think it's right that it doesn't go towards the scores. I think it's right that it's just sort of playing out in the background for now. But ultimately, it might get somewhere. And it could be really good for the sport. So, yeah. Mr. Dal Jr. said, if you want to know when Fury Usyk 2 is starting, then it's about 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific, and it is 11 p.m. UK time. Yeah, there is a little way to go, but it is actually getting closer. You know, when we started this stream, we were looking at like 6 hours. We're now looking at 4. So, I mean, it's really going by quite quickly. A. Jobson, shout out to you, buds. Edward said, Days, if I'm honest, the boxer I would have Jake fight would be Vidal Riley. He's 1 rank higher than Jake on the cruiserweight list, with Jake being at 110, Vidal being at 109, but Vidal kills him. I actually didn't know that Jake was ranked in the cruiserweight list, so that's interesting. I didn't know he was at 110, so that's interesting. So just outside that top 100, I think, yeah, I agree with you then. I think that sells the fight to me. That is a fight that I would be interested in. I don't even think you necessarily go with the names. It's not like, oh, let's go for Vidal Riley because, you know, he's well known or whatever. I think what sells that fight to me is it's Jake being at 110, taking on someone that's at 109 to really establish, like firmly establish, is Jake better than where he's at in the rankings? Or is it that we've been, you know, they've been too kind to him and actually he shouldn't be that high. He should be outside the 150. If he beats Riley at 109, that says to me that not only is he in the right place, but he should be in that top 100s. He should actually be a bit higher. And so I think that's a really interesting matchup for that reason. If you hadn't told me where they were ranked, I would, to be honest, wouldn't be that fussed. But yeah, him being ranked at 110 and facing someone at 109 or someone in the top 100. I mean, I don't know who's at 99, But, like, if he could beat someone at 99 or 95, if he beats them, then he gets into the top 100. I think that sells the fight. I think Jake is now bidding to break into the top 100 cruiserweights in the world. You know, for him to be classed as being one of the top 100 cruiserweights on the planet, I think that is a real achievement for Jake. That's a real achievement. That is something very tangible to say that you're one of the top 100 cruiserweights on the planet. That is quite interesting. I think that adds something to the fight. Word of Wrestling said Usyk should win, but the whole thing now is to get them into a third fight. Well, I don't think that this is going to be rigged. You can call me naive. I understand that these things happen in boxing, but I do think that Saudi Arabia are trying to go about things the right way. I think if they were found, I think that the risk is too big. If they were found to be guilty or be involved in such a thing, it would just bring down the whole Saudi Arabian thing. Certainly, well, actually, yeah, all of the sport. If they were found to be rigging any of their kind of sporting events, who would want to tune into any of the Saudi Arabian shows? I mean, Saudi Arabia are fighting a battle anyway because, of course, there's lots of human rights question marks. And so Saudi Arabia is sports washing, right? That's what people always say. They're sports washing. They're trying to erase the bad human rights issues by putting on some of the best sporting events that people want to tune into. And then, of course, they bombard you with propaganda of here we are in this beautiful theme park, in this beautiful place that's been built. This place is getting better, blah, 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 blah. I mean, like, all the fighters, all the promoters talk about, you just can't get treated better than anywhere here. They are so and it's all propaganda, right? That is the sports washing that they're doing, right? So that, you know, that's kind of what you have to put up with to get these great fights, is you have to hear about how amazing Saudi Arabia is. And I'm sure it is, but obviously there's big question marks around their human rights issues and whatnot, which I have heard is, you know, getting better. I think it is something they genuinely are looking at addressing, and, you know, they, I think, know that that is a perception that needs to change for them. So I don't want to paint them in a light that's not fair, but that is where we've been. Like, we're not lying. I'm not lying. That is how the world views them. That is the problem that they've got. That is the challenge that they're having to overcome, is the fact that there's been these questions, right? But anyway, if they're found to be dodgy and corrupt and really getting involved in the sport, and people were winning because, you know, it was pre-arranged and whatever, that would sink everything. That would sink all of not only the boxing, but any sport that comes from Saudi Arabia, because, you know, the same people, Turki Ali Sheikh's in charge of all of that. And you would think that corruption probably has permeated all the other sports as well. So it's just not worth it's not worth it. It's not worth it for them to run those risks. Like, just put on the best sport you can, let the fighters fight, and, you know, let it be honest. Otherwise, you could bring down everything. I really don't think worth the gamble. But I mean, is there a more corrupt sport than boxing? It could be going on and they don't even know it, to be honest. It could be going on and the Saudis might not even be involved in it. Because boxing is, you know, and has been very corrupt. Teddy Atlas has spoke about that. Teddy Atlas has spoke of his frustrations in the past with boxing judges in particular. And we know that people have took dives and whatnot. But, yeah, I don't think the Saudis are involved in that. Even if a third fight would make mega money, I think they would be so stupid to do that. If they got found out, it would bring everything down. Kian, shout out to you, said, Days, I hope you are well and having a great day. I've not been in the chat. I've been busy with stuff at home and getting ready for Christmas. Yeah, I hope everyone's getting ready for Christmas. Should be, hopefully, a real good one for everyone. Obviously not too far away now. And yeah, Wednesday, isn't it? So what day is it today? So yeah, really not long, 4 days. It's one of those, and it's such a big day that everyone like goes crazy for and gets ready for. And I feel like I've been seeing adverts for months on TV, and everyone gets their food and has to sort presents, and you know, it causes all this disruption, and then boom, it's done like so quickly, and then that's it for another year. I feel like everyone says that at some point. That's it for another year. Because it does just all go so quickly. So I hope everyone's ready. I hope everyone's got all good Christmas plans lined up. If you are joining us and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated as we are getting closer and closer towards that main event. Still got a little way to go, of course. We're still looking at about 4 hours until we actually get to that main event. But we'll get there. It's already, as we said, 2 hours have gone by already. I can see Eddie Hearn is sat at ringside. Turkey Ali Sheikh is sat there as well. Frank Warren is sat watching these undercard fights, which, you know, I'm just keeping an eye on. Right, let's have a look at the poll. The poll has now gone over 1,000 votes. So we've gone over 1,000 votes. 33% of people say Fury by stoppage. 28% say Usyk by stoppage. Usyk by decision, 20%. Fury by decision, 18%. So we have got Fury by stoppage well in the lead. And I think that means that we're looking at 52% Fury, 48% Usyk. So 52-48, but it is Fury by stoppage that is firmly established in the lead. It's not that big in the lead. It's only 5% ahead of Usyk by stoppage. So you lot really fancy in a stoppage tonight, but 52 to 48 is what we're looking at. Got to tell you that this fight, this McGrail against Edwards, really close. The unofficial scorecard has got it 96-95 in favor of Peter McGrail. So it looks like really close. Could even be a draw, this. Both fighters think they've got it. We'll have to just keep an eye as to which way that's going to go. David, thank you, my friend, said don't forget to like and subscribe. And John said treat yourself to a takeaway. Well, to be honest, there's no plans for takeaways. We have got a turkey for Christmas Day, or a turkey crown for Christmas Day. And, you know, we'll have some veg and whatnot with that. But, yeah, no, it's going to be a good day on Christmas Day, actually, because my brother's coming round and his partner. My dad's going to be round as well. He normally works away, so he doesn't get a chance to come back until very late on Christmas Day. But actually, I think he will be here much, much, much earlier. And I think, like, we're even doing Christmas lunch and whatever, which is not always the plan. So, yeah, Christmas Day, I think it's about family. And obviously, for the little ones, it's about the gifts. But I think as you get older, it's more about family and spending time with family. And, yeah, it should be good. Should be a good one this year, hopefully. I'm sure we'll all be at each other's throats by about 3 o'clock. How do we feel about Conor? Logan Paul said you almost had it. Hello, you almost had it. Hope you're well. Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. I think that the Paul brothers are both pretty decent when it comes to boxing. I think that Conor has been... If this was Conor when he fought Mayweather, I would be more interested. This is a Conor that I think is really declined and really lost. And they always say, don't they, it's a lot harder to get out of bed when you're in your silk pajamas or you're in your silk sheets. And I think that we've seen that with Conor. Unanimous decision for McGrail, by the way. So, yeah, I think that he is really declined. I think he's had lots of other side projects. His drinks have got in the way. His pub has got in the way. And you know, we keep trying to do this fight, him and Chandler in UFC, and it just keeps falling through. And actually, we're getting to the point now where it was meant to be this year, and it hasn't been. And so now you've got Dana saying it should be at some point next year, but even Dana's very uncommitted. You know, he's not like it's this date, you know, or it's going to be the first quarter. You know, all of a sudden it's really now it should be at some point in 2025, but it was meant to be 2024. And they did the whole Ultimate Fighter where they were both coaches. And then whenever we've done that, the two coaches face each other not long after the show has finished. We've gone through that whole process and he's still not stepped inside an octagon. Chandler has actually not given up. He's actually gone and had another fight, right, against Charles Oliveira. And, you know, he's flipping, waiting. So I think, for me, he's done. I think that he is not the fighter he was. I think there is a decline. I think he knows it. I think he's not, like, you know, in any rush to get back into a fight. I think from a boxing point of view, he was always limited. I think, certainly against boxers. Obviously, people can say, yeah, but Logan Paul's not a boxer, but Logan Paul is younger. He's very athletic. He's had boxing fights before. He's also stepped in there with Floyd Mayweather. Obviously, theirs was an exhibition. So, you know, I don't know how much he was really being pushed. But I'm not a fan of it, to be honest. I don't look at it as a good fight. I look at it as Logan Paul just getting money. I look at it as Conor just getting money. I look at them both as being corrupt. Would it shock you to find out that they'd had a conversation and that they agreed they would both just go the distance? Would that shock you? If in years to come it comes out that they have spoken and it turns out that, like, there was an arrangement and they both agreed that they would just go the distance, that would not shock me. I don't think either of them are above doing something like that. I think that Conor definitely will not want to get knocked out or embarrassed by Logan, who's bigger. And, you know, you got to remember, he's a small guy, Conor. He is a small guy. His punching power is not going to be anything that will trouble Logan. It could build and, you know, put water in the basement type situation, but I don't see Conor knocking out Logan Paul. Not until we get to like round 8, 9, 10, if he's been able to land consistently and wear Logan down. But I think Logan is going to be able to keep Conor at bay. I think Logan will land a couple of shots, which, you know, Logan can throw. Logan's got some power. So I don't put it above them, that fight being corrupt. I think it's got corruption written all over it. I don't think either of them at this stage are very likable. I don't think there's someone in there that you root for, you know? I feel like it used to be Conor, but with everything that's happened, I think his stock is really low. Not only just with the whole lawsuit, criminal stuff, which has obviously massively affected him. I mean, he's been dropped as the face of lots of brands and whatnot. Not only that, which is terrible, but I think also his inactivity in fighting. He was always seen as a fighter. He was always seen as someone that would step in there and give everything, and he's just not been active. He's just not been fighting. He's sort of given it up. And I think that maybe some of the casuals would be involved. Maybe some of the casuals would still be with Conor, but I think this legal stuff he's gone through has even driven some of the casuals away. So I don't know. I really don't think that's not a fight that I would be interested in. I would cover it because there would be interest in it, but it's not a fight that I would really find myself rooting for. How do you root for Conor in 2025? How do you root for Conor? And I ain't rooting for Logan. So, I don't know. I don't know. Do I hope the ref wins? I don't know who I'm meant to root for. So, yeah. Frustrating. Not a fight that I'm crazy for at all. Maybe we should just dig up Muhammad Ali and let Ali fight Jake Paul, said Chris. I'm sure it's been discussed. New Year, I want WWE to have a #1 contenders match for the United States women's title, an undisputed title at WrestleMania 41, said Vital. Pappy Winston, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the kind words. We are now less than 4 hours away. We're probably looking at, 3 hours 50, and then we'll have the ring walks. So we are getting closer. I know we're just talking a lot about different fights, talking about Fury Usyk, really going wherever the conversation goes. We are just getting through these undercard fights, the lower undercard fights, as we are working our way towards the more exciting stuff. I think we've got another lower undercard fight here. It's going to be the Isaac Lowe fight against Lee McGregor. These two don't like each other. There is a lot of bad blood between these two. Should be close. Should be a really interesting fight, actually, this one. Still pretty low down the cards. We've got some juicier fights to come. But yeah, Isaac Lowe, 25 wins, only 8 knockouts, but he is on a 4-fight win streak. 30 years old. He is coming in as a plus 150 underdog, and he is part of the Fury camp. Very much from Morecambe, trains with Fury. He always tends to be on his cards. Lee McGregor is on a 2-fight win streak. He's very aggressive. He was like a big rising star, but he did lose some fights. Well, he lost one and drew one, and so his momentum sort of stalled. He needs to get the win here to, keep on moving forward, keep on developing. It's all right to lose and have a setback, but you don't want to make a habit of it. So, former British and Commonwealth champion McGregor. So, he is someone that needs to get a win here in what will be his toughest test, actually. This is a really tough outing for McGregor. So, Isaac Lowe against McGregor. These two do not like each other. There's been plenty of bad bloods. That bad blood boiling over at times. Getting very, very heated. Definitely a fight to keep an eye on. William said, Days, we have an incest family tradition. I dress as my genitals. I dress my genitals in whipped cream. Okay. And I present it to the adorned table and say dessert is served. It's completely gross and creepy, but that's Christmas. Well, I can't say it's a family tradition that I'm going to adopt, but the mental image is something very powerful. I will go that far. The mental image of you presenting your testicle sack covered in whipped cream to your family and saying, here's dessert, is something which is going to take me a while to forget and get over, actually. So it's a very powerful image. It's something that I could definitely see in a horror film, actually. Christmas with the Henses, something like that. So, yes, I don't really know what to say to that. I don't want images of it. I don't even want to think about it anymore. I just hope that you have a good Christmas, and I hope that any children in your family are safely removed. That's really all I can say. That's all I can add to that. So, William, shout out to you. Shout out to your testicles. A. Jobson said, I appoint Lee McGregor at minus 190. He has an illogical Hanagoshi. McGregor shall neutralize the opposition. It is guaranteed. Edward said, not only that, but Jake versus Vidal would also make money with the fact that Vidal trained KSI when he fought Logan. I don't know that would resonate with the casuals. It would work for the influencer scene, but I don't know that that's something that the casual fans would really care about. The whole, like, he trained KSI and blah blah blah. I would advertise it more with the where they are in the rankings, and the fact that it's Jake now trying to make some serious moves in the boxing rankings, which is what people have been wanting him to do for a while. So you could absolutely do that. I wouldn't mind if it was someone higher up in that top 100. I think for me the real story is Jake making moves in boxing and climbing up the rankings. That to me is what I want to see Jake doing. Because I would like to know where his limit is. Everyone thinks they know. Everyone claims they know. They know that he's not a top 50 fighter or he's not a top 100 fighter. I don't know. I don't know where he's at and who he would beat. Mainly because it's hard to know what the level of competition is like at that level. I mean, I couldn't tell you who the top 70th cruiserweight is in the world. So could Jake beat them? I have no idea. I have no idea. We always see Jake going up against MMA fighters and people like that, but where is he against the actual boxers? I don't know. And who's even at that level? So, these are the fights I would like to see Jake have. These are the ones that would interest me more. Right. What are you eating, William? Said Sonny. Hello, Sonny. Hope you're doing well. Does the fight start at 10:30, said Bonnie? At 10:30, no, it won't start, but about 20 minutes after that, about 10:50, they're saying ring walk, so we are getting closer. But what about some cranberry sauce, said Spartan. I don't mind a bit of cranberry sauce, personally, but not on William's testicles. What else we got? Would Dana really let Conor fight out of the UFC? Would Triple H allow Logan to fight this close to WrestleMania? Well, I don't know what's in Logan's contract, for example. I mean, I don't know if there's anything in there that says he can't do other projects. I would be shocked. I think that WWE need Logan more than Logan needs WWE. Unfortunately, WWE are massive, but you know, they don't need great wrestlers. They've got great wrestlers. What they need are people with platforms. So that's why I say WWE needs Logan more than Logan needs WWE, because what Logan brings is something they don't have, which is that connection to the kids, to the youth that are not wrestling fans. They've got the wrestling fans, they've got massive social media platforms, but how do they reach those followers, those kids that have never given wrestling a go? How can WWE reach those? Really, one of the only ways is to work with Mr. Beast, KSI, Logan Paul, whoever the other, you know, Kai Cenat, all these kind of big streamers, Speed, of course. Any of these big streamers, any of these big influencers, they need to work with them to reach the kids that have not given wrestling a go. So this is why, for me, wrestling needs Logan more than, or WWE needs Logan more than Logan needs WWE. We don't need him particularly. It's not him that we need. It's his fan base. It's his following. It's his platform, which can be achieved by getting the Sidemen, or by getting Kai Cenat, or by getting Mr. Beast, or, you know, I don't know, any of the other billion Ninja. I don't know, these influencers. I've done well to name as many as I have. So it's not him specifically, but it's his type, right? So I've got to think that in the contracts, I can't imagine that there's going to be anything in there that's going to limit Logan. I think part of Logan's appeal is that he does do other projects. He does Prime. He does Lunchley. He does boxing. He might do MMA. He might do a vlog. I don't know that they can really afford to limit his outside activities, because it's his outside activities that bring them the fan base they are looking for. And it's good for them to have Logan on a big platform. Do you know what I mean? It would be good for them to have Logan against Conor, because he would be branded as WWE superstar Logan Paul. I've no doubt about that. WWE would want their branding involved. So actually, they would be getting that access, which is the access they want. WWE would have a presence at that event, which they would love, right? And also, from a Dana point of view, well, as long as they're getting some sort of payment from it, right? He would probably allow it, because this is the best way forward for him. You know, Conor's got a lot of legal issues, and it seems very difficult to get him into a UFC cage. So why not allow him to fight an influencer in boxing if you're going to be compensated for that? That way, at least you're making some sort of money off him. Because at the moment, you ain't making nothing. There ain't no fights. I don't even know when the last Conor fight was. So it was years ago. So if I'm Dana, I'm thinking, can I get... I mean, what's the worst that can happen? Worst that can happen is that he gets knocked out and injured and he's out for a while, right? He can always turn around and say, well, that was boxing, right? It was a lucky shot. It was boxing. Like, I'm an MMA fighter. If you want to do it inside a cage, I'll rip you apart, right? So I think that Conor can always come out with that. But Conor's stock's low anyway, after all the legal troubles. If I'm Dana, I'm thinking, what do I get out of Conor now? How can I make money out of Conor? How can I... What's the best way forward? And this is a way forwards. This is a way of if you can get some compensation for allowing him, like we want compensate him for allowing you to do this outside of your contract. You can make some money out of it. And he doesn't even look close to coming back to a UFC cage. So, yeah. For me, I don't think Dana's going to be an issue. And don't forget as well, TKO own UFC and WWE. TKO would push for this because TKO own both. They own UFC, so they've got Conor, and they own WWE, so they've got Logan. So they can absolutely do this because it's all under. This is UFC fighter versus WWE superstar, so they can absolutely like push for that. So even if Dana's not too keen on it, I'm sure pressure will be put on from above, from the TKO board, that this is in TKO's best interest because TKO, UFC, WWE can be branded all over this thing. And it would be a big event that would get a lot of eyes and a lot of attention. I mean, listen, if WWE could have been branded all over flipping Jake Paul, Mike Tyson, they would have loved it. This is exactly why you work with a Logan Paul, is for these moments. So I really don't see those being, or that being a barrier if you put yourself in their shoes and think like, why would they want to play hardball? Why would they want to be so difficult about it when they can benefit from it and make some money from it? What time does the fight start in Eastern time? Said nope. The main event fight? I think you're looking at about 6 p.m. So we've still got a little way to go till we get to that main event fight. Days, who is your favourite boxer from the UK and not from the UK? So favourite boxer from the UK and favourite boxer worldwide. Oh, that's tricky. That's tricky. Favourite boxer ever... I don't want to be boring and say Mike Tyson, but I mean, like, 8 is Mike Tyson. It's very hard to not say. Because, I mean, he was really... That was it, wasn't it? That was the mountaintop. I mean, a lot of people would say the prime 8 is Tyson, like, beats everyone, beats Ali, beats everyone. He was just such a monster. He was just such a beast. And he was so exciting as well. I think Lennox Lewis for the UK. I feel pretty good about that. Lennox Lewis for the UK. I think what he achieved, unifying the heavyweight division, and I think really establishing himself as one of the true greats. I don't know that a British heavyweight ever kind of got to that level. You could have a look at like Joe Calzaghe as well. Amazing. Ricky Hatton. Used to love watching his fights. It's a real soft spot for Prince Nassim. Loved what he did. Loved watching his fights. So all of those, of course, I've had great fun with Fury. Had great fun with Joshua. Used to enjoy watching David Haye. Eubank, of course. Used to enjoy watching. My parents loved Frank Bruno. Frank Bruno was like... He might have been like the big name, really. Frank Bruno might have been kind of soft spot, you know. Everyone loved Big Frank Bruno. But yeah, if I had to pick one, I think I'd go Lennox Lewis. Outside, though, I've got real appreciation for Floyd, of course. I might just have to be boring and go flipping Mike Tyson. Even though you've got Muhammad Ali, even though you've got Roy Jones Jr., Sugar Ray Robinson. I mean, there's some great names from the past, but I think that prime Mike Tyson might just be the really boring answer. Kendall, shout out to you. Said I popped in to smash that like button. I really appreciate it, my friends. It really is appreciated. We are trying to get likes, and I don't know if we'll get to 1,000 tonight. Obviously, we're still a good few hours away from that main event. We've just been talking about Fury, been talking about Usyk, been talking about Jake Paul, talking about influencers. We did like an hour and a half breakdown of our main event tonight. We can always go back to that if that's what people want to do, if they're just joining us. But yeah, if you haven't left a like, leave a like. It's really, really appreciated. And as we said, massive event tonight as we get in closer and closer. So Kendall, thank you, my friend. It is very much appreciated as we continue on the road towards that main event, which obviously people are so excited about. Days, my favourite boxer is AJ. Non-UK would be Barry McGuigan, says Edwards. Jake Paul versus Mr. Burns is going to be announced, says Bang. Favorite boxer would be Henry Cooper, says Pappy Winston. That's a great shout. That is a great shout. DJ said Lewis was Canadian. Yeah, he changed nationality, didn't he? He represented Canada in the Olympics, but he changed his nationality, or had dual nationality, so we claimed him as ours. What's your favorite boxing moment of the year? Probably the end of Jake Paul against Mike Tyson. Probably that moment when that fight ended and I didn't have to watch it anymore. That was my favorite boxing moment of the year. I don't know, to be honest. I mean, I think the Fury getting rocked might be that. I think, honestly, the biggest fight I saw this year was the first one between these two. And genuinely, we might be a few hours away from that being beaten. Because this really is... I'm totally on board with the hype of this fight. This is the two best heavyweights going at it. A lot of people talking about how that was like one of the true great fights. And it's so hard to know how these fights are going to get remembered. I mean, in 30 years' time, will we be talking about Fury Usyk? I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know how they're going to age. But what I do know is sitting here right now, they are the two great heavyweights. That first fight is, you know, the fight of the year for me, is the highlight of the year. I did love Taylor Serrano, but I do think Serrano won that fight, and the decision to give it to Taylor is one which I have a few problems with, and I'm a Taylor fan. So that fight was amazing, as we knew it would be. But the outcome really sours it for me. I do think that was a Serrano win. But anyway, I think the first fight was between Usyk Fury was a fight I'd been waiting for a long time. It absolutely lived up to the billing. And so favourite moment would probably have to be... I did like, obviously, when Usyk was hurt and you're like, come on, you can do it, Fury. Like, that bit I was really, like, on board. But I think the drama of seeing Fury bouncing off the ropes, not going down, but just surviving, hanging, just like staying up. And it really felt like this is it. He's going to go down, and, you know, I think he can get back up from it. We've seen him get back up, but, this doesn't look good. But him just not going down and stumbling back, bouncing off the ropes. It's one of those where I'm so amazed the ref didn't step in earlier. I think there was a couple of times where, you know, if you're like using the ropes to stay up, if the ropes weren't there, you would have gone down. I think like those moments are moments where the ref could have called and actually started counting. He doesn't. He lets it go, which is great because it was for the undisputed heavyweight championship, all the belts. And so, you know, I've seen in interviews people saying he could have called it earlier, But really, you want to see someone go down, don't you? When it comes to a title fight of this magnitude, this historic importance, you do want to see someone go down. So I don't think anyone's got any problems with it. I don't think anyone's saying the referee was too late or anything like that. I think it was fine, but it was just amazing watching Fury just bouncing off the ropes and like trying to survive. It was really dramatic. So I think that's the moment that jumps out for me. Spartan said, what channel or service do we think is the best to watch on? TNT Sports, Sky Sports, or DAZN? I don't think it makes a difference for me, to be honest. I don't really get any issue with lag or any problems with any of the services that I use. So I can't really say that any of them provides anything different. The only thing you get are different presenters, different commentators. But I mean, I think all of them have good ex-fighters that provide good insights. Presenters, who cares really? Presenters don't really make the difference for me. And all the presenters are fine anyway. I can't really think of any presenters that I prefer over others. So really it would come down to, like, are there any disruptions in pitch quality? Do you get any lag or any issues like that? The only thing I'd say is that when I watch on TNT Sports, I can put it on my TV, which is bigger than just having it on my PC. So I think I'd rather have it on TNT Sports than DAZN, because I can't get DAZN on my TV, but I can get TNT Sports. So really, that's it. Other than that, I don't really have a preference. Maybe if I was sat on my own and I was watching the coverage and I was listening more to the commentators and the presenters, but I don't really listen to them all that much. So it really doesn't make any difference to me. It just is going to come down to pitch quality, lag, disruption, signal dropout. I don't really experience any of that with any of the services. Let's go down. What was my favorite moment was when Ryan Garcia drank a beer before his fight and still went on to win that time, said David. Papi said Taylor Serrano was the best fight. Serrano won, but respect to Taylor. A. Jobson, shout out to you. David said Anthony Joshua is a good heavyweight as well. Edward said, who's on the Sky box office punditry? I don't have it on, so I don't know. I've got TNT Sports on tonight. Is this even on Sky Sports tonight? I don't even know if it's on Sky Sports. Right now, we do have Isaac Lowe against McGregor, and we are backstage. They are speaking to Amir Khan. Let's have a listen to Amir Khan, shall we? Just as we're in between the rounds. He's so focused. He's talking about Fury. He looks very ready. There's normally a lot of talking, but this time he's very quiet. He's very focused. I think it'll be tough. He's got to box. He's got to be smart. He's got to keep it long. Do you know, I mean, I just don't feel like Fury is coming in with that game plan. What Amir Khan said is he's got to keep it long. He's got to box smart. And I think he'll take it to points. But the weight doesn't suggest that. If I was to push back to Amir Khan, not physically, verbally, I would say, but doesn't the weight sort of dictate that that's not the game plan? Because he's coming in at 280 odd pounds. He's coming in heavier than the first. That doesn't say to me that he's going to look to box smart and just use his jab and just try and keep, Usyk, just try and keep jabbing away and keep him at distance. Because why would you come in heavier if you was just looking to do that? You come in heavier when you're looking to cause damage. when you come in heavier, you're coming in heavier because you want a bit more weight, because you're looking to really throw, you're looking to get in and really dig into the body, and you want your shots to have a bit more power, and you're looking to have, do you know what I mean? You're looking for that knockout, aren't you? If you're going to come in heavier, it's because you're looking to be more destructive. And that doesn't really tie in with what Amir Khan has just said of jabbing and keeping him at bay and trying to box smart. There ain't nothing smart about being destructive. I mean, if you're going to move forward, put yourself in harm's way, close the distance, get in close to Usyk, you are putting yourself in Usyk's favorite position. Usyk loves getting in close because, of course, he's the much smaller guy. The damage that Usyk can do is when he's in closer. He can't do damage at range. He's too small. It's a 7-inch reach advantage that Fury has got. If Fury was smart, right, and was able to actually operate the game plan, he would do that. He would use his jab and he would keep Usyk back. But Usyk is so evasive. He is so good with his movement and unorthodox with his movement as well. He can slip the jab. He can go onto the inside. He can cause problems from different angles. And you try to hit him and he's gone. I mean, it's like punching shadows. You really is so hard to catch. And, you miss him, bang, you've got a shot coming in. And it's like, you're going to eat shots more than you're going to land shots. But if you march him down, lean on him, dig to the body, try and do him work quite close, maybe that is the plan. If you try and do it the way that Amir Khan has just said, I mean, look, Amir Khan's an ex-boxer. I mean, he knows so much about boxing, but I can't see that that's a winning game plan for Fury because Usyk's just so evasive. He's going to slip that jab. He's not going to just stay on the outside. He's going to get in close. He's going to do his work. He's going to cause Fury problems. Fury, I think, is coming in with a different mindset, which is move forward, be that wrecking machine, dig into the body. That uppercut, he's got to unleash the uppercut. He's got to throw that uppercut. That uppercut was working for him last time. If he is going to put Usyk away, I would be really tempted to put some money down. It'll be the uppercut that does it. I'd be really tempted to put some money down. If he puts him away, it'll be an uppercut that will finish the night. Because the jab and the uppercut, so throwing in the jab and then bang, throwing in that uppercut, he was doing that a few times last time and it really was working. And for some reason, he seemed to abandon it. For some reason, he seemed to start moving away from that strategy. And I don't really know why. But if he can bring that back here and actually unleash that again, he might be able to start causing some trouble again. So we are seeing Usyk arrive. Usyk arriving. He had an Eeyore with him. I don't think that's for him. I think that's maybe a gift that's been given to him by his daughter. Maybe a little memento to remember her. I don't think he necessarily needs Eeyore, but there we go. Sky Sports can't afford to have fighters talking between the rounds or they just can't be bothered, said Spartan. What time is the main event, said Lorenzo. Lorenzo, we are around about 3.5 hours from the start of the main event, so it's getting there. It'll be on your telly about 11 p.m, said Bonkers. I hope Fury can just knock Usyk out. Tyson has got a lot of size on him, said David. He does. He's got a lot of size. He's going to have, he's big. He's going to be bulky. I think he's really trained for this as well. I think he's had a good camp. I think there's hopefully no excuses. There was no excuses last time, in all fairness to Fury. In all fairness to him, credit to him, he actually said, listen, better man won, better man got it. I thought it was really close. It was a split decision, but that's the way it goes. So he was saying all of that in the interviews. I don't know if you heard what he was shouting to Usyk during the weigh-in. But when they did that 11-minute stare down, right? So again, I'm sure you all heard 11 minutes they were staring at each other and new records. They had to get people in and try and separate them. They were trying to break the gaze. They were like holding up bits of paper and whatever to try and like break the stare off. It didn't work. They instead had to just keep getting more and more people between them, so it like moved them further and further away. And he was basically saying, you got gifted that decision. I'm going to butcher you. It's going to be serious injury. And he was calling him the rabbit. He said, I'm going to butcher the rabbit and all this kind of stuff. So, yeah, I mean, to us, he was been saying, like, no excuses. But in the heat of the moment with that face-to-face, when it was the two of them, he was saying, you got gifted that decision. I should still be the world champion. I think I really feel like we got a real glimpse into his mindset there, you know. I really feel like we had a proper glimpse into what he was really thinking. And I think it has been hard. I think, you know, you can dress it up however you want, but suffering your first loss, losing your belts, not being called the world champion. It's been a long time since Fury has not been called a world champion. This is his first loss. So, you know, since he won that world title, since he got the world titles and the win over Klitschko, even when he was away, because he was still undefeated, he could still feel and call himself the world champion, you know? Even if the belts were took off him, he was never beaten for them. It's been a long time since he's been able to look in the mirror and not see the world champion staring back. And that has to have an effect. I hope that it's had the right effect, and that effect would be doing that bit more in the gym, working a bit harder in the gym, you know? That would be the right effect. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how it's going to go tonight. I feel like it's going to be Usyk. I don't know that it's an Usyk stoppage, but if Fury is going to be as aggressive as I think, then I think he's going to leave himself more open. I think he's going to get hit more. I think that we could see in the later rounds an Usyk stoppage. I might be leaning Usyk stoppage, which is, it's hard to say because it's just so hard to see Fury getting put away. I suppose the doubts that I've got that the changes that Fury will make will result in a win, I've got doubts that Usyk can keep Fury down. He might be able to knock him down. We saw him causing trouble in the first fight. So he might be able to knock him down, but can he keep him down? Can he put him down, you know, 2 times, 3 times? Because once might not be enough. We know about Fury's powers of recovery, so once might not do it. So, yeah, this is really interesting. There's so many different ways to look at this and break this fight down. I feel, though, Fury's best chance is going to be within the first 6 rounds. First 6 rounds. If he's going to move forward and be a wrecking ball and he's going to eat shots and he's going to do it and he's just going to take as much punishment as he needs, he's just going to keep moving forwards, I think it's going to be within those first 6 rounds. He's got to make that count. He's got to make those first 6 rounds. He needs knockdowns. At least one. I think he's going to need at least one 10-8 rounds. And to be honest, if he's not found a couple, he could be in trouble. Because I do think the longer it goes, the more the fight favours Usyk. And I think rounds 9, 10, 11, 12, I think they stand a better chance being Usyk rounds than Fury rounds. And he's going to need to be well ahead as we go into round 7, round 8. Because if it's close and we're in round 9, I think he's dead. I think it's done. He might even get put away. Because I just think the weight suggests he's going to move forward. I think the weight suggests that he's looking for a finish. And if he doesn't find it, well, he's in big trouble, isn't he? Because he's I mean, like, he was having to pace himself in that first fight, yeah? He's having to pace himself. And I think he did okay with that, but I don't think there was much left in the tank by the time the fight had ended. And that's when he was 262 pounds. Now he's 281. He's carrying an extra 20 pounds of weight around. That is going to drain you. That is going to drain you. You are going to feel that. So, yeah, it's so hard to make an argument for Fury. I hope he does it. I really hope he does it. I love the idea of him coming in and landing some big shots, putting Usyk away and looking like a flipping killing machine. I mean, that would be Dream Street. But, you know, it's just hard to see that happening, to be honest. Let's get Christmas and New Year out the way. Then I'm going to work hard to Misfits. I've been working on stuff behind the scenes. I know I will get there. I have zero doubt, says Edward. Dark Knight said, Fury was born not far from me, and I'm still struggling to decide who I want to win, said Dark Knight. How many rounds are there? There'll be 12 rounds. A. Jobson thinks it's Usyk decision. William said Fury's reign, it might be over. Well, yeah, it absolutely could be, yeah. It could be over. I mean, he lost the last fight. If he loses this one, I don't think he quits. I don't expect him to retire. I think that he has spoke a lot about how money is motivating him right now. He loves fighting. He wants to make as much money as he can whilst he can. And I think even if his time at the top is over, he would still take, say, the Joshua fight would generate loads. He could still do the Joshua fight. And that would make lots of money. It might not do what it would have done had they both have kept winning, but it still would have done, it'll still do, you know, plenty of people are still tuned into that. That fight still sells Wembley. Wembley sells out with that, no problem. What it does internationally with pay-per-view buys, I don't know, but, you know, domestically, that thing is about as big as you can get. So, yeah, I've no doubts that that is a monster fight he can still do, even if he loses. And as the point was made earlier, I mean, we know that Usyk's going to look to move back to cruiserweight. That's going to leave a big opening for people to come and get those belts when he goes. I mean, Usyk, if Usyk wins tonight, this could be him done at heavyweight. So then, of course, that just blows everything open. The problem is, though, whoever gets those belts, as we said, will always be seen as being second fiddle. I don't think they'll ever be seen as the true heavyweight champion whilst Usyk's still active. But Usyk, I don't think there's anything left for him at heavyweight if he wins tonight. And he said about going to cruiserweight again, so... I think best case scenario is a Fury win, because then we get the third fight. And, you know, it then puts doubt back in as to who the best heavyweight is. So... I think if Fury wins, we get the rematch, said Adam. But if Fury loses, then we might get Fury Joshua. But hearing about Fury's weight, I think Usyk wins. Yeah, I think there's a strategy behind the weight. And I think that there's a game plan. There's a game plan that Fury has got. There is a strategy that they've got. They've watched that first fight like 100 odd times. He says that he's watched it loads. He's really pleased with his performance. He thinks it was really close. And if it wasn't for round 9, he would have gone on to have won it. He has said that he's not looking to change much from that first fight. But then he has come in significantly heavier. Not just a bit heavier. It's not that it was 262 last time and now it's 265. You know, he's come in, or 267. It was 262 pounds in the first fight, and now it's 281. I mean, it is significantly heavier. He is 55 pounds heavier than Usyk. That is about 20% heavier. I mean, it really is a significant amount when it comes to the weight. Now, granted, we do have to say he was wearing a big leather jacket and whatever. You could probably take a few pounds off that. But even so, that gap is still going to be 50 odd pounds. There's a strategy. It's as simple as that. There's a game plan, and they're going to go for that. And they think that's the right way forward. And they could be correct. But it's just that a lot of people have thought they knew the game plan. A lot of people thought they knew how to beat Usyk. They've all been proven wrong. Gonna have to see. A. Jobson said, I feel disposed to Usyk at -150. He has an integral dragon sleeper. Usyk isn't about to ravage the counter agent. Days, in your opinion, what's the biggest boxing upset of all time? Probably Buster Douglas is the one that always comes to mind first. Him beating Mike Tyson when Tyson was at his pomp. So what was that, like 89? So Buster Douglas was probably the one that I think of. But we've got another 2 feet of snow here, says A. Jobson. Right. Again, we've got a few more interviews and little bits in between rounds. And we are getting ever closer. So we are actually coming up to nearly 8 o'clock now. So we've got about 15 minutes to go. And then we'll be at 8 o'clock. As we said, this fight scheduled to start at 11. So we are getting ever closer towards the start of this thing. Certainly some really good fights coming up as well on the undercard. Really want to see Moses Itauma. We got Johnny Fisher coming up as well, so some really good fights. I think it might be Johnny Fisher next, actually. Always has such a following, so popular. He's only 25, 12 wins, 11 knockouts. Normally he can shift like thousands of tickets. And I'd imagine there'll be a fair bit of support that's travelled over to support him. Johnny Fisher is someone that's well liked. He is a brute force heavyweight. He doesn't have any amateur experience. You get any issues. But yeah, some of the quotes that have come out from Fury have been very interesting. I do think that Fury is someone that fights off emotion. I think a lot of British fighters do. And we saw the meltdown that Anthony Joshua had in the ring. Like, Joshua really went through it when he lost, and he had a bit of a meltdown afterwards. And I think that, you know, that is obviously something that Usyk is going to be aware of, that British fighters, and certainly Tyson Fury, very unpredictable. You never know if they're going to be lovey-dovey and, like, you know, you're a God-fearing man, I got a lot of respect for you, or if he's going to be shouting in his face, you know, and actually coming out with whatever he's going to come out with, you know, saying that I'm going to F you up, you're going to be butchered. You never quite know what Fury you're going to get. And I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. I don't know if it's not better to just be level-headed. I don't know if it's not better to be Usyk and just, you know, put the work in and then go out there and show your skills. Or if it's better to kind of, you know, do that, but also get yourself ready for a war. Because that is what Tyson's mentality is that this is going to be a war, and that he is going to get himself to a mental place where he's going to, you know, use everything. Fighting off emotion, is it good? Is it bad? Does it lead you astray, or does it get that extra out of your skills? You know, does it get everything out of the tank? Do you leave everything in the ring? Is it a positive? Is it a negative? We're gonna have to wait and see. But let's go down. James, hello, hope you are well. Welcome. Mexican wedding cakes, they're also known as polivorons, or Russian tea cakes, are delightful. A. Jobson, shout out to you. Get that back up. The stream is froze. Yeah, it should be fine if you reset it. Don't know why. One of the routers just had a little bit of a wobble, but I've switched over to Starlink. To be honest, I don't love Starlink because it can be a little bit hit and miss, but we do have it as an alternative now. Hello, Amin. Hope you're doing well. Pappy said Fury certainly makes it entertaining. He does. He brings a lot to the sport, actually, and it's not only his boxing skills that will be missed, but it will definitely be that personality as well. I think that his press conferences are always fun. You can't forget Big John as well. Big John Fury. I think he's very divisive. And actually, that's something we've not spoke about. Big John is not expected to be in the corner. People are not expecting Big John to be in the corner tonight. Apparently, there's going to be the Cutman and there's going to be Sugar Hill, and that's it. So there was a bit of talk and chatter that there was too many voices in Fury's corner last time, and apparently that's not going to be the case tonight. Apparently, we are just going to get like a single voice. So I don't know. Is a more focused corner going to make a difference? I do feel like we're just trying to find anything. Another thing as well is that Fury has got a big beard. I don't know if you've heard about Beardgate. Have you seen the big beard, bushy beard that Fury has got? Apparently Usyk's camp, not Usyk himself. I saw an interview with Usyk. He said he was absolutely fine with the beard, right? But apparently their camp are not happy with the beard because they feel it cushions and actually might take just a little bit of sting. I mean, we're talking fine margins, but they think it would just take a little bit of sting out of like the shots. So apparently Usyk's camp are not thrilled with the beard. Usyk said, for me, it doesn't make any difference whatsoever. I'm not bothered by it. He's not bothered. He doesn't care about it. But yeah, it's interesting. Even the beard has been a talking point this week. Days, I'm doing good, said Amin. I'm going to miss your streams over Christmas. That's understandable. People are off doing things and seeing family. So, yeah, no, there's no problems there. I totally understand that, dude. Days, oh, I feel like the chat on screen is frozen. Let's see if we can fix that. See if we can get that fixed. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated as we continue to get closer towards the start of this thing. And there we go. Boom. Lovely. Lovely. Have you been watching this McGregor fights? The gum shields keeps falling out of his mouth. -2 points. Isaac Lowe, I've just been an eye, but I haven't been seeing the detail. So I believe McGregor's picked up the victory. Here's Fury. Fury's arrived. So let's have a listen, shall we? Fury arriving. We've still got his leather jacket on. So yeah, he has been wearing that leather jacket all week. He's still got the big bushy beards. Fury has arrived. We saw Usyk arrive earlier. So they're saying that they think that the clothing may have come to like £10. And that it could be that he's not coming in quite as heavy as the scales suggest. I do think there's some weight in those clothes, no two ways about it. But even if you take £10 off, he's still coming in £10 heavier than the first fight. So, you know, again, even taking £10 off, he's still going to be heavy. Oh, we haven't actually got the decision. I think, are we about to get the decision? I don't think he is. So we're about to get the Isaac Lowe McGregor decision. I think it's going to be unanimous. 97, 91, 96, 92. So Lee McGregor gets it. Isaac Lowe loses. To be honest, he lost 2 points for his gum shield coming out a couple of times, but he would have gone on to have lost that according to the scorecards anyway. So McGregor picking up the win, and that's the biggest win that Lee McGregor has had to date. So Isaac Lowe, who is part of the Fury kind of camp, if you will, that is a disappointing loss after being on a 4-fight win streak. So there we go. Another one. McGregor wins, yes. Alexa said, if you don't have $293 for Boxing Network, I suggest you try Screen Variety TV for less dollars monthly, said Alexa. I've never heard of Screen Variety TV. Where's it being shown in America? Where in America do you watch this fight? What channel is this on in America? I actually don't know. Kelly the Wise Lady, hello, said, is this fight a pay-per-view? It is. Yeah, £25 here in the UK. Not sure what it is in America. I know that your pay-per-view prices are pretty bonkers over there. I feel like it's really got out of control. Over here in the UK, they're still kept what I think is a reasonable price. 20, 25, but I'm fairly confident that'll move to 30 very soon. But like in America, you lot are already at like the $70, $80 range, aren't you, for a lot of your stuff? So it's bonkers, man. I don't even know how you afford it. Lord Shograth, hello, said he's got 10 pounds of fats. But James said there's nothing wrong with being fat. But I'm on a streak, said Dorp Knight. Oh, you doing well, are you, buds? You having a good night, are you, with your predictions? Very good. Kelly the Wise Lady said, I just wanted to pop in and say hello. I appreciate it, my friends. So, yeah, it is going to be Johnny Fisher coming up next. So, John, we're just seeing the face-to-face that Johnny Fisher had with Dave Allen. And this is where we'll start looking now at these undercard fights. We'll keep an even closer eye to them. So, Fisher. Fisher versus Allen. Right. I'm not watching from the USA. I'm just going to listen from the USA in New Mexico, said Charlie. Well, Charlie, shout out to you, my friends. It's going to be a really good event once we really get going. We've got, I think, 3 fights to go, and then we get to the main event. So still 3 hours until we actually get. So each fight's going to get like an hour each, really. Johnny Fisher against Dave Allen. As we said, he's got a big following. Johnny Fisher, 11 knockouts from 12 fights. Dave Allen, 20 knockouts from 23 wins. He has got 6 losses as well. But, I mean, this would suggest that a finish here is very likely, very possible. This is for the WBA Intercontinental Heavyweight Championship. So, not a major championship, but even so, we've got heavyweights going at it. And it's going to be good. I'm looking forward to this one. Amelia said, I know that the best quality is Screen Variety. I can recommend it. I think it's the best boxing option. It's worked awesome for the pre-fights, says Amelia. Tank Dell is injured. Tank Dell injured, unfortunately, says A. Jobson. Allen looks like, yeah, they have been saying all week that Dave Allen looks really good. Dave Allen in really good shape. Yeah, both Buntsy and David Hay both going with Fisher on this one. What I like is when the last fight ends, it ain't long till we get to the next fight. Like, we've only just finished that Isaac Lowe fight, and now they're doing the intro for the next one. So, pretty good, to be honest. at getting through these fights and not having too much hanging around. What I will say, though, is that the fights have been going the distance tonight. We haven't been seeing finishes. Maybe we get that finish here. But Kelly said back in the day, WWE pay-per-views were like $50. So this is probably like $50. Matt says, I'm going to watch CFP Penn State. They're winning 38-3. Disney, said Lord Sheograth. Callum, shout out to you, my friends. I'm with Johnny Fisher at minus 2,000, says A. Jobson. James said, have you got darts on for little or later? No. I'm fully dialed into this, so darts, I'm going to miss the littler one for this. He should get through, though, so I'll watch his later rounds. So here we go. We've got Dave Allen coming out to My Way by Frank Sinatra. He is looking in really good shape, Dave Allen. 32 years old, 20 knockouts, 23 wins, 6-1 in his last 7. He's going to have to weather a really early storm. Actually, Johnny Fisher could get a finish here, and it could come relatively early. He could absolutely overwhelm Dave Allen, but Dave Allen looks ready for this fight. So he's made his way down. The bots are annoying, said Amin. Days, who do we want AJ to fight next? I don't know. I don't know who he can fight next. I mean, it might be the Wilder fight. It might be like Jiang. I mean, I don't think it'll be Fury unless Fury loses. If Fury wins, Fury's doing the 3rd fight with Usyk, isn't he? If Fury loses, that becomes interesting. But I don't know. Is it? Do you just do the fight, or it wouldn't be great that both boxers are coming in off losses, would it? You know, Joshua's last fight is a loss to Dubois. Fury's last fight would be a loss here. Like, that wouldn't be great way to set up what is a fight that so many people want to see. Like, do you just give them both warm-up fights, warm-up wins against, you know, no ones? But can you even take that risk now? You know, we saw Fury in big trouble against Otto Wallin a few years ago. I don't know. I don't know if you just do Joshua Fury if Fury loses. But as we said, a bit weird that they'd both be coming off losses. Okay, here is Johnny Fisher making his way down. And I'm really hoping we're going to get a finish here. I am going for 10 minutes to let mods get their bot squashing ratios up. He's got to have the mentality of going the distance. Has he got that mentality? Takes a deep breath and he walks around. Bell sounds. So this is for the vacant WBA Intercontinental Heavyweight Championship. Dro said, I've got Fisher winning this one. Moldy Spoon, hello. Said, has anyone got any money on the darts? It's the only time of year that I put some bets on. I've got £2 on Chris Dobie, £2 on Rob Cross. James said, I was going to put some money on Littler to win the whole thing, but I just didn't have the money before the tournament started. Yeah, I think he's got a great chance, but it wouldn't shock me seeing him go out. I mean, he's been very successful, but he's suffered losses as well. Like, he can certainly have his off days, Luke Littler. Don't know. I hope he does it. Fury was in trouble against Ngannou, said Bossa Nova. He was. He was in real trouble. A lot of people thinking he lost that fight. He was in trouble against Usyk as well, so yeah, it's the right fight at the right time, this. I think if we left it much later, I'd be getting worried about Fury declining. There are some concerning signs. You know, Fury looking so bad against Ngannou. The good thing is he looks so much better against Usyk. His performance was good. Against really any other fighter, I think he could have got the win, but against Usyk, it was just too hard. So, you know, we don't want to be... I think we're getting the fight at the right time. We wouldn't want it any later than this. And I think actually Usyk being a bit older makes it even more intriguing as well. Because we know Usyk relies on volume and speed and footwork, and those are things that decline, so... Both guys here getting their intros. Moldy said, I hope you're keeping well. I feel like I don't ask that enough. I'm doing all right, thank you. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. Okay, we're just getting both of these fighters getting their intros. As we said, 3 fights to go until we get to the main events. "25 years old, 17 stone 3 for Johnny Fisher. He is a real lump of a man. Puts his arms in the air, gets a great reaction. Both fighters stepping into the center. So, as we said, we're going to dial in now that we've kind of gone through those undercard fights, those lower down undercard fights. Tall Paul said the Romford Bull is from my neck of the woods. He needs to face better opponents. I think this is a good test. It's a real good challenge here. The Romford Bull against the White Rhino. Yeah, if he can do this, it will be a great victory for Dave Allen. Either way, it's a great victory. Johnny Fisher should win this, but it is a test. We are underway. Both fighters come out into the center, and we've got jabs. Who's going to have to weather a storm here, Allen? I would like Fisher to do it. I think he's a really interesting heavyweight. And he's got some good power in his shots. And again, he's just jabbing away. He's just giving Dave Allen something to think about. Nice. Oh, and he's going to the body as well. Mixing up the levels. Working the body. Going upstairs. He's causing Dave Allen some trouble. Dave Allen is eating some shots. But he's taking them. Jab coming in again there by Fisher. Fisher backing away. Fisher definitely looking the better fighter here. Again going to the body. Jab's going in upstairs. Yep. He does have to pace himself. Oh, I tell you what, Allen looked at the ref there. Oh, there's a bit of trouble. Allen felt like he had got caught, so he looked over to the referee, and as he looked, you know, the fight wasn't stopped, so Fisher unloaded. Allen ended up going back against the ropes. Allen again just edging forwards. Fisher going to the body, looking good. And again, he's having some real success to the body, and it might not show itself in the first round, but we're only a couple of minutes in. It's backing up a little bit there, Fisher. Allen jabbing to the body. Fisher coming back, jab. Nice jab there by Fisher. And again, 1-2 straight down the middle. Again, he's just putting out that jab, but a jab coming back there by Allen there into a clinch. Referee coming in, looking to separate both fighters. Nice body shot there by Fisher. 1-2 straight down the middle, but onto the guards. Jab coming back there by Allen. It is this early storm that is going to last a good few rounds that Allen's going to need to get through. If he gets through it, He's in a much better position. He has gone to the body quite a bit, though, here, Fisher. Jab coming in there. Commentators just saying some of these shots are borderline. And again, jab coming in there by Fisher. Another jab. And there we go. End of the round. Clearly a Fisher round, that. Clearly a Fisher round, but are those body shots going to come good for him eventually? I would have to think they will. Very good. Dormouse, hello, my friends. Top of the morning, early afternoon to all. Hope the fights have been good so far. We've just been keeping an eye on them, to be honest. We haven't been really too crazy about being too vigilant. But yeah, so far they've been all right. What I've been viewing, but we could do with some finishes. We're hoping for something here, to be honest. Yeah, they're saying that everything he threw in that first round was really hard, and they're a little bit worried about the pace. He's not going to be able to do that over 12 rounds. They're saying that maybe just take a little bit of sting out of the shots, unless you're really looking to just put him away in the first stages. I think that is the strategy. Jab coming back there by Allen to the body. Jab's coming back there by Fisher, going upstairs. Hook shot coming in, just misses with it. Again, jab straight down the middle there by Fisher. Allen taking a bit of a deep breath there. I wonder if that's a sign that some of this stuff is starting to get to him. So the commentators are saying, another body shot. Lovely work there by Fisher. Commentators are really worried that Fisher is giving too much in the early stages. And he's not gone in with that mentality that this could go the distance. But a lovely flurry of shots there. Again, Allen looks to the referee, sort of suggesting that he has been hit a bit too low. Hook shot coming in there by Fisher. Nice head movement there by Fisher. Allen moving forward. Fisher throwing out a jab. Falls on the guard. Misses with a hook. Body shot. And I think Allen felt that. Allen bounces back against the ropes, throws a jab in upstairs. Fisher keeping his high guard. Fisher's the one that's backing up a little bit. Puts out his arm as a bit of a rangefinder. And boom, lovely right hand comes in behind. But Allen getting a few shots back now. Nice couple of shots coming in. Dormouse said, I can't watch the fight, so I'm watching this instead. Dormouse, shout out to you, my friends. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Jab there by Fisher. Fisher looking good in this round. He was probably more dominant in the first, but I'd say he's ahead in this one as well. Digging to the body. He is catching Allen. But Allen is still moving forward. Jab there by Fisher, and again. He's trying to move out the way there, Fisher. Gets to a better position. They both jab at the same time. Body shot coming in there by Allen. Fisher just backing up. Lovely right hands. Great work. Into a clinch. Side of the headshot there by Allen. Fisher backing up. Jab. Nice. He's got a lovely zip on his hands, on his punches. Oh, lovely right hands. And again, he's just putting that left out there, just really giving Allen something to think about. And then the right just comes in right behind. Nicely disguised. He's got him up against the ropes at the moment. Fisher, again, in control there for me, but there will be concern that he's giving a little bit too much in this early stages. He hasn't really had Allen troubled. He's landing some good shots. Shots that hopefully are going to come good for Fisher, but well done. Keep pumping up with the jab. Okay. Yeah. Days. Hello, Days. Hello, Dormouse. Hello, James, said TJF. Hello, TJF. Hope you're doing well. Big cheer in the arena, but people don't seem to know why. So, who wins and how? Fury by stoppage, 34%. Fury by decision, 18%. Okay, here we go. We've got, we are underway with round number 3. We've got these two jabbing away at each other. And again, that's a lovely right hand there by Fisher. Tries to come in with a hook shot. Letting the hands go a little bit there by Fisher as we've got a jab coming forwards by Allen. Allen trying to be a little bit more active in this round. Nice shot coming into the side of the head. Shot coming back there by Fisher. Allen going straight down the middle, but Fisher clinching. Over by the ropes. And again, moving forward. So we are now less than 3 hours to the main event. We got 2 hours, 45 minutes, and that's when the main event should start. 2 hours, 45. So we're doing all right, man. We started this thing being like 6 hours away. Now it's like 2 hours, 45. It'll soon be 2.5. And as we said, we've got some good fights to get through. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Jab going straight down the middle. This thing can go 10 rounds, this one. So I think Fisher has come out the gates quite fast. I think he's really throwing in some good, powerful shots here. And Dave Allen is taking a lot of heavy shots. Body shot coming back there by Dave Allen. Allen again going upstairs. Days, we need Big John Fury against Big John Fisher, says Edward. Yeah, we just have not seen Big John Fury in the build to this fight, you know. Big John has been quite absent. We saw him in that amazing promotional video. That was great. I thought they did a brilliant job with that. But, yeah, Big John definitely feeling his absence. He's definitely someone that divides opinion, though. A lot of people feel like he gets in the way, steals the spotlight. It has been kind of nice in a way to not have him kind of be in the talk, you know? It's nice that we've been able to focus just on Fury, Tyson, and Usyk. Normally, if Big John's around, he does kind of steal a bit of the spotlight. Yeah, lovely again there by Fisher. Going to the body. Couple of shots coming back here by Allen. I think Fisher will be frustrated that he's not been able to really cause more damage. Allen continuing to come forward. He has, and he's still moving forward. TJF said, how are you doing, Days, my brother from another mother? We're doing all right, buds. We're doing all right. This is our last big stream of the year. And obviously a lot of excitement. Genuinely looking forward to our main event fight. I mean, it's such an exciting fight. And we've really been talking about it for hours. About how it can go. Paths to victory. What's most likely. We've got the poll as well, which I don't know where that is, vote-wise. Oh, that's all right. We're coming up to 1,500 votes. So that's okay. I mean, hopefully that's going to get to like 5,000 by the time we get to the fight. So that's doing all right. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. So, yeah, if anyone is not left a like, leave a like as we continue to move forwards with these undercard fights. I know that a lot of people are going to jump into this one, like, late. This will be one where, like, your casual fans, they'll have it on, but they won't really be paying too much attention. I think you've got to be a British boxing fan to be excited by Johnny Fisher. But he's got a good following, as we said. 12 wins, 11 knockouts. He can certainly provide fun, exciting moments, but he's not been able to find one here yet. There was a big overhand that came in from Dave Allen there. Big haymaker. Uppercut there by Allen. Again, shot coming in by Fisher. He is getting close. Couple of shots there by Allen and backing away. Jab coming in by Fisher again. Wasn't there a clip of Fury's training camp when he was arguing with his dad because he wasn't wearing a head guard, said Adam. I've not seen that clip. I've not seen that clip. I'll have to have a look for that. Again, body shot there by Allen, and he's driving Fisher back. A. Jobson, thank you, my friend. Dormouse said, my connection is messing up a little bit. I had that just. Again, shot coming in. A couple of jabs there by Fisher. Allen moving forward. I feel like Fisher is starting to tire, and we're not even halfway through round 4. Like, his output has definitely decreased, and we're seeing Allen starting to come into the fight a bit more. So if you are on Fisher's side, we're not seeing him doing quite the same as what we got in the first couple of rounds. It's getting a little bit scrappier. Fisher winning this fight, but yeah, frustrating. Frustrating so far for him. He's got someone in front of him that he just cannot put away. He's trying to get a bit of bounce back in his legs. So he's trying to get a bit of rhythm going again. So you could see like he was bouncing around, trying to shoot in, trying to get going. Yeah, they're saying that he's landed so many big shots. And Dave Allen just continues to move forwards. That's got to have some sort of psychological effect. And it probably does, to be honest. We have got 268, 288 likes. So that is good. What, we're at 288 likes, are we? Okay. I mean, time-wise, I feel like we've got time to find the other 700 to get to the 1,000. Hopefully, of course, by the time we get to that main event, there's going to be more people with us. So, yeah, okay. I'd say that's okay. Definitely could do with a little boost, but, you know, it is what it is. I'm kind of, you know, probably shouldn't be, but I'm quite chilled for this last big stream of the year. I feel like in many ways the year is pretty much done now. This is our last big important stream, and I think, yeah, it'll do whatever it'll do. I think I'm starting to slip into Christmas mode. So I definitely appreciate the likes. I definitely appreciate the support. But I'm not too worried about this stream, to be honest. I think kind of in Christmas mode, 4 days before Christmas. It's always hard to know how many people are around, how many people are off seeing family. Obviously, it's a Saturday. It's the last Saturday before Christmas. So how many people are out doing shopping? I mean, you got to remember right now it's 3:20 in America. Yeah, so, you know, in America, for example, and Canada, like, people are out seeing family the last Saturday before Christmas. They're out doing last-minute shopping. So it's so hard to know how many people are going to be around, how many people are going to be joining us. That I think it's one of those where when we actually get to the fight, that's when it'll really like take off, you know. So I'm pretty chilled, but yeah, just watching some fights, having some conversations, and I hope everyone's just having a really good weekend, to be honest. Alexa said, I'm not sure if I will be banned for this, but don't want to spend 200 on Sunday ticket. Made me look into other options. Screen variety is wonderful and just £6. Well, Alexa, I think the fact I feel you're a bot might get you banned. Dave Allen is all over Johnny Fisher here, you know. Oh, and he bundles Johnny Fisher down. So Johnny Fisher has thrown a lot of stuff. Yeah, Johnny Fisher's in trouble, you know. So he just got bundled over. Referee's not counting. Look, Johnny Fisher wants to come forwards. Johnny Fisher letting his hands go. But uppercut coming in there. Dave Allen is all over Johnny Fisher. There's nothing coming back at all. Commentate. Oh, big hook shot. This, I'll tell you what, Johnny Fisher is really hanging on. He was minus 2,000 favourite. They're saying that the head still isn't quite cleared. If Alan can find a big shot, he might be able to put Fisher away. He's got 1:10 to find it. He is having to hang him. We said not long ago that Fisher looked like he was slowing. Here we go. Shot coming in. And again, he's trying to... Look, there's the pop in his punches just aren't there. The big, powerful shots that we saw from Fisher, they're not there. What he's throwing now, swing and a miss. His shots look so laboured. Johnny Fisher having to dig deep. Johnny Fisher having to go to the well. Trying to survive. If he was in there against better opposition, he'd be dead. He'd be dead. But Dave Allen looks like he's struggling to find anything as well. Both of these guys look like they've given an awful lot. Uppercuts coming in here by Johnny Fisher. Going to the body. Trying to go upstairs. Both guys look absolutely gassed. Both guys look like they've given everything. Both guys look like they're... uppercut there by Fisher. What a round. Really fun stuff. Commentators really enjoyed it. Yeah, that was really interesting. Actually, it sets up a really interesting round 6. Sets up a really interesting round 6. There was just a shot to the side of the head that really, really rocked. Look at him. Johnny Fisher is gone. He is gone. Down he goes. Boom. Big shot. Look at it. Amazing. I'm going to be sticking around this week. I've done all my shopping. I can't miss an unseen, said Lucas. Ah, Lucas, thank you, my friends. I love hearing people that really enjoy unseen because I think that it's grown into such an important video series for the channel. Obviously, we'll be doing that all throughout 2025. So it's so great to hear that people enjoy it. So, Lucas, I do it for people like you, my friend. Thank you for all the support. Uppercut there by Alan. Let's see what round 6 holds, shall we? Because that last round was pretty fun. I'm trying to not get too carried away. Trying to not get too excited. I've done it before where I get really into these undercard fights and then I've got no voice left for the main event. Like, I've done that before. So I'm trying to learn from that. I'm trying to stay level-headed, but there was some good action in that last round. Right now, we've got Alan up against the ropes. Both of these guys look gassed. And, yeah, deep breath there. Oh, lovely right hand there by Fisher. And again, he's really just trying to crack him with this right hand. He's just throwing it repeatedly. I don't think there's any technique to that or any kind of skill. It's literally just like a hammer trying to batter a nail. And he's not looking for openings. He's just throwing so that Alan has got something that he's got to deal with, you know? But both of these guys in close quarters, up against the ropes right now. Referee coming in, separating both of them. Deep breath. Again, look, again, that's all he's doing. He's either doing that or he's doing that. It's like he's just throwing a right hand repeatedly. Very much like a hammer on a nail. Like, you're just throwing. You're just throwing. Boom. Oh, he mixes it up with a left hook, but he couldn't get it through. Both guys are gassed. They embrace. It feels like we're at the end of the 10th, let alone halfway through the 6th. Nice, right hand there by Dave Allen. Couple of shots coming back by Fisher. Oh, Allen catches Fisher. Fisher stumbles a little bit. Hook shot. Jab coming back. Bit of blood coming down the face there of Fisher. And again, in the clinch. Referee coming in, looking to separate both fighters. Bonkers. James said, why do people watch Unseen? It's meant to be unseen. The clue is in the name. It's true. If you watch Unseen, it becomes seen and it just ruins the whole video. You're right. Me too. I have my mum, dad, my youngest son here to look after and call my room the dungeon, said Dormouse. You call your room the dungeon? Dormouse. And you've got 69 in your name. Well, we really are learning a lot about you this evening, aren't we? So there we go. That was the end of round 6. I think we really are seeing 2 gassed individuals. Taylor is done with her tour, so she will probably be at the rest of the games. Yeah, that's what I was hoping for. I was hoping that we would get round to some Taylor Swift conversation. It's been too long since we have, so... Amin said, are we doing a New Year's Eve stream for the Wrestling Escape Pods? Is that on a Tuesday? You'll have to ask Tommy. I don't know. We'll have to see. I don't know if Tommy's around. I mean, I'm not going anywhere. So I don't know about a Wrestling Escape Pod one, but certainly NXT we can do. Yeah, they're saying that Johnny Fisher has had a real life lesson tonight. He knows a hell of a lot more about himself than when he started this fight. He's had a real test in there. He could not get his opponent away early, even though he landed some big, big shots. Right now, again, he's just trying to get that... he's just trying to give something, Dave, something to think about. Oh, uppercut! Johnny Fisher getting clipped quite a bit now. Blood coming down Fisher's face. 1-2 straight down the middle, looking for an uppercut himself. So again, ducking underneath. Shot coming into the side of the head. Shots coming into the side of the head, going back against the ring. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. We are in round 7. Oh, 1-2 straight down the middle. Yeah, there is. Oh, and again, trying for a haymaker, but it doesn't have the pop in it that it saw at the start of the fight. Uppercut misses there by Johnny. Jab coming in, he's backing away. Ah. Yeah, he is. That defense is pretty rubbish, to be honest. Fisher is in the corner. He's leaving himself quite open, but I think he's trying to invite that. So that as soon as his opponent throws, he can try and beat him to the punch. But Fisher is so worn down, I don't know that that's the right strategy. Yeah, now he's trying to throw in some shots. Tell you what, this arena's really filling up now. Really filling up. Shot coming in. Moving forward. Jab coming in there by Fisher. Fisher with some good head movement. They're just talking about Fisher's head move. Oh, and he stumbles. I tell you what, though, when he gets caught, Fisher, he just sort of tries to dance it off and then comes back in. It does feel like Dave Allen is always a punch away from, like, putting Fisher down, but Fisher just goes away, jogs, comes forward again. Both fighters up against the ropes. It is true. They've both stood and exchanged shots. Both guys have really given a lot. They've both been hit with some big, big shots. Neither guy, though, going down. But there is a lot of hanging on. Does feel like Fisher's hanging a bit more than what Dave Allen is. I haven't even been scoring it, so I don't even know who's flipping winning, to be honest. So they're saying that nothing but Hart has managed to get him through the rounds. What are the corners saying? You've got it in you. Right. Good news for music fans. Taylor Swift has laryngitis. Great fight, Days, said Meek Maiko. Days treats us with royalty. Meek Maiko, shout out to you, my friend. Yeah, really fun fight this. I agree. So both fighters coming out. So we're into... so there's the scorecards. The unofficial scorecard has got this 66-66 Johnny Fisher for the first 4 rounds, and then the last 3 rounds go into Dave Allen. So that's the commentator scorecards. One of those rounds being a 10-8 round. Jab coming in there by Fisher. We're over against the ropes. Again, we've got Fisher over by the ropes. We've got jab coming in there by Dave Allen. Again, hook shot coming in upstairs. Jab coming in as well. Another jab there by Dave Allen. Fisher over by the ropes. Jab coming back there by Fisher. Allen continuing to put this pressure on. Fisher going back against the ropes. He's just trying to get his head out the way. He's got his guard up. He's just inviting pressure, really. But Dave Allen, you know, you can tell that he's tired. If Allen had a bit more about him, I think he would put Fisher away, but he seems to be struggling as well. All the momentum is with Dave Allen, though. This is round 8. We do need Fisher to find something here. He was the minus 2,000 favourite. Uppercut coming in there by Dave Allen. Dave Allen looking really good. Oh, missed hook shot by Fisher. And Allen doesn't miss. In reply, quick flurry of shots down the middle, though, by Fisher. Yeah, he's feeling it. Look, Fisher going back against the ropes. Allen just won't leave him alone. They're digging into the body. There's about a... Oh! Referee getting a little bit too close there. Again, really close. Referee coming in, looking to separate both fighters there. It's really scrappy. Both fighters are tired. It's really messy. It's really scrappy. Fisher, again, trying to go to the body. Hook shot coming in there by Allen. But I think it is Netflix. Is AJ in the arena, said Daz. Hello, Daz. No, apparently not. So they asked Eddie Hearn if Anthony Joshua would be there. He was like, nah, he's going to watch it from home. There's not really a need for him to be here. This isn't really about him. So, no, there's no belief that he's going to be in attendance here. Some great shots by Allen. Great shots by Allen. Yeah, Allen really getting some shots through here. Oh, Fisher coming back, but... End of the rounds. I was saying, ask Alexa for the Christmas song by Taylor. I think it's called Cowboy Christmas. Eddie must be fuming at this, said Toby. Take it one round at a time. Go upstairs with it. You've gone to the body. Nice. Don't cross your feet. Yeah, it's really interesting. Just trying to listen to what they're saying to Fisher in the corner. Lovely hook shot there. Lovely overhand by Fisher as well. He did definitely get some good-looking shots through in that 8th round. But he does look gassed as well. Right. 6 minutes that will feel like 6 hours. So Toby said Eddie must be fuming at this. Well, he definitely is going to want Fisher to get the win. You can see that Eddie Hearn is actually on the edge of his seat. Right now, we've got jab coming into the body, uppercut there by Fisher, hook shot coming back there by Allen. Little dig to the body, lovely uppercut. Oh, couple of shots there by Allen. Uppercut and hook shot. Ooh, some of these sound really powerful. Yeah, Fisher, his legs are wobbling. I think these shots by Allen, they're really having an effect. Fisher is backed into the corner. Allen has been in there with some big names. Allen is a decent fighter, is a decent an opponent. It was just that Fisher was expected to get the victory here. Some good combos there by Fisher. He's backing up Allen again. If it goes to scorecards, it feels like Allen is going to get this. We've still got a little way to go, though. We're in round 9. This thing can go 10 rounds. Again, shot coming in. Oh, he kind of bundles him over. Timeout. Is he going to have a word there with Allen? Yeah, I think he's just having a little word there with Allen. A little telling off. Don't know where we are time-wise. We got about a minute to go. I need to go upstairs for bits. AJ, no, not expected to be in the arena, as we said. Okay, both fighters coming forwards. Body shot, little digs coming in there by Fisher. Shot coming back by Allen. He's got, again, Fisher going upstairs. Hooks coming in into clinch. Referee coming in to separate both fighters. For those joining us, we have seen Usyk arrive. We have seen Fury arrive. Jab coming in there by Fisher. And again, trying to go to the... But this is better by Fisher, actually. Better by Fisher. Oof. Uppercut, though, by Allen. Fisher, a little bit wobbly. Over by the ropes. Allen getting some shots through. Yeah, Fisher just grabbing Allen. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Fisher hanging at the end of that round. He was doing so well. He was doing really well. I thought there was a couple of shots there going to the body. When he fights at distance, when he can keep Allen at range and keep him back, he does well. Just jabbing and working. But when Allen gets in close, starts landing those hook shots and everything, oh. Right now, commentators have got this 85-85. They gave that last round to Allen, but the round before that they gave to Fisher. So if these scorecards are accurate, that means this final round has got everything to play for. Both of these guys, it's so hard to know which way this is going. But both of these guys have got 3. Allen is straight out. Fisher's coming out. They embrace at the start of the 10th. And Fisher with a right hand. It could be whoever wins this round wins this fight. Allen moving forward. So far, we've just had a shot by Fisher. Hook shot misses there by Fisher. Allen again putting the pressure on. He's got Fisher up against the ropes. I feel like both of these were gassed by the end of the 4th. Certainly Fisher. The fact that they're still there in the 10th. Jab coming in by Allen. Yeah, this is better by Fisher. This is good by Fisher. Doubling up on the jab. Going down the middle. And again. So, that was good. He's got to make sure. He's got to just keep jabbing. Keep him at bay. Allen coming in into the clinch. Referee coming in, separating both guys. Oh, Fisher just getting bundled into the corner. I mean, the truth is they've both given everything. But really, it could come down to this round. At the moment, I would say Fisher is just edging it. Nice. And again... Oh, I'm going to the body. Going upstairs. Good work there by Fisher. Don't get caught in the corner. Yeah, he wants to step out of that, and he does. Going to the body. Couple of little shots coming into the head there. You can see that Allen is gassed. So as much as Fisher is gassed, Allen is gassed as well. Right now, over in the corner. Shots coming in. Uppercut there. And again, couple of shots coming in by Allen. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Amir said, how many fights till the main event? 2 more after this. 2 more after this. But we're ending this fight. We're in round 10 of 10. And it's really interesting. Right now, it's Allen against the ropes. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Fisher again moving forward, digging to the body. Looks like Fisher has got more in reserve than Allen did for this 10th round. He's doing really well. Straight down the middle. Look, really good. Yeah, good work there by Fisher. Letting the hands go. Allen up against the ropes. Oh, Allen, no. Trying to come back. 20 seconds. Yeah, I feel like it's a Fisher round. Allen standing there saying, come on. Uppercut there by Allen. Hook shot coming back by Fisher. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. I said I wasn't going to get too invested. I said I wasn't going to get too excited. I said I'd learnt my lesson about getting too carried away with the undercard. But that was really good. Everyone's applauding. They gave absolutely everything. Who gets it? Yeah, look, Allen goes down. He's absolutely shattered. So the unofficial scorecard, the commentator scorecard, has it Fisher by 1, but it is so close. Yeah, they're saying if that is a draw, that's probably the fair result. If that is going to be scored a draw, that's probably fair. David Hay just said that a draw is probably the perfect result, the right result. Neither guy here should be coming out on the losing side. Yeah, a draw probably is fair. Taylor Swift or Avril Lavigne version 2.0 as she's known, said Lord Sheograth. Kelly said, I could name a Taylor song. I don't know about Christmas songs. She did have... Why are we talking about... Where's Taylor Swift come from? Hey? This is a boxing stream about blood, violence, revenge, power, knockouts. Not flipping Taylor Swift's Christmas songs. Yeah, so both fighters are in the center and they're really showing a lot of respect to each other. Another fight that goes the distance here. I won the fight, said Alan. Of course I won the fight. Alan believes it's him. Of course he does. This was a main event fight, said Lord Sheograth. They're saying I got beat and he looks confused. Yeah, Dave Allen thinks he's won. Okay, here we go. Judges, it's going to be interesting. It is a split decision. $95-94 Fisher. $96-93 Allen. 95-94. I won the fight, said Dave Allen. Wow. Johnny Fisher gets it. Dave Allen cannot believe it. Dave Allen cannot believe it. I don't know what Johnny Fisher is saying. I can't quite make it out. Dave Allen was standing there and he was like, they're saying that I lost the fight. But he's like, every time that a scorecard comes in for Johnny Fisher, he's like, yeah, it's true. They just said if he had got that fight by a point, then no one would have argued. I don't know that Johnny Fisher is going to be... I don't know how he's going to feel. I tell you what, that was as close as you can get, really. The commentators are saying that they would not have argued if that had been a draw. Well, do you know what? I mean, I really thought we were in for like an early finish on that, and it didn't go that way, but it was a really fun fight that we got. Both guys were absolutely out on their feet, giving everything they had. Both of them looked gassed. And, yeah, we just had a very, very interesting scorecard there. So it's a split decision win for Johnny Fisher. Plenty of people will be saying that that's a robbery. But, I don't know, it was really, really close. I think a draw was probably the fair result, to be honest. Right. That is a robbery, said A. Jobson. How many fights are left? Well, we've got 2 more fights to go, and then we're at the main event, so we are getting closer. So 2 more fights to go. Moses Itauma, who I think is going to be our co-main event. Really looking forward to that. 19 years old is a big, big prospect. So that is going to be a really fun fight. But of course, we are getting closer. We've seen Usyk and Fury both arriving. And actually, we're going backstage. We can see Usyk getting his hands wrapped. So we are about 2 hours from the ring walks. So there we go. They're just talking about that last fight. It was crazy. It was very, very impressive. I forgot that boxing was garbage, said Nocto. I don't have any power, says Dormouse. You don't have any power. Bonnie, shout out to you. But she is now famous for dating Jason Kelsey's brother, says Matter. We just cannot get off Taylor Swift as a topic, can we? We're really stuck on that. That's fine. I thought people might want to talk about Johnny Fisher, or might want to talk about Tyson Fury, or Oleksandr Usyk, but no. We really do seem to be very stuck on Taylor Swift this evening, and that's listen, that's fine. It is cold here in Florida, says Bonnie. Is it? Are you feeling it in Florida now? I don't have no idea what the temperature would be like in Florida. I'm sure it does get colder, but the idea of it being cold in Florida is a bit weird. Whenever I've been, it's always been in the summer. So thinking of Florida being cold, I know that you do get like bad storms and hurricanes and stuff like that, but I can't imagine you ever see snow in Florida. In fact, we haven't had snow here in the UK, actually. There's no snow. I don't know if we've had any snow at all. There might have been a day where we had like a little light covering, but no. Normally snow for us is more January now, or like February, kind of early in the year, rather than it being more December. But yeah, I mean, it's been raining. It's been pretty bad rain today. This sounds like an NFL stream, said Kapata. A. Jobson said Taylor Swift is the best. 5-0, said A. Jobson. So A. Jobson's doing well. Jindrik, shout out to you, my friend. Pappy said, this is such a great stream. Everyone tell your friends to tune in. Pappy, appreciate the support, buds. Yeah, you know, we're continuing to work our way through the undercard. I like to start early because obviously we spoke for a good hour and a half, 2 hours about Fury Usyk. So I feel like we've covered all of that. Of course, there'll be a lot of people joining us that maybe didn't hear those conversations. So it might be worth revisiting as we continue to move our way forward. We're going to our next fight now as Ismael Davis is about to make his way down to the ring. So not much waiting around, to be honest, when it comes to getting to the next fight. But yeah, we were saying about how I personally think that Usyk is going to win this. I think Usyk wins. I just don't know if it's going to be stoppage or if it's going to be by decision. I think that it's going to be very hard for Fury. I think Fury is going to move forward. I think he is going to be the aggressor. I think that he is going to bring like a lot of hurt. And I think that he is going to try and put Usyk away. But I don't know that that works. I don't know that that's the right strategy. I don't know that that is the path to victory. I think that he is bigger. I think that he is going to be on the front foot. I think that he's going to take the fight to Usyk. And I think that Usyk is going to be able to absorb that pressure and actually slip the shots and cause damage. And I think that Fury's going to look good in the early stages. But I think as we get towards round 8, round 9, I think that's all Usyk. So unless Fury can put Usyk away, I do worry about this strategy. But so yeah, I've got Usyk winning. I just don't know if it's stoppage or if it's going to be by decision. If we have a look and see where we are right now with your thoughts, we are just around 1,500 votes. 33% of you have got Fury winning by stoppage. 18% of you have got Fury winning by decision. 29% have got Usyk by stoppage. 20% have got Usyk by decision. So very close. But the majority of you have got Fury by stoppage, and you think that it's going to be 51%, 52% Fury, 48%, 49% think it's going to be Usyk. So stoppage, Fury is our top selection, and it is very, very close when you add it all together. It's like 49, 51, 48, 52. It's very, very close. So, yeah, that is definitely something we're going to be keeping an eye on as we continue to get closer and closer towards the start of this main event. And, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this is going to play out. I really don't know. I don't have a great confidence in Usyk winning, but I do think he gets the job done. Lord Geograph said, I think if Usyk wins, but I don't really care. I just want Jake Paul to fight the winner. Bonnie said, Usyk looks really scary. Imagine having a staring contest with him. That's exactly what Fury did, wasn't it? Fury had that staring contest. They were staring at each other for 11 minutes. So, yeah, it is very intimidating. And both of them seem to be mentally strong coming into this fight. Neither of them wanting to give an inch. And I think they said that was a world record when it came to a stare down. But I think Usyk wins. Not boxing related, but I saw a poll on Netflix post-show stream. You asked for our favourite Netflix shows. What shows have you watched? I haven't watched many, so I was asking that to get inspiration, really. I don't go on to Netflix. If ever I'm doing work or research or anything like that, I tend to just watch YouTube videos and put a lot of them on in the background. Sometimes it's like WWE wrestling stuff. Sometimes it's boxing bits. It's, yeah, just stuff like that. Sometimes it's body cam footage, actually. I find that like body cam footage is not bad to have on in the background. I can't really sit here and go through my notifications or read reports about fights and stuff like that, or read about fighters and pay anything else much attention. So like trying to follow a plot is just not possible. So like, you know, body cam footage, videos and things like that, where, do you know what I mean? You don't really need to pay it much attention until there's a load of shouting. That's kind of easy stuff to just have on in the background. But outside of that, podcasts where I zone out and then we'll dip back in when there's a certain something that catches my ear. That's also something I have on in the background. But trying to watch Netflix shows and follow a plot and character development, it's just not happening. It's just not happening. So I really don't watch much at all. I don't even think, no word of a lie, I'm trying to think, other than a documentary that I watched about like some artist, I don't think I've watched a single film this year. I don't think I've watched one. I'm really trying to think of any film that I've watched this year. And I can't think of one. Can't think of one. I know I watched a documentary about an artist, but I can't think of a film I've watched this year. I've certainly not watched any TV shows on Netflix. So no, I can't really bring anything to that conversation, which is why I was asking the question. So if anyone's seen anything good, feel free to put it in the chat. It's Bryn again said, I would recommend Dexter. I've seen Dexter back in the day. I haven't seen the new stuff, but I saw the first series that they did. I'm going to pay attention to the chat now. I feel like we just watched that last fight, and it was good. But I think it's better when we're interacting with the chat and answering the chat's questions. I think that the chat prefer that. That's the vibe I get. We can maybe jump back for the Itauma fight. I don't know how long that'll go. 19-year-olds, hopefully going to put in a performance. That'll be our co-main event. So I'm sure there'll be... I'll keep an eye on this, but we'll jump back for the next one. Did you see the unseen title match from Japan between Triple H and Tajiri on WWE Vault, said Bonkers. I saw that it was there, but I have not watched it. I do want Tyson to win, but I don't think he will, so say it, Jules. I'm back in the dungeon, said Dormouse. Have fun. Pappy said if Jake wants respect, he needs to stop fighting amateurs and senior citizens. Jobson said it's like 16 degrees in New York. Dexter I saw, but he's that kind of killer, a serial killer that never got caught. I mean, obviously, you know, the ending is the ending, but I won't ruin that for people that have not seen it. But he basically, like, he's a killer that wants to kill and decides to kill people that... deserve it, basically. It was good. It was good. I wasn't sure about the ending, and I haven't seen the new series, so I don't know if I would go out my way to track it down, but if you've never seen any of it, then I would recommend it. But Jake Paul is Mickey Mouse Spear. Anyone in the chat could knock him out, said TJF. Usyk and Fury are senior citizens, said Lord Sheograth. Unlike Days, I usually just keep YouTube on in the background, said Kelly the Wise Lady. I think Roland CM Punk should be main event, said Gene Drick. Lethal Weapon, said Jamie. Well, that's the film I need to watch. I've never seen Lethal Weapon. I found the DVD box. I was very excited at that the other day. I was sitting here, and that is, you know, I always like to watch a film at Christmas. I make time to sit down and watch something. So, yeah, this time I was thinking maybe Lethal Weapon. I'll get that crossed off the list because I did watch some of the TV show and I thought it was really good. So I was like, yeah, maybe I'll watch that. But I found the DVD box, and when I opened it, the DVD wasn't in there. I mean, I can easily find it online, of course. So maybe I'll still do that. But I don't know. I quite fancy watching the Batman from a few years ago as well. I never got round to watching that. And if I was to watch a TV show, I think I would watch The Penguin, because I've heard it's excellent. So that is meant to be a really good show. I quite fancy that. I do like the Batman verse. I don't mind a bit of Batman. Don't mind a bit of DC. Well, Batman, really. I don't really engage in anything else. I don't really engage in Batman, but I think of all the superhero films, those would be the ones I've always enjoyed the most. You know, the Dark Knight stuff. I mean, even Gotham. I thought Gotham lost its way, but the Gotham TV show I thought was excellent at first, and then it sort of lost its way. But Penguin is meant to be excellent. So if I was to watch anything like that, it would be that. Kyle said, it's a bit corny, but have you ever seen Supernatural? Not sure that's my bag, to be honest. So, no. I mean, I can't say it's not my bag, but from the bits I've seen of it, it's never grabbed me. I just watched the Red One film with my mother and brother. It was all right. It was okay. It was a bit funny, says Kian. Karrion Kross has just taken credit for Fisher winning, says Lord Sheograth. Yes, I can believe that. Days, I've sent you a clip of that Triple H and Tajiri Unseen match hours ago, says James. I haven't gone through my Twitter. Amin said, what are your thoughts on Logan this past Wednesday? He made me laugh. Oh, what about him coming back and going for the WWE title? I think he genuinely wants to do that. We got Daniel Dubois. Let's see what Daniel Dubois is saying, shall we? I don't know who he's rooting for. He's certainly stepped in there, hasn't he, with Usyk. I'm rooting for Fury, but I want my revenge on Usyk. It's going to be a great fight, says Daniel. There's Fury. He's not got his gloves on yet. His hands haven't been wrapped. He does look relaxed. I mean, I don't think you can really get a great deal from... He's got a smile on his face. He's just talking away. So, both fighters obviously are there. They're backstage. And they are very much getting settled in. Still got a little bit of time to go, of course, but I'm sure those hands will be getting wrapped soon. We saw Usyk's hands being wrapped already. Matt said there's a Lethal Weapon TV show. Yeah, and it was excellent. So the two guys that were in it, I don't know their names, but they were both brilliant. Really fun. You'll love it. I mean, it was a great show. Got great reviews and everything. But one of the guys was a real problem on set and was upsetting a load of people, and it got to the point where they ended up having to kick him out. So they actually replaced the actor, but he was so charismatic. He was so fun. He was just perfect for the role. And when he went, they replaced him, and people just didn't really feel where the show was after that. And I think, I don't know the name of these people, but first two seasons are brilliant. Third season is a big step down because the one guy ended up getting fired. They wrote him out of the story fine. I mean, it's all fine in the story, but that third season didn't get the same recognition, and I think they ended up just calling it quits, which I thought was a real shame, because even if the show wasn't as good, it was still good. I don't think it turned into a bad show. It just wasn't what it was, you know? And, you know, it was a real shame that, it went the way it went, but listen, it is what it is. And I never saw the end of that third season, so I don't know how it all wrapped up. But, yeah, there was a Lethal Weapon show, and it was really fun. I fancy Bohachuk for -1,000. He should get the win in this, yes. He should get the win. Davis coming in last second, really. Very late replacement. And he's not at the level, is he? So Bohachuk should pick up the victory in this one. He is -1,000 favourite. 93% of people have picked him. Davis, though, coming in. Oh, he's gone down, actually, Davis. Davis has gone down. Davis coming in quite late to take this fight. He's got a smile on his face. He's back on his feet. Doesn't bode well, the fact that he just went down in the second. We might actually get a fight here that results in a stoppage because Davis has already been down. Bohachuk is all over him at the moment. Letting the hands go. He's looking really good, really crisp. Some big, nasty body shots coming in there. Uppercut. And again, these shots are getting through. And I tell you what, Davis is going to be thrilled to be going back to his corner. So, yeah, we've got this fight, our co-main event. Then we are at Tyson Fury against Oleksandr Usyk. So, it's getting closer, kids. It's getting closer. Days, watch the night before. I probably should watch a Christmas film. You are right. I probably should watch a Christmas film. And I believe that is one, isn't it? We were talking about Christmas films that people had seen and hadn't seen. And actually, there was a few on that list. I do quite fancy watching one, but my plan is, as soon as we're done with this stream, of course, I need to do Unseen. So I'll get that done. Monday, we've got Raw. Tuesday, we've got NXT. Wednesday, the family are coming round, and I am going to try and do Unseen as well. Don't know what's happening Thursday, actually. I mean, Thursday, we've got Unseen. I don't know. Either way, there's maybe some opportunity coming up, but certainly, maybe I can find some room tomorrow. Don't know. We'll have to see. I haven't really thought about it. Beverly Hills Cop for me. I love that film, especially the third one, said James. Lethal Weapon for me, says Matter. Rush Hour, said Lord Sheograth. Go on, like the stream, said Jindrik. I've not seen the new one yet, said James. Jet Li, Lethal Weapon 4 was one of the best movie villains ever, said Pappy. Yeah, a lot of people loving Lethal Weapon here. Yeah, I want to watch, I definitely want to watch that. I mean, it's one of those films that I've always heard about. I've always thought I would enjoy it, but it's just finding the time to sit down and give it a go. I've never been a big film person, to be honest. If I have the option of watching a film or a TV show, I'd always take the TV show option. So I've never been big into films. I don't know why, like, a lot of them just don't grab me. A lot of them I look at and I'm like, I don't need to watch that. I don't feel like, I think a lot of people see a film, they're like, oh, I really want to watch that. And so they watch it, of course. But for me, with a lot of films, I don't get that urge. I don't get that, oh, I've got to watch that. I just don't feel that. I don't know why. With a TV show, you can watch a couple of episodes, decide if it's for you or not, you know? With a film, you know, by the time you've given it time, you might as well see it all the way through. So, I don't know, I tend to make my decision, like, off trailers, off posters, off reviews. And so it doesn't leave a big pool of films that I'm really that bothered by. I mean, if I never see Lethal Weapon, it's not a problem. But, yeah, I probably should watch it. We're still underway with this fight, you know. I really thought that Davis was going to get put away after he got put down in the last round, but they're still battling away. There's some speculation that Roman Solo will be the main event because of The Rock, said Jandrik. Could be. Yeah, could be. Days, I saw you laughing when Logan came back Wednesday. I mean, I wasn't laughing that he was there because I knew he was already going to be there because he was already on the graphic. So I don't know why I was laughing. I don't know what he said or what the joke was in the chat, but I wasn't surprised that Logan was there. Logan said that he had retired. I didn't believe him for a second. I said that in Unseen. And then they showed a graphic of the people that were going to be there on Raw, and Logan was one of them, and we spoke about that in Unseen. So when Logan came walking out, there was no shock or surprise that he was there. I'm just trying to think of why I was laughing and what was said that I was laughing about. I can't quite remember, to be honest. But Yeah, no, I was not shocked that he was there. I was not shocked that he unretired. I think the idea of him being champion is something that, you know, is horrifying. But I don't know, whenever we talk about it, I always look in the comments. There's always people like, nah, you should respect him. He does a great job. All this kind of stuff, you know? I don't know. He's got fans. It's as simple as that, isn't it? He's got fans. He's got a fan base. There's people that like him. There's people that hate him because of the crypto scams and everything. But then there is people out there that really like him. Days, how are you watching this, said Tenzin? Watching it on pay-per-view on TNT Sports. Lethal Weapon came out in the 80s. If you're a boomer who hasn't seen it, you're a bot, says Matter. TJF said, Days, have you seen Iron Claw? Nah. I wasn't bothered by it, to be honest. I feel like I know the story of the Von Erichs, and I heard rumours that that film was lacking a little bit in accuracy. And so actually, there's a little bit of concern that I'll watch it, and anything that I go, oh, I didn't know that, might end up not even being true. So I've just got a concern about watching it, really. Because I'm like, I'm really not interested in watching something that's got inaccuracies in it. And people have said that there are inaccuracies in it. So as much as I've heard it's a fun film, I don't think it's drastically out. I don't think it's anything like, you know, massively out of sync. But it has been, you know, given that Hollywood sheen, if you will. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not in a race to watch it, to be honest. A. Jobson said, I'm so addicted to The Last of Us. I've logged thousands of hours. Who is your favourite character? Abby, Joel, or Ellie? Mike said, because they've hyped up the new Raw superstar and it was underwhelming. Oh, the Braun coming out. Yeah, that upset quite a few people. Trini, hello. Hope you're doing well. 319 likes now. Yeah, it does feel like people are still not really around yet. I'm sure that will go up as soon as we start getting a little bit closer. We are now under 2 hours, though. So we are getting closer. We are under 2 hours. You were probably laughing. Oh, I don't know where that went. No one should respect Logan, said Scottish Nightmare. You was probably laughing at the guy that screamed, no, you haven't, when Logan said that he'd been watching, said Kyle. Yeah, I genuinely can't remember what I was laughing at. I don't know. We had a good time on that stream. So, but yeah, Logan being there wasn't a surprise. So we'll have to see kind of where all that goes. This fight is in round 4 right now. And, I mean, look, Bohachuk is winning. And there's a good chance here. Oh, actually, Davis looking a bit wobbly. Davis coming back with a uppercut. Bohachuk with a couple of rights and lefts. And there we go. End of the round. So yeah, as soon as we're done with this stream, I am going to run away and start working on, well, Unseen. I don't know if I'll work on it straight away. I'll probably get something to eat first, to be honest. But I have no idea really what's going on in the wrestling world today. I've just been fully focused on this boxing event. But thoughts on Callum Simpson, said Mike. I haven't seen loads of him, to be honest, so I can't really give you a great deal of thoughts. I know that he is undefeated. I know that he was winning a lot by knockouts and stoppages, but I don't think he did in his last fight. So that says to me that the caliber of opposition that he's going up against is obviously increasing. I think he's still undefeated, isn't he? And I think that there's real potential there, but I don't know. I mean, he's someone that is just going through the ranks. He's someone that Don't think he's faced like world-class opposition yet. How old is he? 20, mid-20s, something like that. So, yeah, I think we're at the point now where he's going to, you know, keep going up against tougher and tougher opposition. And I don't know. I don't know what the future holds for him, to be honest. I don't know where the ceiling is, but good fighter. I mean, you can only beat what's in front of you, and he's won all of his fights. I am right with that, aren't I? I don't want to sit here saying stuff that's not true. I could have easily missed a fight or something of his. No, he's still undefeated. 15-0. He's... How old is he? 28. A little bit older than I thought. Last fight was in August. He won by unanimous decision. 15-0. He won the British and Commonwealth super middleweight titles. Yeah, so in 2023, these are the ones that I saw, the unanimous decisions. He was winning a lot by knockouts and stoppages, and then he started to go the distance. So 2023 decision, 2023 decision, earlier this year decision. So I think, you know, he's going up in against tougher and tougher opposition, but now he's won the British and Commonwealth super middleweight. Listen, he's on the right path, isn't he? He's on the right path. He had a good amateur career, and I like him, so... But to be honest, I've, you know, it's a name that I've heard of. I haven't watched loads of his fights. Tell you what, Davis is really coming back now. TJF said lots of true stuff, just they miss stuff. MJF is the worst part. Trini said millions of people follow Logan. Millions of people also watch people getting hit in the balls. People watching you means little. It's why they are watching. It's why they are watching that matters, says Trini. Yeah, I mean, he does get a lot of people watching him, and he does get a lot of attention. And, you know, that's all that a lot of companies, I think, really care about, so that they can get in front of those eyeballs. They might be viewing to hate on Logan, but if they can have their logo pop up and just get a moment of those people's time, then it's obviously worth it for them. So, yeah, I don't know. It's one of those, isn't it? It's only that side of it is only going to get worse. You know, these kind of influencers with big followings, it's only going to get worse. That's not something that's going to improve. That's something that's only going to get worse. So Logan, unfortunately, might be the start of kind of where things are moving, because that I can't see that being something that goes away now. I feel like a lot of people hate on Logan and hate on Jake, thinking if we get rid of them, we get rid of this. But if they were to go, I'm fairly confident someone else would just step in instead. And I don't know that this goes away. You know, these kind of influencers now stepping out of that influencer world, going into sports. I can see a lot of sports being kind of took over, you know. He is undefeated, said Mike. But people saying hello to Trini. He comes into my work. He's a sweet guy, says Mike. TJF said, I agree with Trini about Logan. Okay, we're still underway with this fight. This fight can go 12 rounds, by the way, and we are 6 rounds in. Davis has been in quite a bit of trouble, but so he's losing the fight, but he's still in there. He's still putting up a fight. So he's swinging away, battling away, and he's doing well considering he took this fight on such late notice. Big opportunity for him. Absolutely huge opportunity. He's got 13 wins, only 6 knockouts. But Bohachuk has got 24 wins, 23 knockouts. He should be able to put Davis away here. But at the moment, it's proven to be a little bit tricky. Round 6 of 12. And does feel like Davis has kind of found a bit of a groove. Seems to be relatively comfortable. Sean said, I missed you on UFC 211. After searching one obnoxious live stream after another, I really started appreciating the work that you put in, said Sean. Sean, thank you, my friends. I think I'm right in saying that was the stream that we really had major problems. There was a storm in the UK, and so we was doing wrestling. But the plan was, as soon as the wrestling ended, then we would do UFC straight after, and I had the stream set up. But because of the storm, it took out all of my 5G networks, and thankfully I've got Skylink. So we were able to use Skylink and find a way. Have we been on Skylink all this time, actually? Starlink, sorry. Yeah, we have. So, actually, Starlink's been not bad for us on this stream. We've been connected to Starlink for a good hour or 2 hours, and we've had no trouble. But, unfortunately, because of the storm, even Starlink was, dipping out and coming back, dipping out, coming back. It was a nightmare to get through the wrestling stream. Just getting through that was very frustrating. And, yeah, I mean, I think it's one thing with wrestling. When you've got 5 fights on a 2-hour show and you know that fight is probably going to go a good 10 minutes or something, if you dip out, it doesn't really matter. The chances are the fight's not going to end. But with UFC, there's obviously more fights and they can end at any time. And so if a stream's going to keep crashing and going down, that's going to be really annoying. So I just made the decision to not do that UFC stream, to be honest. Because I looked at it and I was like, it's just not going to work. It was hard enough getting through the wrestling. I won't be able to get through UFC. But, I mean, we did have a really bad storm. So it was exceptional circumstances. So, yeah, 2025, I expect to be back. And as long as we're storm-free, we should be able to get through. Are you ready to see the Ula Falafel again? Yes. Bring it on. Matt has said, Days talks WWE on boxing stream, AEW on a WWE stream, boxing on a UFC stream, for the love of waffles. You just go where the conversation goes, buds. I'll talk about whatever people want to talk about. So, Sean, I appreciate you missing us for that UFC show. It's only because of the storm that we were obviously in the situation we were in. We got a lot of people around here. I think we've got a bit of a situation where Davis might not be coming out for the next round, you know. There's a lot of people in the Davis corner. I don't know what we've got kind of going on here. Let's put the headphones on, shall we? See what we're dealing with. He took a lot of punishment. He gave a good account, short notice. Yeah, so it looks like he's not coming back out. They've just said that this is a defeat that will only enhance his reputation. So looks like Davis has retired in the corner. Looks like it is a win for Bohachuk. So there we go. Co-main event coming up. Co-main event coming up. Moses Itauma versus Demsey McKean. So, yeah, this is our co-main event. Might take a little while to get to it. We've been very used to the fights going the distance, so there might be like a half an hour to kill now. Why would we want to go to Canada to see a worse storm? No wonder half of you speak French. Dormouse said, I know being by the mountains in Canada can be a bit brutal. A. Jobson said, we all know who the real winner is. Dave Allen is your winner, and if you disagree, you're a Johnny Fisher burner account. Finderbin, hello. Shout out to you, buds. Hope you're doing well. Right, we've got the end of this one. Co-main event coming up next. So, co-main event. And as we said, we probably got about half an hour or so to kill. So we might as well just jump into the breakdown again of Fury Usyk. There's always new people jumping in and joining us. In fact, I can see that the number has risen again now, back up to about 350. So welcome. I think that excitement is definitely building as we're getting closer towards the main event. As we said, co-main event coming up next. And Fury against Usyk. So Fury, of course, came out last time, did well, looked good, had moments, definitely was winning the fight. If you look at the judges' scorecards, he was ahead as we were kind of halfway through. So yeah, it was ahead as we were like halfway through the fight. And we were in a good spot if you was a Fury fan. But unfortunately, he started to get clipped. He started to get caught. And, of course, he found himself in a situation where round 9, he's in a whole world of trouble. Then, of course, he starts falling behind on the judges' scorecards. And manages to just get through to the end where he ends up losing by split decision. So definitely not a great out in last time, but very close. Suffered his first loss. I think there's lessons that could be learned. Less showboating, for example. I think that would help. Obviously, a better training camp, I think that would help. But the truth is that he can make changes. We're just not sure if those changes are going to result in the victory, you know? We're just not sure if those changes are actually going to result in this going the way that us Tyson Fury fans hope. I really like Tyson. I'd love for him to win. I really like Usyk as well, though, so if he doesn't, it's fine. But, yeah, obviously of the two, I would like those belts coming back to Britain. But Usyk's very, very likeable. And he's very, very skilled. Southpaw. He's very smart. He's very efficient. He doesn't carry crazy power, certainly not at heavyweight. But he can wear people down. He's so skilled, so technical. And we saw that, you know, he was working the body. He was landing some really good shots. And I think that he was causing some big troubles for Fury. But Fury was able to weather those troubles. The problem is, by the time you get into round number 9, it's all building up. It's all getting too much. And so, of course, you know, it just overwhelmed him, really. And he then starts paying the price. So I think what we're expecting here is we're expecting Fury to be quite big, strong, to move forwards, to really cause trouble for Usyk in the early stages. Can Usyk weather that storm? That's the question. If he can weather that storm, then Fury's in big trouble, because the latter parts of this fight is, I'm sure, going to be Usyk. Usyk is not carrying the weight that Fury is carrying. And so I am leaning definitely towards Usyk getting the victory. I think it will be decision. I'm struggling to see him finishing Fury, but if Fury is going to really come out on the front foot, really take the fights to Usyk, he could put himself in some very dangerous positions. He could leave himself very open, and then Usyk, of course, might be able to capitalize. So, yeah, really interesting fight, though. Lots of different ways to break it down. I think the big thing, though, for me, the big takeaway is that uppercut from Fury. I want to see him landing it consistently, and I want to see what damage it does. We know that the body of Usyk is a bit vulnerable, so I want to see him digging into the body. But not only do I want to see Fury doing that, I want to see that uppercut coming in. You know, maybe a left to the body and a right uppercut. I want to see that combination landing consistently and cleanly, and I want to know what that does. I want him to keep moving forward, walking him down. But like we just saw with Johnny Fisher was taking the fights to Allen. And we saw that Fisher gassed. Fisher was looking really good in those first few rounds. But then, you know, you can't do that throughout the whole fight. You can only do that for so long. Same with Tyson Fury. He's not going to be able to do that throughout 12 rounds. So, of course, then you start slowing down. You leave yourself a bit more open. This is where Usyk can come in. So, it's very interesting. It's very, very interesting. I am leaning Usyk, but it is very, very close. And that shows itself in our poll as well. Bossa Nova said Usyk genuinely stopped punching when Tyson would showboat. If Tyson doesn't do that, he will just get punched more, said Bossa Nova. It's a good point, that. It's a good point. The showboating, you could argue, actually did serve a purpose. It stopped him taking punishment. Because whenever he was showboating, it sort of broke up the rhythm. So there, you could argue there is a reason for the showboating. I think, though, the strategy this time is going to be to try and put Usyk away. So I actually think the showboating could be a problem, because even though it disrupts the rhythm of the fight, I don't think this is a fight that Fury is going to want the rhythm disrupted, because I think the strategy is going to be move forwards, pile the pressure on, make it like a furnace, make it like a raging fire, make it so that if flipping Usyk moves this way, he's eating summer. If he moves that way, he's eating summer. If he stands still, he's eating summer. There's body shots coming in, there's uppercuts coming in. Like, it should be that it doesn't really matter where Usyk goes, he's going to get hit. It's gonna get hit. And I tell you, when it comes to the body, that's obviously, you know, something that you can sort of guarantee. The head is doing this, right? The head is all over the place. Trying to hit someone in the head is tricky. Certainly if they're as evasive as what Usyk is, because he's got good head movement, slipping, sliding. You know, you can throw a shot, the head's moving away. It's all over the place. The body doesn't move as much. The body can't do all that. So, you know, it's a lot easier to get those body shots in. So actually, if I was Tyson Fury, I would work the body and then follow with the uppercut. I think the left hook uppercut is going to be absolutely key. And that uppercut caused so many problems for Usyk in the first fight. So I think you're right that the showboating disrupted the rhythm, but if the game plan is to move forwards, put the pressure onto Usyk, really like dig in, uppercut, throw all these shots, pressure, look for knockout, he ain't going to want a showboat to disrupt that rhythm. So I'm struggling to see where the showboating's going to fit into this fight. That of course is, if that is the game plan. We don't know for certain. I feel like it is, though, if you look at the size he's coming in. The size he's coming in is bigger. We don't know if it's 10 pounds bigger or 20 pounds bigger. It was 20 pounds bigger when he weighed in, but he was wearing heavy jacket and clothes. So take all of them off, it won't be as much as he weighed in. But even so, he's still coming in heavier, whatever, than his first fight. And that does feel like it's an indicator that he's going to move forward. He's going to throw shots. He's going to really unload. It does feel like it's leaning that way for the strategy. Whether it works, not sure. Unless Demsey McKean turns around and starts hugging again like he did with Filip Hrgovic, he should get KTFO here, said Jobson. While I do think Hrgovic is a better fighter than Itauma and does hit hard, I will say that Itauma hits harder. I expect a KO here from Moses Itauma. This is our co-main event. And honestly, it's a very exciting co-main event because Moses Itauma is 19 and he's got 10 wins, 8 knockouts, massive prospect. He's got decent combos. He turned pro in 2023. He's got the fastest hands. His hand speed is amazing. Ring IQ looks good. Great volume. Yeah, Moses Itauma is a minus 1600 favorite here. He is regarded as one of the fastest rising stars in the heavyweight division. This is going to be a test. Demsey McKean has been in there with some big names, and losing to Hrgovic, there's no shame in that. But this is a big test. Frank Warren said he was worried he might have gone a bit too quick with Moses Itauma here. This might be a bit too much of a test. Demsey McKean is 22 wins and only 1 loss, and that 1 loss is against Filip Hrgovic. So this is definitely a test. So I really like this co-main. I think this is a really good fight. And good, yeah, fun for our co-main spot. And of course, once we're past this, then it's nothing but Fury Usyk. James said, I hate that Saudi Arabia has bought the 2034 World Cup. I'm going with Moses Itauma at -1600. He has a weak crescent kick and a brash double leg. Itauma could seize the TV audience. Well, I think he is going to look good. I've got high hopes for Moses Itauma. I think he is going to look good in this fight. I think he'll get the victory. And, well, I hope he does at least. And then it will be on to our big main event, of course. Right, where are we? Do you know what? We've only got just over an hour until the scheduled ring walks for that main event. So it is getting ever closer. Weight-wise, Moses Itauma has weighed in at 249 pounds. Demsey McKean 251. So a couple of pounds in it, not much at all. Not like our flipping main event that's got 55 pounds difference. These two very, very similar in weight. Heavyweights, of course, both of them. 93% of people on Tapology have gone with Moses Itauma. 7% have gone with Demsey McKean. Lord Geograph said the Fury showboating was pathetic. Usyk just stood away and let the clown do his thing. Jamie said, who do we think will win the Rumble? I think that's really difficult. I can tell you that Becky is favourite and don't really have a reason to bet against her. So Becky is favourite. And I can tell you who's the other favourite. Becky is favourite, and I think it was John Cena. That might have changed to CM Punk now. So I'm thinking that like Randy or The Rock have got a chance. If The Rock wants to come out at number 31, I think that would be really fun. Normally you only have 30 in the Rumble, but if The Rock wants to come out as number 31, you could absolutely do that. And I think that would make sense. Because he's on the board, so, you know what I mean? If he wants to just make up his own rule, I think it'd be cheeky, and I think it would fit his current character. And if he's going to be at WrestleMania, and he's going to face Cody for the title, then, you know, that was the rumor. Rock against Cody. And I don't think The Rock is going to want to faff around with trying to win Elimination Chamber and all of this. So him being number 31 or coming out as number 30 and winning the Rumble, not that he needs to. He's on the board. If he wants a title match, he can have a title match. But yeah, I can't rule out The Rock. I think there's a really good chance The Rock could win the Rumble. Don't fall for the body weakness myth with Usyk. Never seen that in any of his fights before, said Lord Sheargrath. Amin said, do we think that Logan Paul will lose to Gunther someday? Does feel like it's going that way, yes. Dean said, who's going to win, Tyson or Usyk? We'll lean into Usyk. We'll lean into Usyk because I can't really make an argument for Tyson. I think that he is making some changes, and I think that he's got a game plan, but I can't put faith in that that's correct or that it's going to work, because a lot of people have had game plans against Usyk, and they've all lost. So no one has been able to work Usyk out in 22 fights as a pro. And so even though people have thought that they knew how to beat him. So I've got no confidence that Fury is the one that's found the answer, you know. The only thing I will say is I think I'm right in saying that this will be the biggest fight, like size-wise, that Usyk's ever had. I don't think he's ever faced anyone the size of what Fury's coming in tonight. I mean, Fury tonight is bigger than Joshua and bigger than Dubois, I believe. So, you know, can he use that size? Is that the way that you beat Usyk? We are going to see the two best heavyweights going at it. And Fury is going to be bigger than he's been before. And this is going to be the biggest person that Usyk has ever faced. So if that is the key to victory, then maybe Tyson Fury has what is needed. But I just don't know. I can't put confidence in that is what's going to do it. James said, where are they fighting? Because my phone smells. They're fighting in Saudi Arabia and in Riyadh. And they will be underway in about an hour's time. We are expecting the ring walks to be in about an hour. They might be a bit earlier than that, depending on how this goes. This is our co-main event of the evening. Moses Itauma is in the ring. He's 19. He's a really bright prospect. There is concern that they might have gone a little too quick with putting him in there against Demsey McKean. But, well, we're going to find that out very, very soon. Dormouse said, Red Bull, it gives you wings. Yeah, I just wanted a little pick-me-up for before we get to that main event. And I just saw that I had one in a box down there, so I was like, that'll do. Lovely. Meek said, Fury opens up a mismatch. Thoughts on that? Fury opens up a mismatch. I don't know what you mean by that, Meek. What do you mean by that, buds? You think this is a mismatch? You think that Fury is going to open Usyk up? Or am I reading that right? Honestly, I don't think this is a mismatch because obviously they faced before and it was a split decision, so it was very, very close. I think most people agree that Usyk got that victory the first time. The question is, what can Fury change to get him the victory? Because if Fury comes in with a different game plan, I have no doubt that Usyk can adjust to that game plan. No doubt at all. So what can he do that Usyk can't adjust to? What can he do that's going to give him the victory that he so desires? I don't know if there is anything. I don't know that there is an answer to that. But obviously they believe there is. And they're ready to try out their theory. But this is why I can't pick Fury. Because I would be having to believe in, their game plan. And I don't know that works. How are things going? Said Higgy. Hello, Higgy. Hope you're well, buds. Going well. Things going well. Things getting very close now to the main events. The excitement's building. We got over 400 people joining us. Let's go. Yeah, man. This is our co-main event. So as soon as we're done with this, it's main event next. We are about an hour away from the ring walks, and it might even be earlier than that. James said he answered. That made my day. James, shout out to you, buds. Thank you. You're welcome. India. India. Nothing but love to India. I don't know where you watch it in India. I'd imagine it's available. It is for the heavyweight championship of the world. Who won in the Bohachuk fight? It was Bohachuk's low key. He was victorious. Okay, there we go. There's Moses Itauma. He's a southpaw, trained by Ben Davison. Undefeated. 19 years old, 10-0, 8 wins by knockout. A knockout here is not impossible, but I do think this is going to be tough for him. A lot of people are saying this guy is about as guaranteed a future world champion as you're going to find, certainly in the heavyweight division. That is the talk around this, kids. He doesn't really look anything special, to be honest. But he is really quick. His hands are so fast. Obey my commands at all times. They're just getting their final instructions. And we will be underway. Okay. In the golden age of heavyweights, it's time for one of the most exciting prospects in the division to take the stage. So here we've got Moses Itauma. He's stopped 6 in the first round and 2 in the second round. He has got 2, though, that have gone the distance. And this is going to be a really tricky opponent for him. So, McKean is... Oh, a couple of shots coming in there by Itauma. He is boxing a much bigger man. Someone that looks quite ripped as well. I mean, from physique point of view, you would say that this would be McKean that will dominate this. Itauma, oh, look at that. Look at the speeds. Jab coming into the body. He gets in, gets a shot off, gets out of there. Itauma, again, having a look. He's got that hand, that left hand. Duck underneath there, into a clinch. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Itauma, again, in the middle. Jab to the body. Another jab there to the body. Good head movement. Gets out the way. McKean can't quite land on Itauma. Oh, down goes McKean. Oh, my God. Wow. Itauma, so quick, so powerful. McKean goes down. He's right back up, though. Yeah. Itauma coming forward. Jab coming into the body. You can tell that McKean is hurt. Jeez. You can see why there's so much excitement around Itauma. You can... Oh, my God. Oh, and again, he's folded him. Oh, my God. McKean goes down. McKean goes down. He's trying to get back up. Hey. And he's called. It's a round 1 stoppage for Moses Itauma. The 19-year-old. Jesus, mates. Jesus. He's just beaten someone that was 22-1, and the only loss that McKean had suffered was against Hrgovic, who's right up there in the heavyweight division. And Moses Itauma just beat him in round 1. Wow. Demsey McKean. 6'6". Look at Frank Warren. Look at the smile. Frank Warren sees dollar signs in this 19-year-old. I've seen enough. Guys, I've seen enough. Put him in there with Jake Paul. I've seen enough. Boom! Oh my God. Moses Itauma. If you didn't know the name, you certainly flipping know it now. Look at that. McKean is all kind of folded up. Whoa, said A. Jobson. Ugh. Have you seen karate combats? Rebellis had a 4-second KO. It's free on here, says Puff Dutch. I've not seen that. I mean, I've seen some of it from the past. I really like their set. Their set was, I mean, I don't know if it still is. But it used to look great years ago. But I've not seen anything recently. Wow, we're still trying to recover from what we've just seen from Jason Statham's on his feet. Applauding Moses Itauma. Yeah, look, he's looking at the reaction. Commentators are saying you wouldn't bet against him against, like, anyone, really. Boom. Looking at the replay. Jeez. He just took his soul out of his body. I mean, like, that beautiful overhand. Bang! Left hand. Yeah, it's just that was it. He was down. He couldn't get up. It is power. It's accuracy. He's got that sort of Deontay Wilder ability. I don't know that it's quite that level, but at the age of 19. Well, I don't know where you go next with him. I don't know what you do. He's coming. I don't know what you do with him. I don't know. I don't know where he goes next. I mean, is he now in the kind of... I don't know what you do with him. Do you put him in there with, like, Chisora? I'm thinking Chisora. I'm thinking Joyce. Is he at that level now? Otto Wallin? Otto Wallin would be a good fight. Andy Ruiz? Andy Ruiz might be an ask, actually. That might be a bit too much of a jump. Yeah, it's an amazing result. That was a quick round, said Joe. Great show. Guess it's just the old dudes facing off now. It is. It's just the boomers. Usyk versus Fury. Let's go. $117 seconds. I think they're going to get a word with him. I think they're going to try. Yeah, I think they're going to try. They're in there. Concert time, said Spartan. Oh, God, I hope not. Yeah, I don't really... I'd like to know what's next. I mean, I'd imagine he's just going to say whoever they put in front of me. I do want to hear what he's got to say, but they're just showing a replay. No? Don't think they know what to do. Everyone's a bit frazzled. They've gone to commercial. Right, well, there we go. Moses Itauma with a very impressive performance. Okay, let's have a look at the poll, shall we? So the poll is coming up to 1,700. We've really got people jumping in now. We're at 460 people. Big shout out to everyone joining us. If you just joined us for that co-main event, Moses Itauma picking up the win. I think, did he say 117 seconds it took him to put away Demsey McKean? Demsey McKean had only lost once before. 34 years old, 6'6". Good fighter. I mean, honestly, good fighter. And a lot of people thought this was going to be a long, hard day at the office. It was absolutely the opposite of that. That was just the biggest statement that Moses Itauma has just sent. The only problem is you don't want to go too quick with him. And like, you know, a lot of people were worried that this was maybe a bit too much too soon. Frank Warren was saying that. He's like, I hope I haven't, like, you know, put him in too big of a fight. And he just absolutely murders him. So I just don't know. I think there's going to be a real decision for Frank Warren to make now, because you've got to keep testing the kids. But equally, he is a kid. I mean, he's 19. He's 19. There's something really special there. He's now 11-0 with 9 knockouts, and I think the vast majority of those coming in the first rounds. And that is a really good name to have on your resume. So very impressive. Obviously, though, we are focused on our main event that is coming up next. Might have to wait a little while. Scheduled ring walks are not for another 50 minutes. They might try and get to it a little bit earlier than that. But yeah, Usyk is 22-0, 14 knockouts. He out-hustled Fury in the latter stages last time. He was aggressive. He was the one that was on the front foot last time. He found openings to the body of Fury. He finds ways to win. He starts the rounds better as well. Normally, it's Usyk that comes out and looks good, and then either goes on to win that round, or Fury finds a way back into the round. But normally, it's Usyk that starts the rounds better. We know that during the last fight, he started the fight well. He ended the fight well, but rounds 4 to 8 were absolutely Fury rounds. Rounds 4 to 8 were absolutely Fury rounds. Big left hand is what caused the problem last time out. Massive left hand by Usyk. In round 9, really shut down Fury's lights, and he was all over the shop. So Fury said this time he needs to just do the exact same, but just not get caught with that big right hand. What's really interesting is those comments that have been in the build to this fight. He's been saying that consistently. I just need to do the same thing. I just make sure I don't get caught. What do I need to change? People are asking him, what's the game plan? What's the game plan? He's like, I'm just going to do more of the same. Like, if it wasn't for that round 9, I would have won the fight. So I'm just going to do more of the same. But what's really interesting is he's not coming at the same weight. If his strategy is to do the same as before, why has he come in 20 pounds heavier? That does indicate that there is a different plan. And as we've said all night, that different plan might be being on the front foot, taking the fight to Usyk. And that is not what he was doing. He was not being the more aggressor in the first fight. It was Usyk that was on the front foot. It was Fury that was being backed against the ropes, backed into the corner. It was Fury that was in a whole world of trouble. He was constantly getting backed up. He's got to take that center ground. He's got to take that center ground. He's got to make sure he's not getting backed into the corner. He's got to make sure that he is getting some big shots through. He seemed to abandon the uppercut, but the uppercut was working so well for him. So he's got to make sure that he keeps that uppercut going. He's got to make sure his jab is working better for him as well. Really, the success that he had in rounds 4 to 8, he needs to make that a bit bigger. Ideally, he needs to get rounds, 1 to 6, something like that. Ideally 1 to 7. If he can get 1 to 7, then he stands a good chance of getting it on the judges' scorecards if he doesn't get knocked down. I think he's looking for a finish. I mean, it's funny how about a week or so ago he was saying, I'm not going to change my game plan. Why do I need to change my game plan? More of the same. I would have won on the judges' scorecards. And then we get to the week of the fight, and he's talking about serious injury. He's talking about knockouts. He's talking about bringing war. All of a sudden, he's completely changed his tune now. And now he's kind of talking about destruction and pain and suffering and all this kind of stuff. Maybe it's just him getting into warrior mode. Perhaps it's just him getting into fighter mode. But the story, the narrative, it has changed. It has changed. And it's always hard to know what he's thinking, of course. It's always hard to know what Tyson Fury, when you're being told the truth or not. But Fury, we're just seeing him right now backstage. He's got his gloves on, of course. He's got red trunks. He does actually look like he does look big to me. He does actually look like he's got quite a bit of size on him. But yeah, he is ready to go. Ring walks, as we said, I don't know when they're going to be. There is Oleksandr Usyk. Usyk is backstage. He's obviously ready to go as well. Usyk looks like he's got a bit of muscle on him. Usyk's looking good. Right now, they're just looking back at what went down with that last fight. The Ring of Fire. This was back in, what, May, was it? Can't remember exactly the date. It was obviously earlier this year. And, yeah, there was obviously a lot to take out of it. There's been a lot of tape study of this fight. Both guys having moments. Fury was showboating and absolutely enjoying himself. I don't think we'll see any of that in this. Round 6, a good round this for Fury. That body shot, digging into the body shot, and the uppercut there as well. You can see that these things definitely had an effect on Usyk. Usyk definitely felt those shots. But then he came back in the 9th and then boom, look at that. That was it there. That was it right there. That beautiful left hand that really rocked Fury. Fury bouncing off all the ropes. Trying to just stay on his feet. Trying to make sure he doesn't go down. He did really well, actually, after that. His powers of recovery are still there, you know. Those powers of recovery are still there for Fury. But it always felt like he was behind the 8 ball at that point. I remember watching the fight, and for me, at the end of the 9th round, he was behind. So it was like he needed to win those later rounds, and that was always going to be a hard ask. He's the bigger guy. He doesn't have the conditioning of Usyk. Usyk's not carrying that weight. So it was always going to be a challenge for Fury to come back after that 9th round. I thought he did about as good as you could really expect. And he was close. You know, one of the judges gave him the fight. The other 2 didn't. I think most fans would agree that it was an Usyk win. But yeah, how does this go down tonight? How does this go down tonight? Feel free to put your thoughts in the comments. Which way do you think this is going to go? How do you think this is going to play out? Red Army said that uppercut to the ribs is money for Fury. Yeah, definitely. That digging into the body, going straight up the middle, those are the shots, really. Those are the shots. I think that this is what he is going to look to unleash. I think we're going to see that being spammed. I think he's going to move forward, dig to the body. When he finds an opening, uppercut coming straight in. I think he's going to take shots. I think he is going to absorb those shots. I think that this is going to be a problem for him if the fight goes long. I do feel like he's gambling that he can actually find a finish. I think the world is holding its breath. The world is watching to see if that is true, to see if he can find a finish. And I think that he stands a chance. He stands a chance. Usyk is a man that is beatable. He is not this mythical creature that can't be beaten. He is beatable. It's just we've never seen anyone do it. No one at cruiserweight, no one at heavyweight. And I don't even know if we've really ever come that close. Don't know if we've even ever really come that close. So, yeah. It is going to be. We're just seeing a lot of people, a lot of celebrities. They just showed Speed. They've got Ronnie O'Sullivan, Daniel Dubois. They're just showing all the people that are there for this fight, for this event. A lot of big stars, a lot of big sports stars are there. Adam said extra £20 is what I'm going to have for Christmas. I'm worried that that extra £20 is beer and cheese, says Poppy. Fury hasn't chatted shiz this time. I think he's finally learned that he can't back up his mouth, said Red Army. I think there was a lesson learned. I mean, if you suffer your first loss, I think you are going to learn a lesson there. If you've lived your whole life boxing and not being defeated, I suppose there is an arrogance that can come in, and I think a lot of boxers are arrogant. I don't begrudge him that. I think, you know, if you don't believe you're the best, why would anyone else believe you're the best? So I don't begrudge him that, actually. I don't have an issue so much with that, but I think you're absolutely right. It's very interesting that this time he has been a lot less with, you know, the tomfoolery, the shenanigans. It has been a much more focused Tyson Fury, and I think that does give you a real insight into his mindset. But that's got to be good, because that says to me that the training camp will have been done super serious. You know, maybe you can get a bit lax and a bit, you know, like you can sort of cut corners if you're winning all the time and you really think you're just that good, you've got this. I'm not saying that he's ever done that, but I don't know. I just don't know. I don't think any corners were cut for this. I don't think there'll be any excuses. I think if he loses, and I think he loses, I don't expect, and I would hope that we don't get any excuses. I hope it would just be better man won, to be honest. Because, you know, if you give your all, I mean, I suppose it's a big life lesson, really, isn't it? I mean, if you give your all and it's not enough, like that's happened throughout history. That's always been the case. It's always been the case that you can give everything you've got and it might not be enough. I mean, there's many people that have finished second, third, not even medaled at the Olympics. I'm sure they gave their all, but they weren't able to get the golds. And, you know, it's going to be a tough, tough pill to swallow, to sort of recognize that you aren't the great in this era, that you're not the best heavyweight. And really, if Usyk wins, that's it. Conversation is done. That book is closed. Like, we've got our answer. We know that Usyk was undeniably the greatest heavyweight. That's what a win tonight does for Usyk. It cements him. It absolutely guarantees it that he was the best heavyweight of this division. If Fury wins, though, then all of a sudden, I don't know that that's true. Because it'll be 1-1, and I'm sure we then get the third, which would be a massive fight next year. But very exciting. Very, very exciting. I don't think you can make a bigger fight than this, because the heavyweight division is the big boys. I mean, there is no division above this. This is the Muhammad Ali, George Foreman. Do you know what I mean? This is the division. Mike Tyson, Evander Holyfield, Lennox Lewis, the Klitschko's. The list goes on and on and on. This is the division that always grabs the attention, that the eyes of the world is always interested in, because really, if you're the king of this division, you are the guy. You should be able to beat the other champions from the other divisions. Obviously, we don't know that that would work out. We've seen lots of boxers going through divisions and getting championships and getting wins. But if you're the king of the heavyweights, you're really the king of the jungle. You're really top of the tree. So this will always get that extra attention as a result. So smashing the two best against each other, which resulted in such an amazing fight last time. Very, very close split decision. And now we get to do it again. Only this time, we've got a more focused Tyson Fury. A Tyson Fury that I don't think is going to leave anything behind. He's going to bring everything he's got. And can Usyk deal with everything that Fury has got? I think so. I think he can. I think Usyk is that good. But as we said, we're working our way towards the start of this one. Usyk shows Fury that there will always be someone that can beat you, said Mr. Jacob Goat. But this time Fury could take revenge, or Usyk could just teach him the same lesson again. Undercover Manager, hello, said, evening days, hope you're doing well. Watching a few of the earlier fights, I have to say, how on earth did Fisher get that shocking decision? Definitely a bribe offered to judges. A free Chinese. Aubrey said some people are lifetime second placers like Cody Rhodes. There's nothing wrong with it. Not everyone can be the top dog. James said, I wish it went 6 rounds. Butterbean would beef both of these at the same time, said Eddie. Nothing but love for Butterbean. This'll be a good fight, said Pappy. Both had good training camps. Matter agrees. Brig said, don't even get me started on excuses or dodgy decisions, especially in Scotland, said Brig. We got the tail of... I've got the tail of the tape, actually, which I haven't even shown once tonight. It's not a great tail of the tape, but there we go. So Usyk is 37, Fury 36. Usyk undefeated, 22-0. And Fury is 34-1 with 1 draw. Hello, we've got a bit of a concert here. Look at that. Fury with 24 knockouts. Usyk with 14. Fury 6'9", Usyk 6'3", 7-inch reach advantage for Fury, and he's also boxed a lot more rounds than Usyk. Okay, we do just have a drummer at the moment drumming away. Is this like, are we doing like entrance walks or something? Or is this just, I don't even know what's going on. We've just got Eye of the Tiger being played on the drums and I don't know why. I mean, obviously it's a Rocky thing, but I don't understand. Evening all, I'm going to call it now, said John. Fury going heavier is a mistake, in my opinion. Usyk will knock Tyson out this time and prove to us all that Usyk is the best heavyweight champion there is. Well, you could be correct, my friends. It is definitely a gamble going heavier. It's not going to help you in the later rounds, which is why everyone's thinking that he's coming heavier so it doesn't go to the later rounds. Right, so they're still doing the Eye of the Tiger stuff. On the screens, we're looking in the changing rooms. We're seeing that both guys are making their final preparations. I don't know, we might still be looking at like 30-odd minutes till they come out. It was meant to be ring walks at 10 to 11 UK time. That would be in 35 minutes. He thinks his beard is going to protect his jaw, said Bonnie. Yeah, there was some concern actually about the beard length. There is a whole beard gate going on. There is actually some concern that the beard length is going to be an issue. In all fairness to Usyk, Usyk wasn't bothered by it. Usyk wasn't bothered by it. He wasn't bothered by the beard length. But his corner were. Okay, we're still doing this drumming thing. Theory to take out Fury. Revenge for Clash at the Castle, said Simon. Undercover Manager said, evening days, hope you're doing well. I've watched, we read that about Fisher. What do we think the best ring walk music would be? I say No Pain, No Gain by the Scorpions. To be honest, I don't know that the music massively matters. I think it's sort of like the kind of show that comes out with it. I think sometimes you can have some really great music and the boxer just comes out fully focused, and that's absolutely fine. But sometimes the boxers like Fury like to put on a bit of a show. We've seen him being like carried to the ring on a throne. We've seen him dressed as a gladiator. I mean, you've got to be careful because, of course, we've seen Deontay Wilder with like outlandish headwear. And then, of course, afterwards he blamed that, saying it was too heavy and he was like drained after his entrance. So, I mean, entrance music, I don't know. I just feel like I don't know that there's anything that's really going to get me, like, I feel like the show's better. I feel like it's what the fighters wear or how they're being presented. more so than the music that I remember. I remember like AJ coming out. He's come out a few times and stood in front of those big AJ letters. I remember that. I remember all the fireworks going off at Wembley. I remember the helmet for Wilder. I remember the gladiator attire for Fury. I feel like I remember those than I do what tracks they actually came out to. I don't know if we get a little bit of a show here, actually. I really don't know. We seem to have some, like, projections actually above the crowds. Don't know how they're doing that. They're like holograms. So you know that Saudi like to put on a real flipping show. We got projections in the ring. Firework and flames shooting up. We've got like palm trees. Don't even know how they're doing this. They've got holograms just like appearing and shooting up from the grounds. I think, are those like screens? There must be screens that they're projecting onto. We've got projections into the middle of the ring. Looks pretty good. These palm trees are on fire. They're being burnt down. Lightning. Smoke shoots up. Hello. Is that a Fury? Is that a statue of Fury? Is he going to come out first, actually? Yeah, I mean, look at that. That does look like Tyson Fury sculpture. Fury's name is being displayed. Are they about to do Usyk now, or? Yeah, that looks like Usyk, doesn't it? So it looks like we've just got a little, a little statue of Usyk now. And there's Usyk's name. So they're really putting on a bit of a show here before the two fighters are going to make their way out. Usyk could punch through a ZZ Top beard, said Pappy. When will the walkouts be? Well, the walkouts were meant to be in half an hour. But this definitely feels like it's part of the presentation for the walkouts. I can't imagine you would do this and then go back to the pundits. So there's some sort of like performance piece here. Crowd cheering. Crowd seem to enjoy it. And now, is it going to be a video? Oh, yeah. The video. This was brilliant, wasn't it? Absolutely brilliant. I see Usyk, people. If you've never seen this, oh my God. It's both fighters seeing each other just as they go up through their lives. Walking down the street and like this. Fury in some English town, English village. Everywhere he looks, he sees Usyk's face. I see Usyk, people. Really good. Really good. The statue of Fury looked like Bob Sapp, said Adam. Challenger will come out first, said Philster. Yeah, it was a hologram of like a statue of like a stone statue. Oh, yeah, it wasn't marble. Then come here. I'm gonna punch your face in. That's my favourite bit, actually. There's loads of great moments in this. It's brilliant. Usyk's going to wait till the later rounds. Tyson will get tired. Usyk will finish him. I've got a shiz load of money if he wins, said the man. Well, the manga, I hope that comes through for you, mate. I always love hearing about people beat the bookies. But, yeah, you could be right. It's just, I think Usyk's going to have to weather a storm, isn't he? It's definitely a storm that's on the way. The Lennon 8 said Brock Lesnar's going to show up and suplex City, everyone. It is time for the main event, said A. Jobson. Ronnie thinks it's going to be Fury inside 4 rounds. We go back to the ring. Inside the ring is Michael Buffer. Here we go. Here we go. It's the moment we've all been waiting for. Let's get this party started. So, Michael Buffer. The man known as the Gypsy King. So, Tyson Fury is going to come out first. Here we go. Tyson Fury's ring walk. Oh, nice. He's coming out to Mariah Carey. All I Want for Christmas. It's a Christmas theme for Tyson Fury. He's such a showman, isn't he? There's no dressing up or anything. He's just singing along. He's loving it, though. He's flipping loving it. I'd imagine a load of people are listening to this going, oh, I didn't need to hear this again. All I've heard this. Oh, man, if you work in retail or something right now, you'd be like, oh, my God, I can't escape this flipping song. Here we go, though. The Gypsy King. Making his way down to the ring. He's got a red baseball cap on, backwards, towel around his neck, puts his arms out. He's got a smile on his face. I do feel like he seems to have a bit of a Santa-type robe on. I do feel that he needs to have a bit of fun. I know he's serious, but I feel like it loosens him up. It's who he is. Right, making his way down. That's a lovely robe that he's got on, you know. It's a lovely robe. He throws the hat in the crowds. Big guy, isn't he? He's a big guy. He's coming down 6'9", 280 pounds. Is a great boxer. Hell of a boxer. Is he the best heavyweight? That was hotly debated for a long time. We got our answer earlier this year. Can he get that defeat avenged? Fury pacing around on the edge of the ring. He hasn't quite stepped inside yet. He is down to the ring, though. Jake is cheering on Usyk. Yeah, he's still not stepping inside. Usyk's going to come out to Ice Ice Baby, said Matthew and Shauna. I'm from the UK. This is a disaster. There we go. He steps inside. Let's go, Usyk, said Word of Wrestling. He does divide opinion, Fury. I don't feel like Usyk really divides opinion. I think what with the Ukrainian, what they're going through, Ukraine, the Ukrainian people, there's a lot of love. Not just for that. I love Usyk. I think he's brilliant. He's a very respectful person. Like, he's a class individual. So let's not get it twisted. It's not anything to do with the war and all of that stuff that's been going on. He's just a classy guy. But there's no denying that Tyson Fury is fun for boxing. It will definitely feel an absence when he does walk away. Here's Usyk. So Usyk coming out to what sounds to be like traditional Ukrainian music. I don't know this track. Imagine he had dyed the beard white. That would have been great. Perhaps if he was in more jovial spirits, he might have done that, wrestle with Andy. Come on, Tyson, said Sarah. Jack says, go on, Tyson. Wendy said, Usyk, come on. Vanilla Sherbet said, who knows what's going to happen. No one, literally no one knows what's going to happen. Usyk knows his game plan. Fury knows his game plan, but we don't know what's going to happen when those two game plans meet. Actually, I don't even know if Usyk knows his game plan. His game plan might be survive, take it to the deep waters, and more of the same, really. He knows that he's going to have success. He knows that he's going to be able to land shots. He needs to land something like that left hand that he landed in the first meeting. Usyk making his way down to the ring. He gets over the top rope. He gets inside. Goes over to his corner. Goes down to his knee. Goes down to one knee. Says a little prayer. You don't get any nonsense out of Usyk. He's made his ring walk. He's got into the ring. He just wants to get going. They asked him a question. Do you love training? And he was like, no, I hate it. He hates training. He's like, training is, you know, you can't do the fight without the training. It's a necessary evil. And he says, but we do live for the fight. I always feel like the media, the ring walk, all this stuff, it's just not anything I think he cares about. I think when the bell goes, that's what he enjoys. That test. It's why he's so great. It's why he's so great. With Fury, I think he loves... I don't think he loves the media, but he loves being a showman. And he loves other aspects. I think Usyk just cares about when the bell goes, that's it. This is going to get bloody, said Bonnie. If Fury does win, it'll be a KO with a body shot, says Murray. Well, keep getting your votes in because I'd love to get a bigger sample size. I mean, we are over 2,000 votes now. That is actually down. I suppose we're a bit earlier, though, than I didn't think we'd be here for another half an hour. But, yeah, keep getting your votes in. 34% of people think Fury by stoppage. 18% have gone Fury by decision. 28% have gone Usyk stoppage. 20% have gone Usyk by decision. We're looking at 52%, 48% in favour of Fury winning. But, I mean, look, there'll be a lot of people from the UK joining us. Obviously, there's going to be a big bias there. I don't know that we'll have too many Ukrainians joining us. But we do have God Save the King playing right now. You'd think I'd know. God Save the King playing right now. It's all right. I'm English. I can talk all over. It's fine. But there's a spot at the retirement home for Tyson, said A. Jobson. Cameron said Fury's reach is going to be too much after that first fight. I think Tyson Fury's additional weight is going to hurt his cardio, said A. Jobson. Defcon Prime, shout out to you, my friends. Welcome back. TJF said, I've got a big question. What sport is not fixed? Well, hopefully this isn't. Hopefully this isn't. Although, you never know with boxing. Do you notice how high Tyson Fury is wearing the belts? Could there be a lower rib injury that he's trying to protect, said Matthew and Shauna. I've never seen him wear his trunks so high. I think he's just trying to gain every advantage he can get. I don't think there's an injury. I think it's probably more, you know, if I wear the belt as high as possible, that then is going to muddy the water as to where is the belt line. You know, if he starts going low, can I make out that he's hitting me under the belt? Can I make out that's a low blow? Can I, you know, get some frustration going? Honestly, I was thinking about this with the beards. I was really thinking, do you think that they've said, let's get every advantage we can get? Let's maximize every advantage. Let's leave nothing behind. Like, you know, I want you to grow a beard. Even if 0.001% of his shots is cushioned by you having that little bit of a beard, let's do it. If we pull your tights up a bit higher, your trunks a bit higher, and have the belt a bit higher, Does that then just put a bit of a seed of doubt in the ref's mind? Like, what's a low blow? What's not? Let's do it. Perhaps every little tiny advantage that can be found is being found and exploited. I mean, first of all, there's no big John Fury at the press conferences. There's no big John Fury in the corner. So they've looked at the messaging from the corner. You're right. The belt on the trunks is very high. When have we seen him with such a thick beard? There are people in Usyk's corner that are worried that that will do some cushioning. And actually, there was a big pushback at the fighter meeting talking about the beards. So it sounds so stupid, but it has worked already. You've already upset Usyk's team. His team are upset. His team wanted that beard cut down and it was cleared. So even if it has no effect, it still caused Usyk's camp a bit of, like, you know, frustration. Tick, 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 tick. Maybe it's just that. Maybe it's just let's gain every tiny advantage we can gain. And let's see if that is the difference. Because the margin was that close last time. Let's go, Usyk. Scotland is behind you, said the Leninator. We hate England. I want to move to Thailand, said Word of Wrestling. Usyk will win, said Colin, 1985 Gareth. I think Fury must have studied Usyk's fight and he should have learnt from his previous mistakes. I think he has. I think he is genuinely a student of the game. I think he is genuinely someone that can watch fights and learn from them and understand where he went wrong and find a better strategy. The only question for me is, that's all well and good, but is it actually going to result in you winning? Or does Usyk just adapt? Does he just change? You know, I feel like Usyk has got a plan A, a plan B, a plan C, a plan D. I feel like he can just deal with what's in front of him. So Fury might have looked at that last fight and gone, okay, if I just tweak these things, I'll win. But what's he going to do if Usyk makes a couple of changes and negates those, you know, the things that he's been working on? I think Usyk's skills and ring IQ is better than Tyson Fury's. So this is my concern. Really, Fury has got the size, hasn't he? That's what it comes down to. Fury is a great boxer, a really great boxer, but Usyk's better. And Fury is got the size. Can he make that size count? Because that would go some way if he can make his size count. I've got Usyk winning. Of course, I want Fury to win. I'd love those belts to come back to the UK. I'd also love a third fight. And I think that would be great for the sport, actually. Not only would it be great for the UK, but I think it'd be great for the sport. Okay, both fighters are inside the ring. What's your prediction? I'm leaning Usyk. I don't know that I can go stoppage. It really depends how hard Fury goes. If Fury goes hard for the first 6 rounds and cannot find a finish, he's in trouble. He's going to be bigger. He's going to have gassed. He won't have paced himself. His conditioning is not as good as Usyk's. And then he's going to have to be in survival mode for the back end of the fight. And I think that Usyk's too good and could find some big juicy shots. So, but I've got more confidence in Fury than that. So I'm going to say Fury loses on points again. I think he's going to come in with great strategy, a strategy that he thinks is going to work. I just think Usyk's going to just adapt. I think he'll adapt. I hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong. And I absolutely can be wrong. But we've seen the fight once already, and it went a certain way. And I didn't ever feel like Fury was close to beating Usyk in that first fight. Apart from leading on the judges' scorecards halfway through, I never felt like, you know, Usyk's there for the taking. You never had Usyk down. He never had it. He had him hurt, but he never got him down. I mean, maybe if he'd like knocked him down a few times and it felt a bit closer to a finish, then, you know, but I mean, Tyson might make all these adjustments, might have a better fight this time, might get Usyk down, but that still might not be enough. He might have given too much to have achieved that, leaving himself too vulnerable in the back end of the fight. This is like a flipping grandmaster of chess. This is like trying to beat someone that is a real master of what they do, a master of their craft. And Usyk will have been preparing for whatever Fury brings. Both guys have had their intros. God, this is so exciting. Now that we're here, this is everything already we hoped it was going to be. Look at the wide-eyed stare of Fury. Blows a little kiss towards Usyk. Don't know what Fury's saying, but he just said something to Usyk. It's very reminiscent of their stare down. Very reminiscent. They're both staring at each other. Fury saying a few words. Both men know the depths that they might have to go to. Fury said he is bringing war. We have seen so little trolling and so little comedy out of him. He is so focused, and that has carried over to today. Here we go, bell sounds. Fury goes right into the center. And we are underway with round number one. We got Usyk in like purple shorts. Body shot there by Fury. Body shot by Fury. Both guys are in the center of the ring. Fury is not getting backed up. We got Usyk on the outside. Fury standing his ground in the middle. And right now they're jousting with their lead hands. And jabs, yeah, trying to come in by both guys at the moment. Both guys, neither guy getting back down. Fury is just throwing out that lead hand. He's trying to give Usyk something to think about. Both guys are occupying the center. And both guys have got the same strategy. They're both putting that lead hand in each other's face. Fury getting backed up a little bit, taking a couple of back steps, but he's still in the center. It's a much better place, this, for Fury to be. But he's having to work hard to stay there. Body shot coming in there by Fury. And he tries to let that right hand go. Couple of jabs down the middle there by Fury. Again, Fury standing his grounds. Body shot there by Usyk. He is getting backed up a little bit. I'd like to see that lateral movement for Fury. I'd like to see him stepping rounds. But again, he doesn't want to get backed up too much. He steps back into the center. Shot coming into the body. Hook shot there by Fury using that lead hand. Fury in the center. Jabbing again. He's not got backed up to the corner, and he's really not let this right hand go, you know. Usyk trying to come forwards. The right hand was let go there by Fury, but he couldn't really get it through. Usyk was trying to find a way on the insides. That right hand was there to unleash for Fury. Usyk. Couple of jabs coming in there by Fury again. I love how Fury is not getting backed up. Body shot coming in there by Fury. And again, hook coming into the side of the heads. You can tell that if this is the strategy, I ain't getting backed up. I'm standing my ground in the center. You can tell that this is going to be a tough night at the office for Usyk. He is occupying the center more. I love his positional work. Not much in it between either guy. I might just be leaning Fury. But not much in it. Oh, lovely shot there by Usyk, though. Does that even it up a little bit more? Little body shot coming in. They both lean into each other. We got about 12 seconds to go, round one. And again, not much here. Fury again, just getting backed up against the ropes a little bit. It's Usyk that's doing really well. End of the round. End of the round. Who do you think took that first round? Honestly, it could be either. You're not giving him anything. That's a good round, said Sugar Hill Stewart. But that was a good round. So it seems like Fury's corner are happy. He's trying to catch you on that break. Your boxing goods. Yeah, what do you think? First round, who'd you give the first round to? Yeah, only one voice in there. One message going into Fury. Round number 2. Not much in it. Very, very close. Okay, here we go. Usyk coming out with a bit more impetus. Usyk again, jab into the body. Yeah, I don't think there was much in that round at all. Fury standing in the center. Again, jab coming in. Nice jab again there by Fury. Fury again in the center ground. You got Usyk circling rounds. He's really keeping this hand. This right hand. He's looking to, like, really throw. When this goes, it's going to be like a flipping atomic bomb. Right now, he's got this lead hand. He's just constantly putting it in the face of Usyk. Usyk trying to come forward, falls short a little bit. There was an opening there. There was a chance for Fury. Oh, that hook shot. That hook shot by Fury. Again, Fury in the center. Jab coming in there by Fury. He is catching him with the jab. We have got a loud Usyk chant from the fans. Yeah, again, he's trying to use that left-hand jab. Body shot coming in there by Usyk. He is keeping Usyk back. Usyk can't really do any damage on the inside. But once again, we are... Oh! I think he did just catch Fury a little bit there. There was a little stumble by Fury. Yeah, that might just give Usyk this round. He's working hard. He's working clean. Usyk, though, going to the body. Jab coming in upstairs. Oh, that was good. Nice right hand. Just bounced off the guards. Jab down the middle there by Fury. Oh, doubling up on the jab as well. Going to the body. Couple of good shots here. It's another really close round. Nice body shot coming in there by Usyk. Oh, 1-2 straight down the middle. Usyk tries to come back. Doubling up on that jab is getting Fury some success. The first one might land on the guard. The second one might get through. Nice body shot there by Fury as well. Bang, bang, straight down the middle. And again, Usyk trying to keep covered, trying to move from side to side. There's a right hand by Fury. Yeah, best punch in the fight there by Fury. Got through on Usyk. Fury just getting backed up a little bit, but we are getting towards the end of the round. I feel it's close again, and it might be... Oh, it's so hard to know if I'm being biased. I'm just leaning Fury. I'm really not trying to be biased. But there was a couple of moments in there. Lovely shot by Fury. They're close. They're close. Yeah, it was in the chest, that one. Yeah, the jab, the doubling up on the jab is working really well for him. Couple of body shots coming back by Usyk. Yeah. Good. What do we think so far? After 2 rounds, what do you think? 2 rounds gone. Okay, here we go. Round number 3. Nice jab coming in again there by Fury. Backing up a little bit. Usyk moving. Hook shot coming in there by Fury. Jab coming back there by Usyk. Nice, nice. Good work by Fury. Doubling up. Hook shot. Oh, lovely there by Usyk. Getting on the insides. Usyk didn't like that shot to the back of the head. Usyk now is in retreat. Is on the outsides. Both guys having a couple of moments in this fight. Nice. Jab coming in straight down the middle by Fury. And again, 1-2. Trying to let that right hand go. Usyk just doesn't look comfortable to me here. He's being kept back by Fury. Again, jab straight down the middle. He's really having to be focused. It's really jab again there by Fury. He is starting to come back with some counters. Nice. Yeah, he's moving a bit too much now for me. In the early stages of this fight, he was kind of more just standing and able to dictate it. Now he's getting back against the ropes a little bit. Some big shots coming in. They're into a clinch. Referee's going to come in and separate both fighters. Fury again. Shot coming in there by Usyk, but it misses. Body shot there by Usyk. Nice jab down the middle. Body shot there by Fury. Round 3. We've had minute and 50 gone. Again, a couple of jabs straight down the center. Usyk, again, staying on his toes, trying to find a way forwards. He's really struggling to get past that jab. Big shot thrown there by Usyk, but it falls short. Nicely blocked there by Fury as well. I feel like Fury is landing more than Usyk. I think he's using his range and his reach better. Nice body shot. Goes downstairs to the body. Lands a headshot there, Fury. Switching over. Southpaw backing up. He is getting backed up a little bit, though. It is Fury that's taking that centre ground. There's only 14 seconds to go. Lovely shot to the body there by Usyk. That was good by Usyk. Jab straight down the middle by Fury. Usyk again throwing in a body shot. And that's the end of round 3. Again, what do you think? What do you think? End of round 3. Who is winning the fight? There's really not much in these rounds. They're really, really close. We might as well end the poll. Usyk, do it for your country, says Ali. Come on, Usyk. 2-1 Fury, says Jake. 1-1, but more dominant. Round 2 was Usyk, said A. Jobson. So people have got it quite close after 3. So we've got 2-1 Fury. We've got 1-1 Jobson. Alpha Ginger has got it 2-1 Fury. Here we go. Round number 4. Now, these were the rounds that were Fury rounds in the last fight. Oh, Usyk trying to get in close. Getting a couple of shots off. Body shot coming back there by Fury. Both guys getting a body shot off. There has been a question about Usyk's body. Oh, again, look. No showboating from Fury. Fury has been totally switched on here. It's been totally switched on. Usyk, again, on the outside, circling round. Fury standing in the centre. Body shot coming in. He's doing a lot with that lead hand, isn't he? Hook shots, jabs. Keeping him at distance. Oh, lovely work on the inside there by Fury. Fury managed to get in. Pop, 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 pop. Straight to the body. Unloading there by Usyk. Nice. Hook shot there by Fury. I think Fury really is looking to land something nice now. The work is not so much the jabs anymore. We're starting to see these hooks and things. Jab coming in there by Fury. I liked his double jabs that he was throwing earlier. Yeah. Oof. Again, Usyk coming forward. Jab coming in there by Fury. Oh, there is that shot. That shot by Usyk. The left hand. Yeah, it was a shot very similar to the one that rocked him before. But he's all right. But that was good. That was really good by Usyk. This feels like it could be an Usyk round. Yeah, that certainly got the crowd excited. Couple of jabs coming in there by Fury, though. He has got... Oh, that was good by Fury. Fury getting through with a nice shot of his own. Jab coming in. Oh, and again. That was good by Fury. Usyk felt that. Oh, swing and a miss. That would have been good if that had landed, you know. Fury with a big hook shot. And he's got Usyk up against the ropes. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. Right now we've got Usyk coming forward, Fury backing up a little bit, Fury bouncing away, coming into the bang, bang, straight down the middle. Guard is up there by Usyk. These shots falling onto the guards. Fury in the middle. Ah, lovely jab by Fury, down the middle. And again, but onto the guard of Usyk. Usyk had a really nice moment in that round, but Fury ate it, took it, didn't phase him. Fury also had some moments in that round. Who do you think took that round? People will want to know who's winning. The honest truth is these are very close rounds. Yeah, that was good. I don't think he quite got all of it like before. Smile on the face of Fury. 3-1 so far. Who to, beloved? Who to? Usyk will kill Fury in round 6. 2-1 Fury, A. Jobson said in the last round. 2-2 said Jake. So Jake's got it 2-2. Is it all even after 4? We're going to round 5. Right now, the commentator has got Fury up by 1. Okay, here we go. Body shot there by Fury. Oh, some big heavy shots by both guys. Shot coming into the side of the heads. Referee just having a word about a shot to the back of the head. Fury goes back to the centre. Ah, he's just swinging these big, big blows, Fury. Body shot coming in there by Usyk. Usyk trying to get to the side of the head. Fury covering up, moving forward with a jab. Needs to make sure that that guard isn't too wide. No backing into the corners for Fury in this fight. Jab coming in again there by Usyk. The problem that Fury has got is the... Oh, and the uppercut goes! The uppercut by Fury! It came, it worked! It seemed to just really stun Usyk for a moment, just a moment. Yeah, it was a great shot. That uppercut. That uppercut. Yeah, I think Usyk definitely acknowledging that... Yeah, Usyk's on the outside now. It's Fury. It's a good start in this round. I think Usyk is still feeling the effects of that uppercut. He tries to get in close. He's letting the hands go. Jab coming in there by Fury. Oh, God, it's so good, this fight, you know. Neither guy wants to give an inch. This was well worth the price to be able to watch this. It's two guys. Ah, body shot there by Fury. Body shot by Fury. And it's Usyk on the back foot. Shots coming back there by Usyk. Fury just on the guards. God, that body shot by Fury. I think the uppercut, the body shot, I think these have hurt Usyk. Fury again in the middle of the ring. Oh, and again, heavy hook shot. Couple of jabs coming in. Another body shot. Usyk takes a couple of steps back. This does feel like a Fury round. The Gypsy King in the middle, throwing out a jab. And again, another body shot by Fury. Smile on the face of Usyk. Couple of combos coming back. Great rounds. Great rounds. Great rounds. He's got Usyk covering up. He had him against the ropes. Round number 5. It's a Gypsy King round. Yes. The problem he's got, he looks good. But the problem he's got is the longer this goes, the more it's going to favour Usyk. Some nice stuff in there, though, by Fury. Another uppercut. Body shots. Looking really good. Yeah, the commentators here in the UK had Fury up by 1. I'm pretty sure they'll have him up by 2 after that round. I think that's that for me is the easiest round to score, that last round. I think the others were really close. The commentators over here on TNT Sports have got it 49-47. And Cole Frampton has got it 49-46. Both in favour of Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury, according to the scorecards over here, leading the fight. We are underway. Round number 6. Some nice shots coming in by Usyk early. And again, you know, Fury needed to be winning this fight by this point. I think the fact he's not been able to, like, really cause Usyk major problems is a problem. Right, jab coming in there by Tyson Fury. Usyk on the outsides. 1-2 straight down the middle. Usyk again on the outsides. Trying to come forward, trying to throw in a left overhand. I do feel, just looking at Usyk, looking at his demeanour, I do feel like he is feeling the effects of the fight. I think he'll shake it off. Oh, and again, he catches him. Lovely shot there by Tyson. Yeah, he is constantly popping out that left jab. Usyk trying to throw in a big hand. Hook shot there by Fury. Quite scrappy this round at the moment. I feel like both guys have had moments in this round. Fury backing up a little bit. Usyk on the front foot. Fury coming forward, throwing out a jab. Backing up again. Jab coming into the body there by Fury. Coming forward. That lead hand working so hard. Usyk trying to find a way forward, but he's got to try and get past that lead hand. Jab comes in. He's got to make sure that lead hand lands, though. That lead hand didn't quite land. Flurry of shots here by Usyk. He can't invite that pressure on. Yeah, he is starting to counterpunch a bit more here. This feels like it's not been a bad round for Usyk. The concern would be, is this where the fight turns? Oh, he's so evasive. Couple of shots there by Fury. He couldn't stick it on Usyk. There's a right hand that gets through there by Fury. It's Usyk that's working harder, though. We haven't seen much of that, you know. Clinching and putting his weight on. There's been a lot less of that. There's been a lot more boxing in this one. Oh, big shot by Usyk. Big shot by Usyk. It got through. It got through. Fury's okay, but it got through. Great shot by Usyk. I think this is an Usyk round. Yeah, this feels like an Usyk round. Gypsy King not looking as good in this one. Yeah, bang, bang, bang. Oh, Tyson Fury. Right at the end of the round was just swinging for the fences there. He got caught a couple of times. It's an Usyk round. It's a definite Usyk round. Use your damn legs. The only reason he's touching you is because you let him get the space to punch. Can't just stand there with that slow shiz. Are we on round 5? We're going to... no, that was round 6, wasn't it? I think we're in round 7 now. That was round 6, that one. So I've got Fury ahead, but it's like maybe 1 round. It's really close. Jake's got it 4-2 Usyk. Oh, a lot of people seem to have it 4-2. Steven's got it 4-2 to Fury. Here we go. Looks like some people have got it 4-2 Usyk, 4-2 Fury. Here we go. Ah, lovely hook shot there by Usyk. Jab coming in there by Fury. And again, yeah, Usyk has quickened the pace. And that is working in his favour. Fury just throwing out these jabs. Again, Usyk staying on the outside. Jab coming in there by Fury. Usyk moving around, trying to find a way in. They both hit at the same time. Jab coming in there by Fury. And again, good work. And again, he's doing really well, actually, at keeping Usyk at bay. Usyk's trying to find a way forwards. He caught Fury with some lovely shots in that last round, though. Yeah, when the pace slows down, it does favour Fury. He's trying to flick out a jab, but just misses with it. I don't like the fact that we're in round 7. And Usyk has definitely been clipped and definitely been caught. But look, Fury's getting backed up against the ropes here. Oh, that was good though by Fury. Came forward, managed to throw a nice right hand. Shot coming back there by Usyk. Get out the corner. Get out the corner. Couple of jabs coming in there by Fury. Swing and a miss there by Usyk. Must be so frustrating, this, for Fury. He's getting the control, Fury, but he's not doing anything with it. Nice body shot coming in there by Usyk. Another body shot there by Usyk. Fury going upstairs. Jab coming in there by Fury. Lands on the guards. Neither guy is able to land anything big here. It has been a quiet round. Fury has got his hands down. He's trying to invite Usyk onto him. Good lateral movement. Fury is getting backed up against the ropes. He did just get clipped a little bit there. End of the rounds. End of the rounds. So, yeah, how have people got it? Jokerit has got it 4-2 to Fury. Joe the Great has got it 6-0 Fury. I don't think it's that. Bonnie has got it 4-2 Usyk. Ali has got it 5-2 to Usyk. Jobson, what you got? What are you seeing? Right now, I can tell you that the commentator for TNT has got it 68-66 in favour of Fury. Carl Frampton, former boxer, of course, has got it 67-66. Yeah, he did fade. I think it's really close. I think this is close, personally. And I think that this is obviously where the rounds and the fight are going to be decided. It's Fury that's got that extra weight. Here we are in round 8. Gotta think it's Usyk that's going to be fresher rather than Tyson Fury. Jab coming in there by Fury. Couple of shots coming back there by Usyk. Oh, nice. Hook shot coming in there by Fury. Yeah, we haven't seen much of the... Oh, there's the uppercut. There it is, and it got through. I think the guard took a bit of sting out of it, though. Yeah, we hadn't seen much of the uppercut. Usyk in the centre. Fury again. Just getting backed up a little bit. Shot coming in by Usyk. Falls short. Into the clinch. They break apart. Get out the corner. Get out the corner. He comes forwards. Throws in a shot to the body. Body shot coming back there by Usyk. Get off the ropes. We know that round 9 was a big round in the last fight. We're in round 8 at the moment. Slight clash of heads there. Body shot coming in there by Usyk. Fury trying to throw out a jab. And he tries to throw that right hand. Some body shots coming in. Uppercut there by Fury. Referee having a word. Separates both fighters. Fury again backing up. Body shot coming in by Usyk. Jab coming in there by Fury. That did just miss. A big shot there by Usyk that just whistled by. They were over by the ropes. Yeah, good shot there by Usyk. Couple of jabs coming back there by Fury. Fury clinching. I don't like the visuals, to be honest. Usyk's like... Yeah, it does look like Fury is slowing. Usyk looks... He's got a bit more about him. Nice. This is better, though, by Fury. Fury landing a couple of shots. Usyk says, come on. Tries to go upstairs. Fury in the centre. Couple of shots coming in there by Usyk. They are brilliant. Brilliant. We're seeing a real... We're having a real treat here. Usyk is holding back, says William. Here we go. We've got Fury backing up. The concern for me is that I think he is slowing. You can't keep backing out nonchalant. You only get caught when you're moving back. Get up in there and be aggressive. He's taking a bit of a deep breath there, Tyson Fury. I'm getting my second win now, said Fury. I'm getting my second wind. Tyson Fury just said, I'm getting my second wind. He wants him to be more aggressive. That's what he's looking for. Round 9. Here we go. This was a massive round in the last fight. Yeah, he wants him more aggressive. But by being more aggressive, he might leave himself a little bit open. Good shot there by Fury. Couple of shots coming back, though, by Usyk. I think we're going to get a really good round here. Fury just got told you're only getting caught when you're moving backwards. And I want to see you being more aggressive. Right now, we've got both guys in the centre. Jab coming in there by Fury. Yeah, again, nice shot there by Fury. Referee coming in, separating both fighters. American Nightmare's got it 7-3 Fury. Sandman's got it 6-2 to Usyk. We've got loads of people saying it's Fury. Loads of people saying it's Usyk. I like the work I've seen so far here. Nice body shots there by Fury. Shot comes back, though, by Usyk. Bang, bang. 1-2. Straight down the middle there by Fury. Fury again on the outside, doubling up on his jab. Couple of strikes coming back. Body shot there by Usyk. He is really slippery. Just constantly working, constant volume, but not everything's landing. Oh, that was a lovely shot. Great work there by Fury. Managed to get a right hand through. Usyk, oh, he tries with the uppercut. Couldn't get it. Yeah, at least he's going for it, though. There was real concern at the last round that Fury might be gassing. But actually, there's a bit of bounce in his movement. Bang, bang! Straight down the middle there by Fury. He said he was getting his second wind, and I think he's telling the truth, you know. This feels like a decent round for Fury. Fury, again, trying to come forward. That's a lovely right hand. Usyk in the center. Again, bang, bang, straight down the middle. Oh, lovely body shot there by Usyk. Lovely body shot. Ah, that felt low. That might have been low. It was on the belt line by Fury. In all fairness to Usyk, he doesn't complain. But, oh, he really dug that in as well. Ooh, a bit of a slap there with a couple of shots coming back by Usyk. Usyk again trying to go to the body, and it's Fury that's on the back foot. Oh, that was good by Usyk. Yep. Oh, swing and a miss there by Fury. It is two warriors really unloading on each other. That's hard. I felt like the first minute and a half, 2 minutes was Fury. Last minute was Usyk. That makes it quite difficult. There ain't no backing up. I think this thing is close. I think if you've got Usyk just ahead, I understand it. If you've got Fury just ahead, I think it's close. Nothing special so far, said Azza. Cameron thinks it's 5-4 Fury. Beloved said 6-3, but we don't know who to. Dortnight thinks it's 7-2 Usyk. Delwyn thinks it's 6-5 Usyk. I can tell you Richie Woodall has got it 87-85 Fury. 2 points in front. And Carl Frampton's got Tyson by 1. I've actually got it a draw at the moment. Yeah, big shots here by Tyson. Swing and a miss there by Tyson, but he just landed a really nice shot. 1-2 down the middle. I think the fact that Tyson is still bouncing around and he's still got some movement and he still looks good in round 10 is very encouraging if you're a Tyson Fury fan. Very encouraging. Uppercut lands on the guards. Fury again. Usyk on the outsides. What a warrior Usyk is. What an absolutely fantastic fighter. This is, I think, a really close fight. I think they're trading rounds. I think Usyk had a nice little spell. And this is where Usyk should really be pulling forward now. Ah, body shot there by... and again he looks for the uppercut. Fury trying to land some heavy blows in this round. Yeah, deep breath there by Usyk. Fury in the center, pushes Usyk away. Again, he's trying to come in with that big uppercut. Jab coming in there by Usyk. Fury in the middle of the ring. These two really giving everything they've got here. Ugh, big shot there by Fury. Fury just had Usyk up on the ropes. And again, he's got him in a clinch. We haven't seen loads of clinching in this. Definitely feels like Usyk is feeling the effects of the fight. Shot coming into the side of the heads. He has just got to keep switched on. He's tying up Usyk's hands. Uppercut misses. Jab coming in there by Usyk. Again, into a clinch. Body shot coming in there by Fury. Scrappy round this, you know. Scrappy round. Jab coming in. It's more scrappy. Really hard to score, you know. A lot of these rounds, both guys having success. I would not be shocked to find out that over the fight that Usyk has landed more. I think Fury's given a really good account of himself, though. No showboating, no messing around, no getting backed against the ropes. Usyk responding well. Swing and a miss there by Fury. Good head movement. End of the rounds. End of the rounds. I think it's close, man. I keep saying it, but I really mean it. I really don't see a wide margin for either fighter here. Some rounds I'm giving to Fury. Some rounds I'm giving to Usyk. I think it's really close. Toby, shout out to you. They're saying that they think that for most of the round, it was Fury that landed the better shots. I did give it Fury, but Usyk had some nice moments. Usyk had some nice moments. 6-6 draw, said Delwyn. 6-4, said Beloved. 5-5. Kieran said, I don't think it's that close. Who you got, Kieran? Who you got? Here we go. Both guys coming out, colliding into each other. So our commentators are saying there might be a sense of urgency from Usyk. He might feel like he's getting to the point where he might need to really land something big. One of the commentators' scorecards here in the UK has got Fury up by 2. I've got Fury up by 1. A lot of you are saying Usyk's in the lead. Body shot coming in there by Usyk. Jab coming in there by Tyson. Uppercut misses. Yeah, he's trying to keep Fury back. Trying to keep covered up. He's got to be switched on. He's got to stay switched on here, Fury. Fury on the outside, throwing out a jab, bouncing around. Nice uppercut there by Fury. Couple of body shots coming in there by Usyk. Nice jabs coming in. Feel like Usyk's causing some trouble here. Jab coming in there by Fury. Usyk standing in the center. Yeah. It's one of those where no one's going to have great confidence, I think, when we get to the judges. Oh, lovely shot there by Fury. Body shot coming in there by Fury. 1-2, straight down the center. Oh, that's a lovely shot there by Usyk. Yeah, that was good. Really good shot there by Usyk. Yeah, his hands are getting a little bit lower. Big body shots there by Fury, though. Good response. Backing up a little bit as Fury continues to let his hands go, but Usyk has got his second wind. Oh, lovely shot by Usyk. Lovely shot by Usyk. Yeah, great work. This is an Usyk round for me. He's trying to get some bounce back and he gets beaten to the punch. 25 seconds. Fury needs to make sure he doesn't get knocked down or anything. Commentators are saying, is this where Usyk needs to put his foot on the gas? Couple of shots coming back here by Usyk. I don't know if Fury can find a third wind. He's going to need it for the 12th. Lovely shot there by Fury, though. Usyk rounds. No word of a lie, I have got it 5-5 with 1 round of draw, the very first round. I thought the first round there was just nothing in it. But I think that was an Usyk round. The fight is too effing close. That's what they've just said to Fury. Wow. Massive final round, this. Massive final round. In the chat, let us know. Which way do you think it's going to go? "9-2 Usyk," said Jake. 6-5 Usyk. 6-5 Fury, said Dennis. 6-5 Usyk. Here we go. Here we go. Right, it could really be whoever gets this round gets this fight, you know. Jab coming into the midsection there by Usyk. Big body shot there by Fury. That was good. Jab coming in by Fury. Fury feels like he's got some momentum here. It's Usyk that's on the back foot. Yes. Oh, lovely shot there by Usyk, though. Lovely shot. That momentum might have just shifted again. Jab coming in there by Fury. Oh, uppercut there by Fury, but shots coming back by Usyk. He's got to keep his hands up. He's got to make sure he doesn't get caught by Usyk. Here we go, both guys in the center. Uppercut misses. Big shots coming back. There's some shots coming in by Fury. Fury on the front foot, trying to throw some big left hooks. He's got Usyk up against the ropes. Body shot. Just a glancing blow. I feel like he just had Usyk in a really good position and then he misses with the body shot. The hands are heavy though. You can tell Tyson Fury, the pace of the fight. He's trying to get a bit of bounce going again. We got 1 minute 27. Lovely shot there by Fury. Again, Fury in the center, jab coming in. Usyk on the outsides. Everyone is watching the final moments of this fight. They're both jabbing away at each other. The two best heavyweights in the world. Giving everything they've got. Lovely head movement there by Fury. Volume though by Usyk. Both of these warriors right in the middle of the ring. Fantastic. Fantastic. Heart, skill, desire. Everything has been tested in this fight. Jab there by Usyk. Jab coming in there by Fury. He's got Usyk right up against the ropes. 25 seconds to go. Fury goes back to the center. Usyk on the outside into the clinch. Shot coming into the side of the head. It has been brilliant. You can see Usyk looking up to the clock. Nice body shot again there by... and again. Oh! Fury puts his hands in the air. Honestly. The only thing I can tell you is it feels close to me. I think they both exchanged rounds. I think Usyk might have just edged it. Carl Frampton has got it 114, 114. Okay, two of the commentators in the UK have got Fury winning by 1 or 2 rounds. The other one has got it a draw. I think Usyk might have won it by a round. I think it's so close. Nothing to brag about with this win. The only thing you can say about this fight is it is, for me, the two best heavyweights going toe-to-toe for 12 rounds. Wow. I just don't know. I don't know. Let's put a poll up, shall we? Perhaps you lot feel different. Who won? Usyk. Oh. Yeah, some good action by, but there was great moments from both guys. We didn't really get any big moments like we did in the first fight. We didn't get like Fury bouncing off the ropes. So in that regard, he did better. He wasn't getting backed in the corner anymore. In that regard, he did better. Hard, really hard. Get your votes in. I really want to know. We've got nearly 2,000 people joining us. Who has just won that fight? Everyone knows this is close. There's a lot of tension. So they're saying there's a lot of split opinions in the arena. I think that's always a sign that it's close. Jeez. I mean, the only thing I'd say is this was a very focused Tyson Fury. Did not showboat. Brought absolutely everything. And once again, we go to decision. Here we go. Here we go. All three. 116 to 112. The winner by 4 rounds. It's Usyk. It's Usyk. Usyk gets it. Usyk gets it. I had Usyk by 1. I had Usyk by 1. But all 3 judges had it 116, 112. Yeah, they're not happy in Fury's corner. But there we go, Usyk. It's done. It's undeniable. Usyk the winner. I had Usyk by 1. What a fighter. What an amazing fighter. I mean, look, the bottom line is he needed the finish, didn't he? The bottom line is he said he was going to go in and he was going to knock him out. He didn't do it. Fury seems to be okay. He's just talking to his corner. His corner can't quite get their head around it. Wow. What a fighter Usyk is, though. What an amazing fighter. That's a lot of hard work in it from both guys. Usyk won. It wasn't a deserved win, said Dennis. It's interesting that all 3 judges scored it the same. That's really interesting. I'd like to see those scorecards. Yeah, it is true. They weren't like in the corner. They weren't like panicked. I certainly don't think they were under the impression they were that far behind. Usyk is a warrior, not brash. He's not offensive. He's all business. Rankin, shout out to you. Slava Ukraine. I've said before, if British fighters were to lose to anyone, thrilled that it's Usyk. I've just got all the time in the world for him. I think he's such a class act. I suppose the only disappointing thing is that this might be him done at heavyweight. Well, they were close, but they weren't as close. It was a split decision last time. So they're asking Usyk, did you think the scorecards? Yeah, he said, I win. All good. How do you get better, faster, stronger in the second part of the fights? They're just showing Fury over the other side. I'm really looking forward to that interview. My sons won in judo today. So there we go. He said his sons won. Oh, Daniel. Daniel comes up to Usyk and says, I want my revenge. For the robbery. I tell you what, Daniel Dubois. Your Excellency. Make me fight with Daniel Dubois. So there we go. Make the fight, said Usyk. Daniel said, so Daniel's got in the ring, grabbed the microphone, gone up to Usyk, and he's like, I want my revenge. So I think Fury has got out of the ring. Very interesting that Daniel's gone up to him. And what is great is that Usyk has said, make the fight. Me against Daniel, make the fight. Maybe we're not losing Usyk just yet. I don't fancy Daniel getting the win, though. Damn, Daniel, said K-Dub. Well, Daniel's got the other belt, hasn't he? So it does make sense. It is the match that makes sense. I feel sorry for Tyson, you know. I think if he clowns around and he showboats and everything, it's easy to kind of be like, ah, he's you know, an idiot. He just put the work in there. He just really put the work in. They just showed him walk into the back. Could we see... Usyk says, no problem. I'm ready. Usyk says no problem. So Daniel Dubois next. Oh, Daniel, I hope you're flipping ready, mate. Here we go. How did Tyson only win 4 rounds? It's impossible. So Frank Warren says that apparently Fury won different rounds. He's very disappointed. Frank Warren said all of us in the front row thought it had gone a certain way. Yeah, God only knows what it's going to be like in his changing room. Very harsh scoring. It's nuts. Frank Warren just keeps saying this is nuts. I hate Fury now. That bum could go and fight AJ, said Robert. Pappy Winston, shout out to you, my friends. Oh, what's he holding up? Usyk's holding something up. I don't know what it is. Yeah, very frustrated, Frank Warren. There's Tyson. Fury Ngannou rematch, says Rainbloods. Hope you have fun. Don't drink too much, said Amin. Amin, shout out to you. Lord Sheograph said, Fury, retire now, please. Off Tom said, do you hear what happened to Ray? No. Dace said, what does Fury do now? I don't think he knows, to be honest. The only thing I would say is I don't think he retires because I think he's looking for big paydays. I think he's looking for money. So, and I don't think that the Joshua fight is out of the question. But I don't even think he's thinking about what's next, to be honest. I really think in his mind he was winning this and there was going to be the trilogy fight. In his mind, it was going to go that way. Yeah, he's beat Joshua twice, Fury twice, Daniel Dubois, Derek Chisora. At what point do we just give him the country? At what point do we just proclaim him the new King of England? Frank Warren has still got this scorecard and is like, he can't make sense of it. I know I'm biased. One judge didn't give Fury any round after round 6. It's crazy. I gave him 2 out of the last 6. To be honest, I had Usyk by 1. I had Usyk by 1. Days, do you know about the Shan? The Shan? I don't personally feel like this is a robbery. I'm sure some people do. Guys, really did. Frank Warren is really disappointed here. But the problem is, if you go to the judges, you are always opening yourself up for this. If you go to the judges, this is what can happen. He keeps saying it's nuts, but, you know, Fury did say that he was going to hurt and he was going to bury and he was going to finish. Usyk, we didn't get any of that. It went to the judges, and this is always the risk that you run. Frank Warren said, of course we are biased, but I'm not stupid biased. He was. He was a good performance. He did well. Do you know, I keep saying it. Forget who won, right, and all of that. Forget that. Who cares? But I feel sorry for Tyson Fury because I think he's always played the clown. He's always been the entertainer. And actually this time, this mattered. And he was really focused and he was really serious and he was really dialed in. And I thought he put in a really good performance. It just wasn't enough. Got beat by the better man, but that disappointment, I can understand that. I feel that. I can sympathize with that. It's like if you really want something and it just doesn't come off, you know? And I don't know that blaming the judges' scorecards is the right way forward, but yeah, it's going to be really interesting, actually. I really would be interested to know how people have viewed it. We've got our poll. Our poll is... How many votes are we up to? Coming up to 1,000 votes on that. I can tell you 51% of you think Usyk won. 37% think Fury. 12% draw. So the majority of you siding with the judges' scorecards, saying that it was Usyk that picked up the victory. I thought it was closer, but... David Hayes said Tyson raised his game. I thought he boxed better. Yeah. Yeah. If Fury won, the outrage would be 10 times as much. It was close, but Usyk definitely won, said Cruz. In my opinion, it was much closer than the scores, said JJB Gaming. It's BS. Fury did not lose by that much, if not a draw, says Mike. I gave it 10-9 Usyk, says Delwyn. It did great. I think Fury did great. I think the truth is that it just was not enough, and that's that. Right, let's end this poll, shall we? As the autopsy is taking place. I don't think... Well, I mean, we won't be hearing from Tyson Fury tonight, of course. So that's interesting. The judges could only agree on the winner in 4 rounds in the first fight. It sounds like they've done the same thing here. It's a good point, actually. In the first fight, the judges only agreed on about 4 rounds, and it sounds like the same thing has happened here as well. I think the fact that all 3 judges agreed on the score is very interesting. They're saying that Frank Warren didn't say about a robbery. He never mentioned the word robbery. He never mentioned the word appeal. He never mentioned the word rematch. David Hay just said someone mentioned to him as he was walking that they thought it was 9-3 Usyk. So, well, it depends who you talk to, innit? David Hay said that the people around him all thought Usyk. Frank Warren said the people around him all thought Fury. I mean... Leonard said, majority think Usyk. Every poll I've seen, it's the same. Usyk winning poll. They say that the AI had it 118, 112. Crazy. Oh, what, really? How have they got that data? The AI has scored it as 118, 112 to Usyk. AI judge... Would there be... All 3 judges agreed. AI judge had Usyk further ahead. Yeah, 118, 112, you're right. I don't know where that's come from. That must have been announced somewhere. They haven't announced... I don't think they've announced that on TNT over here. The AI judge scored it 118, 112 in favour of Usyk. I mean, the only way that you could get to that is, I think that these rounds were really, really close. I think there were some really close rounds. You must be giving everyone to Usyk in order to come up with that. Yeah, interesting. 118, 112, crazy. I really did not feel it was that wide, personally. Again, had Usyk winning, had him winning by 1. 2 if the first round, I had the first round a draw. So if I take that out, then 2, but not 6. Oh, here's Lennox Lewis. Was the scoring correct? Okay, Lennox Lewis says yes, he believes Usyk won the fight. Lennox said, I feel like he could have done a little bit more work. He was giving him some free shots. It probably is Daniel Dubois, isn't it? I'd be down for the Daniel fight, because Daniel's got that IBF belt, so actually that would unify the division again. That's bonkers, isn't it? Daniel Dubois in a flipping undisputed fight. Yeah, the Joshua fight could happen. I mean, they're both coming off losses, though. Is that the right way forward? I'm not sure. There is a very happy Usyk. Right, well, I said I was going to go a little while ago, but then, of course, we had, like, all the AI stuff coming through, and that was very interesting, so... Yeah, very good. Very interesting. Hope people enjoyed it. Appreciate people joining us. Yeah, look, whatever you felt, whatever you thought, I feel like the consensus is that that was roughly the right result. So really appreciate people joining us. Thanks for all the support. I will see you again next time. Bye for now.